Recorded Books presents Blood Like Ours by Stuart Neville, narrated by Elizabeth Rogers and Caroline Lennon. El Paso Times, online edition, 1/14/2023. Body of slain murder suspect disappears from city morgue. Police coroner baffled. In a bizarre echo of a cold case from 2007, the body of a woman has disappeared overnight from the morgue at the El Paso office of the medical examiner. An autopsy was due to be carried out this morning, but when forensic techs arrived to prepare the corpse of Rebecca Carter for the medical examiner, it was missing. A search of the building on Alberta Avenue was carried out immediately, but no trace of the body was found. Officers of the El Paso Police Department, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office, and agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation are currently scouring security camera footage. The body's disappearance is eerily reminiscent of a related event of over 15 years ago. Rebecca Carter's daughter, Monica, 12, was found brutally murdered in a park in their home city of Madison, Wisconsin. Like her mother's, Monica Carter's body went missing before an autopsy could be performed. Rebecca Carter disappeared from her own mother's home shortly after and was declared legally dead 9 years later. Madison police investigators at the time assumed Rebecca Carter had somehow stolen her daughter's body before going on the run. Investigators theorized that, in a state of grief, Rebecca Carter might have taken Monica's corpse to an isolated location and committed suicide. Then, on the evening of December 24, 2022, Rebecca Carter was apprehended at a crime scene outside Flagstaff, Arizona. That arrest was the first in a series of events that resulted in Carter's death, as well as that of FBI agent Mark Donner in northeast El Paso yesterday evening. The FBI has been reluctant to share information on the case, but it is believed that Agent Donner had been investigating a series of killings across the western United States, the victims, all adult males. A source revealed that many of these men had previously been charged with or convicted of crimes against minors, but an FBI spokesperson refused to confirm or deny this assertion. On December 24, 2022, an interagency team of FBI, Flagstaff PD, and Arizona State Troopers arrested Carter at the scene of one such killing and brought her to the FBI's Flagstaff field office for interrogations. A source stated that a child had been sighted at the scene but ran into the forest. Again, an FBI spokesperson refused comment. At some point in the early hours of December 25, 2022, Rebecca Carter escaped from custody, killing one agent and seriously wounding another. She was immediately placed on the FBI's most wanted list with a $200,000 reward offered for information leading to her capture. The same source stated that Agent Mark Donner was placed on administrative leave, pending disciplinary proceedings. It is unclear how, almost 3 weeks later, Agent Donner and Rebecca Carter came to be in a disused auto shop on Mohair Drive. Eyewitnesses saw Agent Donner fatally shoot Rebecca Carter before he was in turn shot by officers of the El Paso Police Department. The FBI has stated that Agent Donner was not acting in any official capacity, but both they and El Paso PD refused to comment on rumors that a child was being held hostage at the scene and subsequently escaped. Until it was deleted in the early hours of this morning, the FBI's most wanted listing for Rebecca Carter stated that she had been traveling with a young girl whom she claimed was her daughter. Our source, on condition of anonymity, said, "This whole thing's a mess. There are so many things that don't add up, and so many people and agencies involved, it's practically impossible to say what exactly happened." The source refused to speculate on the presence of a child at the scene of Carter's and Donner's deaths. The investigation into these deaths and the disappearance of Rebecca Carter's body is ongoing. Chapter 1. Knock, knock, knock. The noise woke her.
"Housekeeping,"
a voice called. Rebecca's stomach lurched as her consciousness fell into place, then slipped away again. Cold tile against her back and shoulders, something hard against the side of her head, hurting now, as if it had been pressed there a long time. She forced her eyes open. Blood everywhere. She couldn't focus, but she could see the red well enough. A sickly ball of gas bubbled up from her belly into her throat, then bile filled her mouth. She coughed it out. Red sputum, letting it spill down her chin and onto her chest. The toilet bowl right beside her, her head propped against the side of the cistern, the water nearly black. Knock, 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 knock. Ringed fingers on wood.
Good morning. Hello? Housekeeping.
A woman's voice, cracked and heavily accented, sing-songing the words as if she'd called them out 1,000 times before. Rebecca saw the man opposite her, slumped against the bathtub, legs outstretched as if reaching to her, hands loose in his lap. His head against the side of the bath, his neck at an unnatural angle, the gash beneath his jawline, his clothes soaked red. Fragments of mirror lay scattered over the floor, the largest of them coated in blood. Rebecca looked down at her right palm, the memory of pain there. A wound, not long healed. Another phantom ache at the back of her head. An image flashed in her mind, the man looming over her, her throat in his hand, him pushing her head back again and again, smashing it into the mirror over the sink. The rage in his eyes, his teeth grinding together, spit at the corners of his mouth. Then his face went loose, his eyes and mouth wide with shock. The mirror shard embedded in the folds beneath his chin, hot blood cascading over Rebecca's wrist. The urge to vomit came upon her. Her jaw dropped as she breathed deep through her mouth, fighting to hold back whatever her stomach wanted to expel. Knock, 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 knock. 2 voices now, speaking to each other in Spanish. They'll come in, Rebecca thought. They'll come in and find me here with him. Get up. Get up now. She braced her forearm against the toilet seat and got her bare feet under her, pushing up, but they slipped on the blood-wet tiles. The rear of Rebecca's head cracked against the wall and a cry escaped her. The voices outside were silent for a moment before one called,
Hello? You okay? Housekeeping? We come in, okay?
Rebecca spilled forward onto her hands and knees, her palms splashing in the red. She crawled to the bathroom door and through. Bright, burning sunlight cutting through the gaps between the curtains, illuminating a cheap motel room of which she had no memory. She reached the bed and rested her forearms on it, using it to push herself upright.
We come in,
the voice called from the other side of the door. No, Rebecca tried to say as she staggered around the bed, but it was little more than a hoarse bubbling in her throat. An electronic beep, and the lock's tumblers whirred and clunked. No, she said as she stumbled toward the door, but still her voice deserted her. As the door began to open inward, Rebecca lunged at it, her hands and chest slamming into the wood, pushing the door closed. Spanish words hissed on the other side, curses Rebecca didn't understand. No, she said, finding her voice buried deep in her chest.
Housekeeping,
the voice replied. Not today.
Do you need towels? Toilet paper?
No, Rebecca said. No, por favor. No molest.
Okay, the voice replied. No molestar. Do not disturb, okay? There's a sign. You put it on the door. We don't knock, okay?
The 2 voices again, muttering, whispering. Rebecca brought her eye to the peephole, but could only keep it there a moment, the brutal light too hard to endure. In that moment, she saw an older woman and a younger girl, both in pink uniforms, a trolley laden with towels, toilet paper, cleaning materials. Rebecca closed her eyes and leaned her forehead against the door, heard the trolley squeak and rattle as they rolled it away, their voices low and sour with anger. I would have killed you, she whispered. If you'd come in, I would have killed you. Wouldn't be the first. Wouldn't be the last. Rebecca pushed herself away from the door and toward the bed, fell face down into the bunched-up comforter. So tired. Every shred of her being cried out for sleep. It had been days since she'd found rest. Last night, she remembered almost none of it, but she had slept, and she wanted more. She desired the numb darkness, the dreamless black. But that man... the man in the cheap suit, the one whose rental car had pulled up alongside her on the street last night and asked her how much. She had not answered. He had asked her again, leaning down and peering up at her through the passenger window. He had asked her once more, how much? Again, Rebecca didn't answer. He had reached over and opened the passenger door, said, "Get in, think about it while we drive." Without conscious decision, Rebecca had done as she was told. She pulled the passenger door closed.
"What are you on?"
Rebecca looked at him, really looked at him for the first time. His pudgy face, his thick middle, all those broken capillaries on his nose and cheeks, glowing bright red like neon signs.
"Meth? Ketamine? I got some stuff back at my motel if that's what you want. Or cash money if that works."
Rebecca studied him. His gray suit, his fat knuckles, the sheen on his forehead, the low, earthy smell of him, like long-fallen leaves and bitter sweat.
"How much?" he asked.
"How much what?" Rebecca said.
"You know. How much? I can give you cash, or I got some supplies back at my motel. What do you want?"
Rebecca looked straight ahead, through the windshield to the street beyond. All the other women in their short skirts and low necklines, standing in groups of 3 or 4, heads together, sharing secrets and cigarettes. She wondered for a moment why he had chosen her over them, because she looked the most desperate and wretched of all these women. Some men like that. The desperation calls to them, sings to their cruelty.
"What?"
the man asked. Rebecca looked at him, this sad and needful creature whose life she would surely take. She said, "I'm hungry." Chapter 2. Moonflower ran, the pack keeping pace, panting hard, paws drumming on the dirt. 2 coyotes, a Patterdale Terrier, and 2 mutts. Even though his legs were shorter, the little terrier was the fastest of them all, weaving through the scrub like a black missile. The 2 mongrels scampered after, the taller of them jumping the low bushes, the smaller ducking between them. The coyotes held back, both females, still wary. But they belonged to Moonflower, no question. They would die for her. Moonflower came to a halt and looked up at the endless expanse of sky. Stars already prickling the deep blue blanket of the newborn night. The pack did as she did. Scant wisps of cloud skated the heavens above as wind climbed the mountain, tearing the evening scents away before she could grasp them. Hunger had wrung her stomach to a dry ball of pain. The mountain scrub glowered all around. How many days and nights? Moonflower had lost count. She was alone now. That much was certain. Except for the voice that had been whispering in her ear. Low and insistent, the voice seemed to speak from somewhere just inside, as if some tiny creature had nested next to her eardrum and spoke to her in the quietest moments, or when she lingered in the strange limbo between sleep and waking. This morning, back in the cave where she had taken shelter, when her mind kaleidoscoped between the real and unreal, the voice had whispered to her that she should take one of the dogs. They were so devoted to her that they would offer themselves gladly, lie on their backs with their bellies and throats exposed, and allow her to rip them open and feast. They would welcome it, the voice said. "Liar," Moonflower had said aloud in the dark, causing the dogs to stir around her. Yes, they loved her, and yes, they would give her anything she wanted, but she would not take it from them. The Patterdale, Sweeney, she called him, after the villainous barber in a book she'd read, stood erect and sniffed at the air, then gave a stream of yips. You smell something? Moonflower asked. Sweeney gave her one look before rocketing off through the scrub. Moonflower paused for breath, then sprinted after him. The rest thrummed behind, panting, paws beating dirt. She giggled. Despite the aching sadness, the thrill of sprinting through the moonlit scrub brought a shining joy to her heart. She wondered what scent had caught Sweeney's attention. Out of all of them, his nose was the keenest, even sharper than hers. In the few days he'd been part of her pack, Moonflower had learned to trust his lead. Now she followed him up a rising slope, steeper and steeper, her tattered sneakers dislodging grit and gravel, robbing her of momentum. The others passed her, the two mongrels, John and Yoko, she called them, a boy and a girl, bonded so tightly to each other that they could barely be separated. Then the coyotes. She had no names for them yet, keeping a cautious distance. It was the other dogs who should be scared of them. Moonflower had heard of coyotes playing with domestic dogs to lure them away from their homes, but these two feared her too much to harm her friends. The dogs all paused on the crest of the slope, all except Sweeney, who barreled on and down the other side, yip-yip-yipping as he went. Too late, Moonflower found the scent on the rushing desert air, and her stomach rolled and growled in response. Not the blood of a wounded animal, not even the scat of a rabbit or a deer. This was a more subtle smell. Flesh, not alive, but not rotten. Clean, butchered meat, ready for cooking. And above it all, the acrid sting of burning charcoal. "Oh no," Moonflower said. She sprinted up the remainder of the slope, but she heard the cry before she reached the top. "Daddy!" A kid's voice, bright with fear. Sweeney barking. "Oh no," Moonflower said. "Please, no." Moonflower reached the crest and looked down to a clearing in the scrub. A mobile home, new and shining, its awning out, lights glowing from within. A kettle grill, some kind of metal container on top, like a chimney filled with charcoal, gathering heat as fire spread from piece to piece. A table alongside, loaded with 2 plastic bags full of saran-wrapped meat. A moonlit feast ready to cook. "No," Moonflower said. A boy child backed up against the side of the vehicle. Sweeney a few feet away, barking at him. The boy cried out for his father once more. A door opened on the side of the mobile home, a man leaning out. "Hey, buddy, what's—" The man fell silent, staring at Sweeney. The Patterdale became quiet too, briefly, then turned his fury on the man, dashing forward, barking, backing away, then forward again. "Don't move, Jared," the man said. "Just stay real still now. Amy?" A woman's voice from inside, the words indistinct. "Take it easy now," the man said, glancing back into the mobile home. "Just hand me my rifle." More words from inside, rising in pitch. "Just hand me my rifle. Quick now." The other dogs sensed the fear that rose up from the clearing. Low growls came from the mutts' bellies. The coyotes hunkered down low. "Quiet," Moonflower said. The dogs became still and silent, and she took 3 steps down the dusty slope. "Sweeney!" she called. The Patterdale didn't hear her, but the boy did. He stared up at her, eyes and mouth wide. A woman, the boy's mother, appeared in the door behind her husband, pressing a gun into his hands. A large hunting rifle, its oiled stock gleaming, a toy seldom used. He raised the butt to his shoulder, aimed the muzzle at Sweeney. The snick-snick of the bolt echoed over the hills as he chambered around. "No!" The man spun his aim to Moonflower's voice. Whether he meant to fire or not, the muzzle flashed. Dirt plumed from the ground, inches from Moonflower's feet. The woman and the child cried out. The man stumbled down the steps and lost his grip on the rifle as he landed on his hands and knees. The dogs surged. "No! Stop!" They did not heed her. The man had threatened her. It had been an accident, but it didn't matter. They went for him like arrows to a target. Sweeney first, seizing his wrist as he reached for his rifle. The man raised his arm, howling, taking Sweeney with it. The Patterdales' hind legs thrashed at the air as they left the ground. The coyotes came next. The mutts held back, their caution getting the better of them, but the wild dogs did not hesitate. One went for his leg, biting down on his booted ankle. Whether by instinct or chance, the man tucked his chin down into his chest as the other coyote went for his throat. It snapped and nipped at his neck and head, seeking the softer flesh and the heat within. Moonflower ran after them, calling, "Stop! Stop!" They did not obey. The woman fell from the mobile home, crawled for the rifle. One of the mutts threw itself between her and her target, bared its teeth, snarled. She froze, fingers in the dirt, and closed her eyes and mouth. The other mutt inched toward the boy as he eased himself beneath the vehicle. Moonflower halted at the edge of the clearing. "Stop," she said, forcing her voice to be calm and firm. "Leave them be." The two mutts backed away, came to her, their bellies low to the ground. Moonflower hunkered down and scrabbled in the dirt for a stone to fill her hand. She found one, stood, and lobbed it at the coyote that held the man's ankle. It yelped and gave her a baleful look. Moonflower pointed to the ground beside her feet. The coyote obeyed and came to her. The other ceased its snapping at the man's head and neck. It glared for a few moments, then followed its sister. Only the Patterdale remained, dangling from the man's wrist, feet kicking at the air. "Sweeney!" Moonflower called. The Patterdale became still, but he did not release his grip. "Sweeney, let him go!" The dog opened its jaw and dropped to the ground. The man cried out in pain as he cradled his bleeding wrist to his chest. "Sweeney, come!" The Patterdale did as he was told, his claws skittering in the dirt. He halted at Moonflower's feet, the growl still rolling in his barrel chest. "I'm sorry," Moonflower said. "We didn't mean to hurt you. We're hungry, that's all." As the man whimpered and the boy cowered, the woman opened her eyes. She fixed Moonflower with her gaze as she lifted one hand and reached for the rifle. "Don't," Moonflower said. The woman's hand paused, only for a moment, then moved again, fingers stretching. "They'll kill you," Moonflower said. "You and your husband. I won't be able to stop them. They'll rip your throats out. They'll eat you both." The ground beneath her feet resonated with the growling chests of the dogs. Each of them hunkered down, bared their teeth. The coyote's jaws snapped at the air. Fear pulsed from the darkness beneath the mobile home. "They'll leave your little boy for me," Moonflower said. The woman stopped, her quivering fingers an inch from the rifle, staring at her. She remained there for a time, reaching, trembling, staring, terror rolling from her in waves. Then she moved away, back toward her mewling husband. She took him in her arms, cradled and rocked him, both of them weeping. The boy crawled from under the vehicle and scrambled to his parents, buried himself between their tangled bodies. Through their pain, their fear, Moonflower felt their love. For the briefest of moments, she hated them for it. The idea danced through her mind, no more than a flashing instant, to set the dogs on them. The idea burned out as quickly as it had flared, and then she hated herself more than she ever could have hated them. She pushed the traitorous thoughts to the back of her consciousness. "Stay," she said. The dogs obeyed, still growling. As Moonflower went to the table by the smoking grill, she lifted the 2 bags of meat, glancing inside. Burgers, steaks, pork chops, all in styrofoam trays and sealed in saran wrap. The smell of iron filled her head, and her stomach roiled. She looked down at the man, still crying in pain, one hand gripping his injured wrist. Blood pattered through his fingers onto the dirt. Moonflower's tongue moved behind her teeth, moistening her mouth. Her stomach seemed to reach up into her throat. All that blood, right there for the taking. She imagined her lips sealing around the punctures in the man's wrist, the hot sweetness filling her mouth. Swallowing, her hunger sated. No, If she took him, she would have to take them all. "Do it anyway," the voice in her ear said. No longer a whisper, the voice rang out, bold and loud. "No," Moonflower said. "Do it," the voice said. "Take them all. Devour them. Feel their warmth in your mouth, in your throat, in your belly. Do it." "Be quiet," Moonflower said. The boy and his parents stared at her. Maybe they thought she was crazy. Maybe she was. "Don't come after us," she said. Moonflower climbed the slope, up into the scrub, not hurrying. Her pack followed, panting, excited, jumping up at her hands to sniff at the packed meat. At the crest, Moonflower paused and looked back down to the clearing. The parents rocked in each other's arms. The boy stood apart from them, staring up at her. Moonflower stared back. Then she ran. Chapter 3. For Special Agent Sarah McGrath, the few days after her partner's death were a blur. Mark Donner's final words to her had been lost in raging madness before the line went dead. She had stared at the phone in her hand for a time, frozen in uncertainty. He was about to do something terrible, she knew that much, and there was no way to talk him down. She had done the only sane thing she could. She had called the El Paso Police Department and given them his location, told them he was holding a child captive and that the child was in danger. Donner had screamed at her for her betrayal, but she'd had no choice. She told herself that over and over again, desperate for it to be true. After the final volley of curses and the sound of Donner's phone hitting something hard, the line went dead. She called his name into the silence, over and over, even though she knew it was futile. How much time had passed while she stood in her kitchen, staring at the phone's display? She didn't know. Only that it had gotten cold, the chill seeping from the tiles into her bare feet, to the ache in her calves. She should have called Special Agent in Charge Lawrence Holstein. Of course she should have. But she didn't. McGrath had cursed herself for being a coward, but she knew if she spoke to her boss then, she would spill everything, tell him whatever was happening all those miles away in El Paso was her fault, because she'd helped Donner track down the woman and her daughter, fed him the information he needed. So instead, she went upstairs and crept into her and Kara's bedroom. Matthew, their son, lay next to Kara, both of them snoring softly. McGrath eased into the bed beside them, and Matthew huffed and rolled over, his lips coming to rest against her shoulder. She spent the next hours lying still, gazing at the ceiling, her phone in her hand, knowing that at some point it would thrum with a call. At a little after 5 a.m, it did. McGrath sat upright and thumbed the green icon, brought the phone to her ear. "Sir," she said.
"Agent McGrath," Holstein said. "Sarah."
Her name. Oh God, why did he say her first name? She knew the answer to that question. All she needed was for him to say it out loud.
"Donner's dead."
She lay back on her pillow, silent for a time, the phone held to her breast. After a while, she heard Holstein say her name. And again. She returned the phone to her ear. "I'm here," she said.
"Are you listening?"
he asked. "Yes, sir."
"Special Agent Donner was killed last night. He was shot dead by 2 officers of the El Paso Police Department. I've spoken with the chief there, and he's assured me that Mark was given sufficient warning before the officers opened fire. He tells me Mark was holding a child hostage, a little girl. He had already fatally shot a woman, but I guess you knew all that."
He stopped speaking, leaving a silence that needed to be broken. She couldn't. Her tongue would not move. All air had left the room. The world had frozen around her, becoming a still photograph. She had a sense then of crossing a border, that her world would forever have a before and after that hinged on that moment.
Sarah? Do you hear me?
Yes, sir, she said.
Tell me you didn't help Donner track down Rebecca Carter, he said.
Only one idea came to her mind. A question. She knew as she spoke that she would regret it, but the question needed an answer.
Did they get the girl?
She asked. Holstein became quiet. Did they get her? She heard an inhalation, followed by an expulsion of air, the sound of a man in retreat.
A woman died at the scene, a gunshot to the chest. The local PD assumed Donner killed her. That's all I know right now.
Rebecca Carter, she said.
I think that's a logical assumption.
Then the child was her daughter.
She didn't have a daughter, Holstein said. Not alive, anyway. Her daughter died 15 years ago.
That's right, McGrath said, knowing it wasn't. In the following days, she endured one interview after another, first with Holstein, then the inspection division, and an online interview with the detectives from El Paso PD. She answered the questions as best she could, but it didn't seem to be good enough for any of them. They reacted in different ways. Holstein was exasperated, exhausted, frustrated. The inspection division agents were cold and matter-of-fact, but their eyes told another story. The El Paso cops were angry, pissed off that this mess had been dropped in their laps. When Holstein had finished his questions, he slumped forward, his face in his hands, his elbows on his desk. Special Agent in Charge Lawrence Holstein had been McGrath's boss for the best part of a decade. He could be an asshole, just like all bosses, but she'd always respected him, and he respected her and Donner. That was why he gave Donner enough leeway to chase down Rebecca Carter. That was why he now felt responsible for everything that had gone wrong.
We should have stopped him,
Holstein said, his words muted by the heels of his hands pressing against his lips. Afterward, McGrath remembered the ground shifting a little beneath her chair, there in Holstein's shitty little office on the 4th floor of the Hoover building. In all the years she'd worked under him, she'd never seen him so small, so fractured. Part of her wanted to reach across his desk, take his hand, tell him everything was all right. But she didn't. She couldn't. She knew it would be a lie. We tried, McGrath said. Holstein looked out from behind his hands.
Not hard enough, he said. I gave him too much room, too much freedom. I should have reined him in, ordered him to back off.
He wouldn't have listened, she said. Not to you or me, not to anyone. Holstein slumped back into his chair, shrinking before her eyes, withering like a party balloon that's been hanging too long. She saw the tears in his eyes and had to look away. He sniffed hard and wiped them with the back of his right hand. Then he snapped back into himself, leaned forward, and his voice hardened.
I'll do what I can for you, he said. The inspection division is going to tear you to shreds and feed you to the Office of Professional Responsibility, piece by piece. But I'll vouch for you. Tell them you tried to stop him. It was you who called it in. They can't argue with that. But be honest with me. Please.
He emphasized the last word and paused until she looked back up to meet his gaze.
Is there anything you're not telling me? He asked.
Nothing, she said. He knew that was untrue, but he didn't argue. File number 89-49911-86. Subject, Rebecca Carter. Office, El Paso. Description, interview transcript, excerpt. Interviewee, Tomas Alonso, morgue attendant, Office of the El Paso County Medical Examiner. Interviewer, Special Agent Francis Visconti. Date, 01-15-2023. Francis Visconti.
You're not in trouble, Don't worry.
Tomas Alonso.
Don't worry. Look, I need this job, man. I got a kid in college. Every penny I got is...
Francis Visconti.
Your job is not at risk, I promise. I just need you to be honest with me.
Tomas Alonso.
I've been honest. Every cop and Fed questioned me today. I told them all the same thing. I told them the truth.
Francis Visconti.
I understand that. Now, I need you to do the same for me.
Pause. Sound of shuffling feet. Hard breathing. Tomas Alonso.
All right, goddammit. What do you want to know?
Francis Visconti.
Okay. You received Rebecca Carter's remains on the morning of January 14th, correct?
Tomas Alonso.
Yeah, her and the deceased male.
Francis Visconti.
Special Agent Mark Donner.
Tomas Alonso.
I didn't know he was FBI right then. He was just a deceased male, him and the deceased female. It was past the end of my shift. I shouldn't even have been here. Only Luis called me and said he had to go talk to the principal at his boys' junior high before school started. That kid's got problems, you know? So I said, sure, I'll cover the start of his shift as long as he's not going to keep me too long. Then I got the call saying they were bringing these 2 bodies over from the hospital. Be ready to receive them. It had been quiet. We only had a couple sudden deaths the night before, an OD and an accidental. Some old lady fell down some stairs.
Francis Visconti.
Okay, so the ambulance arrives with the bodies. Then what?
Tomas Alonso.
It's a van, not an ambulance. An unmarked van.
Francis Visconti.
All right, the van arrives. Then what?
Tomas Alonso.
The driver backs it into the loading bay. We got 2 bays here. I had the gurneys ready. The driver helped me lift the body bags onto the gurneys and I took them to the x-ray room. I did the x-rays and...
Francis Visconti.
While they were still in the body bags.
Tomas Alonso.
Yeah, that's how it works. Especially with gunshot victims. Means we can see where the bullets are before anything gets disturbed. So I did that, then I moved them to the examination room.
Francis Visconti.
Still in the bags.
Tomas Alonso.
Still in the bags. I broke the seals and opened up the bags, then I took photographs. You saw those, right? They're still clothed and everything, and their hands are wrapped in plastic to preserve whatever's under their nails and so on. That's when Luis showed up to take over. He was kind of in a fluster, running late and all. I let him get on with it, getting everything ready for the external examination. He assisted Dr. Mason in that, as far as I know. They would have stripped the bodies, looked for trace evidence, that kind of...
Francis Visconti.
But in the time you had Rebecca Carter's body in your care, are you certain she was dead?
Pause. Tomas Alonso.
The fuck you talking about?
Francis Visconti.
Are you certain Rebecca Carter was deceased?
Tomas Alonso.
Hospitals don't tend to send living people over to us. They're pretty thorough about these things.
Francis Visconti.
I understand that. But the body you received here, Rebecca Carter's body, are you absolutely certain she was dead?
Tomas Alonso.
Well, she was stone cold and she had a bullet hole right through her lung, so yeah, I'd say she was pretty goddamn dead.
Chapter 4. Feral child, the news report said. Rebecca had turned on the TV, hoping the noise would drown out the storm that had been raging inside her skull when she woke. It didn't work. She had let it play while she lay on the bed, staring at the stains on the ceiling. The motel room's myriad odors melded and separated, clawing their way into her head, bringing waves of nausea. The low scents of the thousands who'd lain on this bed before her, and whatever they'd left behind to soak into the mattress. She rolled onto her side and retched, spilling a mouthful of thick, blackish-red liquid. She might have slept some more, she couldn't be sure, but the newscaster's words grabbed her attention. Rebecca sat upright, her head swimming at the sudden movement. On the TV screen, Dry mountain scrub, a mobile home, a kettle grill on its side, a folding chair collapsed flat on the dirt. Words slid across the ticker at the bottom of the screen. Feral girl sighted, family attacked. Rebecca forced herself to focus on the images, to listen to the voice of the reporter. She crawled to the foot of the bed and onto the floor, dragging blood-stained sheets with her, then crawled to the dresser and the television that rested upon it. Rebecca brought her fingertips to the screen, felt the crackling static electricity against her skin. While the father suffered minor injuries, believed to be dog bites, Commander Emil Perez of the El Paso Police Department, West Side Regional Command, played down reports of a young girl living in the mountains above the city. The news report cut to a middle-aged man wearing a black and blue uniform. A single microphone hovered beneath his chin. Dark out when it was recorded.
Coyote attacks are incredibly rare, but they do happen from time to time, particularly when members of the public stray from the designated campgrounds around the park. That's why we recommend visitors to the Franklin Mountains use the facilities provided. If folks do that, then they have no need to fear the local coyote population.
The microphone ducked out of view, and a woman spoke. We're hearing reports that there was a young girl with the pack of dogs. Since this isn't the first such sighting, can you comment on that? As the microphone returned to the police officer's mouth, it picked up the withering tail of his sigh.
Listen, we've conducted several searches in several different areas, us and the combined search and rescue crews, and we've found no evidence of a child wandering the mountains.
A source in the department told us a child had fled the scene of the killing of FBI agent Mark Donner 10 days—
No,
Commander Perez said, his voice sharp, his dark eyes burning.
That's simply not true. Obviously, that's an ongoing case, so I can't comment beyond advising you not to repeat that kind of wild speculation.
But we're hearing rumors of a child fleeing a murder scene in El Paso only a few days ago, followed by sightings of a girl in the mountains overlooking the city. That's quite a coincidence, isn't it? The police officer shook his head.
I'm not going to waste my time or yours on this kind of nonsense. Again, we have conducted several searches and found no trace of a child in the park. That's all I'm going to say on the matter.
The report cut back to the studio, and the anchorwoman addressed the camera, assuring the audience she would share any new information that came to light. Wheels turned inside Rebecca's head. Since she'd become aware in the morgue, a cold, tiled room, how many days ago, she had been putting herself back together, piece by piece. Her consciousness had slammed into being in one blinding instant of pain, but brought with it no memory of who she was or who she had been. That came back in dim shadows over the following days, images floating through her mind, some taking shape and solidifying, while others faded and dissolved into nothing. The first thing had been her name. That, and the gnawing hunger. The first night she had walked the damp, cold corridors of the building, something like a hospital, but not quite, naked, wandering in circles, ducts and pipes above her head. Itching, burning pain drew a line from her chest to her back, memory of a wound. That was the first thing that came back to her, a flash, a booming explosion, then something piercing her. Then there was no air, her breath bubbling and wet in her chest until she drowned. Someone leaning over her, holding her, begging her not to go. A girl. Rebecca had tried to bring the girl's face into focus, but it remained a blur. Someone she loved. She knew that much. As she turned another corner in the winding bowels of the building, Rebecca had heard something along the corridor. There, a door held open by a fire extinguisher, a whirring and rumbling within. She entered the room, the floor wetting the soles of her feet. Before her, banks of machines, bed sheets rolling inside. To one side, a basket against the wall. Above it, a handwritten sign read, "For incinerator." She went to the basket and reached inside, digging through the clothes. They were packed in tight, so she tipped the basket over, spilling clothes onto the wet floor. Soon she wore a blood-stained sweatshirt, a pair of torn jeans that were too big at the waist, and thin-soled slippers. There was a metal door on one side of the room, painted dark green, an illuminated sign above it saying emergency exit. Rebecca pressed the bar on the door, and it swung outwards. A high electronic alarm sounded somewhere close by. She covered her ears and stepped out into the night. Rebecca had walked until the sky turned from black to deep blue, then burnt orange. When the sun edged above the buildings, she felt the prickling on her skin. She had spent the night in fear, but now the fear became sharp like a blade, an instinct taking hold of her. By the time she found a pile of garbage and cardboard in an alleyway, as she was burying herself beneath it, her hands had begun to redden, a crushing pain swelling behind her eyes. She had lain awake through that first day, hiding in the filth from the enemy sun, riding the waves of her fear. Her mind threatened to come loose and fly away from her grasp, and she might have let it go, but for one thing: the girl who had held her and begged her not to go. That one thought, that one image, had remained in her mind these strange days and nights since she woke on a steel table. The rest of herself had coalesced around the girl who bit into her own wrist and let her blood drip onto Rebecca's lips, her teeth, her tongue, the taste of her. She had spat out what she could, rejected it, but enough had remained to change her, to wake her long after there should have been no more waking. A girl Rebecca knew was part of her, had always been. Pale skin, dark eyes, and a shock of wild black hair, and love, so bright and searing hot that she could feel it still all these days after. Now, amid the low and churning odors of this motel room, Rebecca watched the television as a policeman denied any knowledge of a feral child roaming the mountains. A reporter pressed him, described numerous sightings of a girl running with a pack of dogs, but the policeman wouldn't yield. Rebecca backed away from the television, her legs still tangled in the sheets, and leaned against the foot of the bed. A name formed in her mind. Not a proper name, not something you would call a person, but a name nonetheless. She said it aloud, feeling the shape of it in her mouth as it became real. And again. "Moonflower," she said. Chapter 5. A dark and bloody dream stirred Moonflower to waking as light faded from the mouth of the cave. By the time she had become fully aware, the dream had faded into shadows, but a phantom taste lingered on her tongue, cloying and acidic, and a murmur of words in her ear. "You should have taken them," the voice said. "Your belly would now be full, and you would sleep deep and long." Moonflower told the voice to hush. She would not listen. The dogs huddled around her in a warm mass of fur. The Patterdale sighed and huffed, then burrowed further into the space between Moonflower's thighs and stomach. The dogs had eaten well the night before. Moonflower had opened each of the packaged steaks and brought the deep red flesh to her mouth. She mashed the meat between her lips, dragging out the hemoglobin until the steaks felt dry and stringy on her tongue. She then threw each one to the dogs in turn. Sweeney the Patterdale getting his first, because he had tracked the campsite down. Brave little man. It hadn't been enough. Moonflower had slept little. Every time she had dipped into slumber, the grinding in her stomach woke her. It hurt like a twisting blade, knotting her insides. And with every twist came the voice, telling her what she should have done, how good it would have tasted, how it would have filled her up till she was brimming over. "Shush," she told it. Moonflower didn't know how she'd lasted so long without feeding, how she'd kept the run of herself. For the first week or so, the thing inside had remained in the depths of her, only surfacing in her jagged and bloody dreams and the few snatches of sleep she'd been able to claim. Perhaps it knew the futility of rising, that it would find nothing but the mountain scrub and this pack of dogs, and she would not let it take one of them. She would die first. But now it crept to the surface, whispering its poisonous words to her. Shush. The temperature fell, the breeze from the mouth of the cave carrying the night's early chill. Moonflower sat upright, disturbing Sweeney. The Patterdale tumbled onto his back, righted himself, then pushed his head into Moonflower's belly, seeking her comfort. She scratched him behind the ears and told him, shush. Her stomach growled, frightening the dog. She reached for him, telling him it was okay, not to worry. Moonflower stood and climbed to the mouth of the cave. Sweeney followed, pressed himself against her leg. The cave rested in a hollow, a single path leading between two high slopes. The path channeled the wind, carrying dust, piling sand at the cave's threshold. Sweeney sniffed at the breeze. So did Moonflower. She found nothing in the air's currents. Neither did Sweeney. He lay down at her feet, resting his snout on his paws. "Should we go out?" Moonflower asked. She looked down at the dog as if he might reply with a reasoned answer. He glanced up at her, huffed, and returned his chin to his toes. Last night they had gone too far. The dogs, and her too. Just a family out camping, and they had made them afraid. The little boy, hiding under the motorhome. That image had been playing in Moonflower's mind through every wakeful hour since. Moonflower knew fear. It clawed at her to have inflicted it on someone else, someone who didn't deserve it. She thought it had been 10 days and nights, but she couldn't be sure. 10 days and nights since Mom had died in her arms. Moonflower had begged her not to go, but she went anyway. Anger filled Moonflower's heart, shoulder to shoulder with the sorrow. She couldn't tell which weighed more, only that it was all she could bear. Moonflower had bitten into her own wrist, through skin and vein, until she tasted her red self. Then she had held her wrist over Mom's open mouth so that she could take it, swallow it, and change. But Mom had spat it out. Moonflower had given her a chance to live, but she had refused it. That thought haunted her more than any other. A question nagged to be asked. A part of her, one buried deep inside where the hunger lived, knew the answer. She could not stand to hear it. The hunger clawed at her stomach once more, and she almost dropped to her knees. Sweeney shot to his feet and nuzzled her ankles as if he could cure what tormented her by touch alone. She would have to feed soon. The thing inside would only wait so long. She had never had to choose for herself. Mom had always done it for her. Men, mostly, who had done bad things, or planned to do bad things. Mom had ways of finding the bad men. They involved smartphones and social media accounts, and Moonflower had neither of those. And even if she did, she feared that she wouldn't know the bad from the good. When the hunger took over, when the thing inside rose up and took control, how would she choose? What if the hunger had taken her last night? What if she had listened to that whispering voice and dragged the little boy out from under the mobile home? She tasted him now. The idea of him, his blood filling her mouth, her throat, her stomach. In her mind, she fed hard, drained him, left him limp and empty. His parents, too, gorging herself, her belly so full she couldn't move. Should've, the voice said. No, she shouldn't have, wouldn't have, no matter how hungry she might be, Those people didn't deserve it. But who did? Moonflower sat down, her knees up to her chin. Sweeney tried to climb into her lap, but she pushed him away. He nestled at her feet instead, his head popping up now and then, sniffing at the air. She hated the smell of herself, the clothes she'd been wearing all these days, her sweat, the sour odors from the creases of her body. She imagined a pool of water just big enough to dip into, letting it wash her clean. It did no good. No more than imagining a mouthful of sweet, warm, coppery blood. "Fuck," she said out loud. Mom would have scolded her for it. "Don't swear," she would have said, her tongue sharp, and Moonflower would have ducked her head and said sorry and meant it. No more. Never again. She tried to identify the emotion that came with the image of her mother. Was it grief? That's what you do, isn't it? Grieve the dead? But that didn't seem the right word. She mourned her mother's absence, yes, but there seemed no finality to it, like a circle that wasn't quite complete, like a sliver of a gap that allows the light in. Even so, this emotion, whatever it was, turned like a rusty screw inside of her. Moonflower bowed her head and wept. Not the first time, wouldn't be the last. No counting the times she'd cried her heart out these last 10 days. She hugged her shins as Sweeney pressed his nose under her elbow, trying to climb into her embrace. Back in the cave, the other dogs stirred. They crept and crawled to her, gathered around her, nuzzled her back, her legs, her arms, formed a nest around her, a warm cluster she could lose herself within. Moonflower lay back, let the pack swallow her with their bodies, their warm pelts enveloping her, their tongues soft at her fingertips, her cheeks, her ears. She lay there, crying for her dead mother, crying for her living self. Moonflower cried hard and long. The dogs lapped at her tears. Chapter 6. McGrath's next and last interview was 2 days after she met with Holstein. She'd been on leave, but got a call at 8 that morning telling her to report at 10 to a room in the lower levels of the Hoover building, beneath the parking lot. She didn't question it. She showed up exactly 5 minutes early. The room stood at the end of a gray corridor whose concrete floor was damp with water dripping from the ducts above. The air had the taint of being recirculated too many times, the faint stink of mildew, of damp corners and dark recesses. There was no waiting area, nowhere to pass the 5 extra minutes, so she knocked on the door. A man opened it immediately, his tie loose, his shirt sleeves rolled halfway up his forearms. Middle-aged, tall and broad-shouldered, trim at the waist, dark hair with a neat side parting, smelling of a recent shower. He gave her a terse greeting and a courteous nod. "Thank you for coming in," he said, stepping aside to let McGrath enter. "Sorry about the short notice. I'd have liked a more comfortable room, but needs must when the devil drives, you understand." He closed the door behind her and indicated the chair she should sit in. A plastic chair, the seat and back one molded piece, metal legs. The kind of chair that sits in stacks inside storerooms waiting for a school assembly or a public meeting. Another just like it, opposite, his jacket slung over the back. No desk between. The man went to the other chair, lifted a phone, a notepad, and a pen, before sitting. He pointed to McGrath's chair once more. "Please," he said. She noticed the tripod in the corner, standing head height, another phone in a cradle on top, the camera side facing the chairs. "We're recording, of course," the man said. "I don't have legal representation present," McGrath said, looking directly at the lens as she sat down. "I want that on the record." "That's fine," he said with a condescending smile. 3 feet between them. Too close. You didn't give me your name, she said. I'm Special Agent Francis Visconti, he said. Let's get started. McGrath looked at him, then to the tripod-mounted phone in the corner and back at him. This was wrong. The meeting with Holstein had been informal, but this was not. A proper interview needed 2 agents on one side of the desk, the subject, her, on the other, along with a lawyer. Who are you? I've told you. You gave me your name, but that's not what I asked. You're not Inspection Division. You're not OPR. Who are you? He balanced the notepad on his knee, readied his pen. Agent Visconti, he said. I told you already. McGrath stood. No, she said. I've been through enough bullshit without this. Sit down, he said, pointing at the chair she'd just vacated. His voice carried the weight of a man who wasn't accustomed to being disobeyed. No, she said. He looked up at her with eyes full of weary patience. Agent McGrath, I want you to listen to me very carefully. You asked me who I am, so I'll tell you. I am the last line between you and your summary dismissal from the Bureau. Your next interview will be with the Inspection Division. They will butcher you, then present you to the Office of Professional Responsibility. The OPR will discard you like yesterday's trash. You'll be out of a job, no severance, no pension, nothing. She went to speak, but he raised his right index finger, silencing her. That's if you're lucky. If you're unlucky, someone, somewhere upstairs, will try to pin this mess on you. You had knowledge of Agent Donner's mental state, his delusions, his obsessions. You could have gone to your superiors with your concerns. When he came to you after he'd been placed on administrative leave, when he asked for information, you could have reported him to your superiors, but you didn't. You helped him. You son of a bitch, McGrath said. You fed him information. You helped him track down that woman. If not for you, he wouldn't have wound up in that old auto shop. He wouldn't have shot Rebecca Carter dead, and those cops wouldn't have killed him. Fuck you, she said, the words choking her. He smiled. Yeah, okay. Sure. But either you talk to me honestly, nothing held back, or I feed you to the OPR, let them grind you up and spit you out. Your life ruined. Over. Nothing left. Nothing. Not for you, not for Kara, not for your son. If they let you keep him, that is. What? McGrath asked, but the word barely escaped her mouth. She had no air left in her chest. She slumped back down into the chair. You know how difficult adoption is for same-sex couples. And the way things are going, it's only getting worse. You think a criminal prosecution against you is going to help matters? Visconti leaned forward, gripping his notepad in both hands, pointing it at her for emphasis. Let me make this real simple for you. Right now, you're almost certainly going to be charged as an accessory to your partner's crimes. It's very likely that you will be arrested before the end of the week. You will be charged, tried, and even if you're somehow found not guilty, you'll lose everything, including your little boy. I can prevent that, but only if you talk to me. If you talk to me honestly, if you hold nothing back, you can be at your desk within the hour, getting on with your day's work. That's your choice. You hold back from me, you lose everything. You talk to me, all your problems go away. You can't do this, McGrath said. Oh, Visconti said, smiling. Yes, I can. She looked down at her hands, her fingers knotting themselves in her lap. Decide, Visconti said. Now. She told him everything.
Diary of Emma Wilson, 9th June 1998. Hello, future me. Or whoever might read this years from now. Maybe nobody ever will. Who cares? It's important that I write it down anyway. Imelda always tells me to be in the moment, not constantly in my own head. If I want to be a writer, the moment is everything. Nothing before or after matters more than now. I tried to tell her that's how my brain works. Like I live behind a closed window, looking out at the world. I don't know how to be in the moment. I think writing it all down is the nearest I'll ever get. So here I am, in the moment. My version of it, at least. I'm on a plane. We took off from Shannon 4.5 hours ago, and will land in Boston 3 hours from now. It's strangely quiet. Everyone has been fed their horrible reheated dinners in foil trays, had their tiny little cans of Coke or 7-Up, or gin and tonics. I had a red wine. Imelda had a beer. Then another. I suppose that's why she's sleeping now. Half the passengers are asleep. The rest are reading books or watching the film they're showing. You've Got Mail. I've already seen it. Better than Sleepless in Seattle, but it's no When Harry Met Sally. So, while they're all passing the time in their own ways, I'm writing in the big notebook Auntie Maisie got me for Christmas. I'll miss her. I don't miss home. Like everyone I know back home, I couldn't wait to get out, to be anywhere but Northern Ireland. Things are changing. Even before I left for university, you could see it, you could feel it. But even so, I wanted out. I wanted a bigger, better life. That's why I went to Manchester. That's where I met Imelda. She's from Newry. That's a big town for Northern Ireland. I'm from Trandragee. That's a small town for anywhere. Famous for crisps and not much else. Strange, isn't it? I moved across the Irish Sea to study in England, a whole different country, and wound up being best friends with someone who grew up just down the road from me. It didn't seem to matter that she's Catholic and I'm Protestant. Outside Northern Ireland, that ceased to be an issue. Imelda and I both went home a couple of weeks ago to vote yes in the Good Friday Agreement referendum. It felt like a big deal at the time. Like we were voting for our future children. Now I'm on this plane, and Northern Ireland already feels like a made-up place. Such a small country. Who would spend decades killing thousands of human beings over a tiny patch of land with a lake in the middle? Who could possibly care enough? It couldn't be real, could it? I don't care, I know that much. If I never see home again, it'll be too soon for me. When we land in Boston 3 hours from now, we're going to get a bus to a place in Cape Cod called Hyannis. We've both got jobs lined up in a hotel. The owner sponsored our J1 visas. It overlooks the sea, apparently. I'd never heard of Hyannis before Imelda came up with the idea of spending the summer there. She says the Kennedys summered there. She's obsessed with the Kennedys. Her mother has a picture of JFK on her kitchen wall and went to see him in Dublin when he came to Ireland in the 60s. Imelda's made me watch that bloody Oliver Stone film 3 times. And she made me read this book called American Tabloid by James Elroy, the LA Confidential writer. That and Libra by Don DeLillo. I like them well enough, but Jesus, she goes on about them. I think if we see an actual honest-to-God Kennedy in Hyannis, Imelda will faint on the spot. It'll be hard work. Cleaning rooms, changing sheets, waiting tables in the restaurant, tending the bar. Imelda keeps dreaming about some millionaire guest, an heir to old money, who'll whisk her away to his family estate in New England. She says he'll need a good-looking wife for his career in politics. And she accuses me of living in my head. America. I've never been, but I feel like I've known it all my life. All those books, films, TV shows. It's like it was always only a street away, not halfway around the world. I'm sitting here on this plane, flying to a place I've never been, feeling like I'm going home. Maybe I am. Maybe that's where I was always meant to be. Maybe I'm going home, and maybe I'll never leave home again.
Chapter 7. Rebecca held her breath as she kneeled on the bathroom floor and searched the body. The stench had ripened through the day, and now it almost overpowered her. It wouldn't be much longer till someone outside caught the smell and alerted reception. They would investigate. Rebecca had to be gone by then. She pulled back the lapel of his suit jacket, heavy and sticky with blood, and delved into the breast pocket. Sodden as it was, it felt like reaching into some vile creature's throat. She found a half-empty pack of tissues, a keycard for the room, and a bundle of business cards held together with a rubber band. Edward Larrickson, financial advisor. "Call me Eddie," he had said, leading her into the room, one meaty hand wrapped around her wrist. Rebecca tossed the items to the tiled floor, ignoring the sickly spatter as they landed in last night's congealed blood. Her lungs began to ache, and she had no choice but to release the air she'd been holding in. She inhaled a fresh chestful. The smell came with it, low and cloying like meat on the turn. It reached into her nose and mouth, clinging to the back of her throat. She coughed and retched, but her stomach had nothing left to give. Once she'd recovered and blinked the tears from her eyes, she turned her attention to his pants pockets, patting the outside, feeling what she guessed to be his cell phone in the right and the key to the rental car in the left. With his back against the wall and his legs outstretched, it took some effort to force her hand down into each pocket. She felt the cold flesh of his thighs through the thin pocket lining. Once she'd retrieved the items, including a crumpled roll of $1 bills and a jangle of coins, she took care to set them on a clean portion of the tiled floor. Rebecca needed his wallet and whatever cash it contained. In his back pocket, she assumed. "Shit," she said. She shuffled backward on her knees, away from him, the fabric of her ill-fitting jeans sticking to the bloody floor. His shoulder slumped against the side of the bathtub, so her only option was to grab his jacket and pull him toward her. He had been a large man, maybe 250 pounds, and she wondered if she had the strength. She did, and then some. While she had a sense of his weight, the dead heft of him, it required far less effort than she'd anticipated. A memory flashed in her mind, sudden and bright, like a TV screen flickering to life. Moonflower, breaking a man's arm as if it were a twig. Rebecca remembered him now. A nurse. No. The nurse. Guthrie Chambers was his name. He had helped her and her daughter, given them sanctuary in his home many miles from here. And she had thanked him by threatening his life, by letting Moonflower break his arm. She remembered the glint of yellowy white bone piercing through his skin. It seemed a lifetime ago, but she sensed it was only a matter of days. I'm like her now, Rebecca thought. She felt the need to weep, to mourn who she had once been, to fear who she now was. She would not give in to it. Instead, she breathed deep, dragging the dead man's stench into her chest until it drove out every drop of sorrow, leaving only disgust for the things she had fed upon. There, in his back pocket, a brown leather wallet, fat and moist. She leaned back on her heels as she opened it. 1 debit and 2 credit cards tucked into the small slits. An inner pocket was packed tight with business cards of all sorts. The main compartment was divided in 2. The rear contained a wad of receipts, mostly from restaurants, a potted history of Edward Larrickson's eating habits. In the front section, 7 $20 bills, 2 10s, and a 5. Rebecca took care to remove the cash with the cleanest of her fingertips and slipped them into the back pocket of her jeans, and the same with his credit cards, before she tossed the wallet to land beside the tissues she'd discarded a few moments ago. She got her feet under her and stood upright. Looking down, she saw the deep red stains on her clothes. From her chest to her thighs, every part of her was soaked. Nothing to be done about it. She went to the sink and washed her hands, stained water flowing over the mirror fragments that lay there. But the deep red remained in the creases of her skin. Out in the bedroom, she found the man's suitcase resting open on a luggage rack. She rummaged through the contents and found an olive green t-shirt and a pair of shorts with a drawstring waist. Not ideal, but they'd have to do. Rebecca pulled the comforter from the bed and threw it across the bloody bathroom floor, hiding the blood and the scattered mirror fragments, creating a bridge between the bedroom and the bathtub. She stripped off her filthy clothes and walked across the comforter, pausing in front of the sink and the ghostly shadow where the mirror had hung above it. One large shard of mirrored glass lay in the basin. An idea formed in her mind, so she acted on it. She reached for a hand towel that hung from a metal loop beside the mirror, then wrapped it around one end of the shard of glass, forming a handle. With her left hand, she grabbed a fistful of her own hair, pulling at her scalp. With her right, she lifted the glass blade and sawed at the hair, leaving loose handfuls to fill the sink. A few minutes later, she was satisfied. A cropped mess, but it would do. She returned the mirror shard to the sink, setting it amongst the hair cuttings. Rebecca climbed over the side of the tub and turned the shower faucets. A shock of cold, then a gradual build to unbearable heat. Then she found a comfortable temperature. She stood for a while beneath the cascading water, letting it flood over every part of her. A tiny bottle of body wash stood open on the small shelf on the corner. She ignored the few pubic hairs clinging to the shelf and emptied the bottle's contents into one palm, then brought her hands together to form a lather before washing herself from head to toe. No crease, no corner was left untouched. She relished the cleansing, days of grime dissolving away. Water swirled around her feet, currents of red blood and black dirt circling around each other. Next, she reached for the shampoo and washed what was left of her hair, feeling the grease fight the suds. She rinsed and applied another palmful, working it into her scalp. How long since she'd felt the cleansing rush of hot water over her body? She recalled a place, not that long ago, a shower block in a trailer park, a view of mountains in the distance. It had been bitterly cold. She shivered at the remembrance. Memories had been coming back to her this way, fragments like the shattered mirror, a puzzle she had been assembling in her mind over the days and nights since she had woken, changed. Sometimes they came as images, still or moving, but as often as not they were sensations, smells, tastes, touches on her skin. The feel of her daughter in her arms, the soft and hard of her, the smell of her hair, the sound of her breathing as she slept. Rebecca had never known that to truly miss someone is not just an emotion, but a physical feeling with form and weight. She wrapped her arms around herself, embracing a girl who wasn't there, and wept. When she could bear to leave the shower, Rebecca crossed back to the bedroom, dripping warm water, and dried herself in the flickering light from the television. The local rolling news reports had moved on from the attack on the family and the sightings of the feral girl, relegating the story to a footnote at the end of each hour. But the facts remained. A girl running wild in the mountains over El Paso. A girl she knew to be called Moonflower. Moonflower, her daughter. Rebecca pulled on the shorts with the drawstring waist and tied them as tight as she could. Then she dragged the t-shirt over her head and shoulders. It looked more like a baggy dress. No matter. The soles of her sneakers were still sticky with blood, but there was nothing she could do about that. She thought about taking the cell phone with her, but she knew the man's body would be found within hours and the phone would pinpoint her location. Best to leave it here in the blood and the stench. She shoved $165 plus change and a few cards into one pocket, and the rental car key into the other, then went to the motel room's door. Quiet outside. Traffic in the distance, but that was all. The last remnants of the day lay dying, bleeding orange on the horizon, casting the mountains in silhouette. The mountains, where Moonflower wandered alone. She thinks I'm dead, Rebecca thought. It hadn't occurred to her before, but now the idea rang clear in her mind like hollow metal. She wondered if Moonflower grieved for her. The image of her daughter in sorrow caused a pain in Rebecca's chest. "I'm coming," she whispered. Rebecca stepped out onto the balcony and looked in each direction. No one around. She walked to the stairway that led down to the parking lot and descended. As she reached the bottom, a couple staggered, drunk from a room 6 doors away. She kept her head down, ignoring them, and they did not notice her. Halting in the middle of the lot, Rebecca realized she didn't remember what kind of car Edward Larrickson drove. She fished the key from the pocket of his oversized shorts and checked the logo before thumbing the unlock button. A Volvo's headlights sprung to glaring life, and its locks clunked open. She opened the driver's door and climbed in. The car smelled of him, the man lying dead in the motel room. Sweat and alcohol and days-old takeout food. Burger wrappers and drink cups lay crumpled in the passenger footwell. Never mind that. She turned her attention to the steering wheel in front of her, the pedals at her feet, and the key in her hand. A cold panic set in as she realized she didn't remember what to do. That piece of herself was missing, the part that knew how to do this. She closed her eyes. Over the past days, she had learned to trust her body to remember basic functions, like walking, breathing, swallowing. Wasn't this simply another? Rebecca remembered. She inserted the key into the hole on the steering column. The ignition, that's what it was called. She remembered that, too. Turn it. Nothing happened. She closed her eyes again, cleared her mind. As if under its own volition, her foot went to the brake pedal. She turned the key again, and the engine rumbled into life, resonating through the car. Her eyes still shut, her right hand dropped to the gear lever and pulled it back. Rebecca opened her eyes. "I remember," she said aloud. She moved her foot to the gas pedal, and the car eased forward, out of its parking space. Steering toward the lot's exit, she increased her speed from a crawl to a walk until she reached the road. Not much traffic. Rebecca looked up and to her right, the orange glow behind the mountains fading to a dark blue. All she had to do was keep them in sight while she drove. What would she do when she got there? She didn't know. Like every day since she'd woken on the steel table in the bowels of that building, she would figure it out. Chapter 8. It was Sweeney, the brave little Patterdale terrier who first caught the scent. He had been running through the scrub, 20 feet ahead of the pack, when he froze, his body stiff with intent. Moonflower skidded to a halt, her worn and tattered sneakers billowing up dust. The other dogs, the mutts and coyotes, slowed but did not stop. They lowered their bellies to the ground and crept forward. "What is it, Sweeney?" Moonflower asked. "What do you smell?" Sweeney sniffed at the air, looked back at her, then to the ridge 50 yards ahead. He yipped 3 times, then gave a low growl. Moonflower walked to him and hunkered down by his side. She scratched him behind the ears and told him he was a good boy, then stood upright and breathed deep through her nose, letting the dry mountain air fill her mouth, her head, her chest. Moonflower's stomach lurched as she found the scent, rich and sweet and deep red. It reached in through her nose and mouth, down inside her like a thorny vine, and into her belly, twisting and tearing. The voice in her ear, silent since she left the cave, now spoke. "Go to it." Sweeney dashed forward a few feet, huffing as he went, then came back to her, then forward again, insistent, and back to her, seeking permission to go on the hunt. "Wait," Moonflower said, holding out a hand to stay him. She knew that smell, would know it anywhere, no matter how faint. It sang to her, its chorus carried by the arid air, riding it like a seabird rides the updrafts. Her stomach groaned at the memory of it. "Go find it," the voice said. Where did the smell of blood come from? Whose was it? Some poor rambler who lay fallen and bleeding in a ravine? A woman given a bloody nose by her husband, or worse? A child who'd scraped a knee? None of those. She knew. The scent told her as much. Sweeney nudged her hand, then dashed away again. He stopped and looked back to her, barked, dashed forward once more. "All right," Moonflower said, as she stood upright. "Let's go see." Sweeney took off running. Moonflower followed, the others behind her. She churned her arms and legs, pulling the final shreds of strength from herself. Her limbs so weak, her ankles felt like they might snap against the dirt. Sweeney darted ahead, dipping in and out of view with the rises and falls of the scrub. She tried to call out to him to wait, slow down, but there wasn't enough air. Soon, it didn't matter, the scent guiding her more than the black rocket scorching through the scrub. She didn't know how long she ran. Her thighs and arms ached with the effort, but the hunger drove her on, pushing her forward, seeking the source of the sweet scent. That, and the voice urging her forward. After a time, Sweeney came to a halt, his body stiff and straight, pointing to the rise ahead of them. He growled and whined as Moonflower crouched beside him, the other dogs gathering round. "What is it?" she asked. "What's wrong?" But she knew the answer. She felt it too. The bone-deep need to find the source of the smell, the fear of what it might be. Whatever it was, it lay on the other side of the ridge. The scent pulled on her like a rope tied around her stomach. She placed a hand on the dog's head, feeling his skull like an apple in her palm. "We'll go and look," she said. "We'll see what's over there. If we don't like it, we can run away, all right?" Sweeney quivered, his tremors traveling through her hand and up into her arm. "Let's go and look." Moonflower stood upright and turned to the other dogs, told them to stay. They whimpered and cowered. She and Sweeney climbed up the slope, slow and steady, following the dark red fragrance. She stopped at the crest, looking down into a flat-bottomed hollow. Seconds passed as she tried to make sense of what she saw. A woman lying on her back, arms and legs spread wide, wrists and ankles tied to stakes that had been driven into the dirt, a rag shoved between her teeth. The woman stared up at the night sky, breathing hard through her nose, her heart rattling in her chest. Moonflower could hear it. But the smell, deep and warm and sweet. Small and precise incisions had been cut into the woman's bare wrists. Her blood dripped onto and into the dirt, each drop throwing up more of its delicious scent. Moonflower's stomach rolled inside of her. "For you," the voice whispered in her ear. She shook her head, a sharp twitch, as if warding off an insistent fly. Bait. She knew that much. Whoever brought this woman here, whoever had cut her wrists and staked her to the ground, knew that the blood would draw one who craved it. Sweeney trembled, fear pulsing from him. "It's okay," Moonflower said. We're not staying here. Stay, the voice said. A cramp seized her stomach, taking her legs from under her. She collapsed in a heap of elbows and knees. Sweeney muzzled her neck and cheek. She pushed him away, no strength left in her hands. Moonflower, someone called. She pressed her palms to her ears, willing the voice to be silent. Hadn't it tormented her enough? Moonflower. She froze, tangled on the ground. This voice had not come from inside her ear. Someone, a real person, not a phantom, had called her name. She held her breath and listened. Monica! A male voice, somewhere on the far side of the hollow. She lifted her head, scanned the scrub, trying to find who had spoken. Over here, he called. A young man stepped out of the shadows on the far side of the hollow. 18 years old, maybe 19, tall and slender, dark hair that touched his collar. Sweeney growled. Come down, the young man said, beckoning. It's okay. We won't hurt you. We? Moonflower looked back to the shadows, searching. There, crouching, maybe 15 feet behind, another boy, younger, around Moonflower's age. Knowing he'd been spotted, the younger boy stood and walked into the moonlight. Come on, the older boy said. It's okay. You're safe now. We're here to help you. I don't need your help, Moonflower said. Her own voice sounded strange to her. These long days and nights, she had only spoken to the dogs, not to a person. The only other voice she'd heard had been the insistent one in her ear, the one she knew could not be real. No, the older boy said, a gentle smile on his mouth. I can hear your stomach growl from here. As if it had been called, her belly groaned and roiled. You're starving, the older boy said. If you don't eat soon, you'll die. That thing inside you will tear you apart. It'll eat those dogs first, but soon, it'll eat you from the inside out. This is true, the voice whispered in her ear. Moonflower sensed the dogs around her, all of them trembling, all of them hungry. But not as hungry as she was. She had sworn to herself she would not feed on the dogs, even if they submitted to it. But could she keep that promise? When the hunger grew so she could no longer think, so her right mind could no longer contain it, could she hold to that oath? No, you can't, the voice whispered. Who are you? She asked. My name's Willard Hendry, the older boy said. You can call me Will. This is my little brother, Jacob. Jacob took a few steps closer and raised his right hand in a wave. What do you want? To help, Will said. That's all. Why? Because we're like you, he said. Jacob came to his brother's side and said, And you're like us. We heard about you on the news. We heard your mom died. We're real sorry about that. Moonflower dragged herself up to a sitting position. The dogs fussed around her, nuzzling and whining. You know my name, she said. The news said who your mom was and how you died all those years ago. And then there were all these sightings of a girl. We figured you were one of us, that you'd be all alone out here, so we came looking for you. Moonflower didn't believe him. She knew she should run. Instead, she hugged her knees to her chest and said, I've never met anyone like me. There are more like us, Jacob said. We have friends. Friends, the voice whispered in her ear. Such a strange word. It turned in Moonflower's mind. How long since she'd had a friend? Will put his hand on Jacob's shoulder and spoke to Moonflower. You're hungry. Come and eat. The woman, staked to the ground, let out a whimper, muffled by the rag that had been shoved into her mouth. Moonflower remained where she was, watching the woman struggle against her binds. She hasn't done anything, she said. She doesn't deserve it. Jacob went to speak, but Will squeezed his shoulder.
She tried to kidnap my brother, he said. She lured him into her car. God knows what might have happened if I hadn't been there to protect him.
Moonflower stayed silent, watching the woman whose struggles became more frantic, whose muffled whimpers had turned to dampened shrieks.
She would have hurt me, Jacob said.
Moonflower got to her feet. Are you sure? Is she a bad person? The voice in her ear told her it was the truth, even if her heart knew it was a lie.
Yeah, Jacob said. She's bad. She deserves it. Come and eat. If you don't, you'll die.
Moonflower descended the slope, taking slow, careful steps as loose sand and gravel shifted beneath her feet. The dogs followed, all of them quivering and whining with fear. Sweeney dashed ahead and approached the woman's open wrist. He sniffed at the dripping wound, then dipped his head to lap at the stained earth beneath.
Sweeney, Moonflower said, get away.
Take her, the voice whispered.
Come on, Jacob said, beckoning. We brought her for you.
Take her. She's a bad woman, Moonflower said, more to herself than to Jacob, forcing herself to believe it. She would have hurt you.
That's right, Jacob said. Come and eat.
Moonflower paused, shook her head, began to turn away. No, the voice said. Go to her. Eat. Moonflower's stomach growled, a long, rolling, yearning sound that echoed around the hollow. The pain doubled her over. She wrapped her arms around her middle, groaning in agony. Her gaze returned to the woman, and then the thing inside her rose up, no longer a whisper but a roar. Moonflower lunged. The woman screamed, her cries trapped in her throat by the rag. She bucked and writhed, but no force on earth could help her now. Moonflower fell to her knees beside the woman, swatted Sweeney away, and closed her mouth around the woman's wrist. She suckled there, letting the blood flow into her mouth, swallowing, relishing, and the voice in her ear fell away to silence. The boy, who said his name was Jacob, went to the woman's other outstretched arm, knelt, and brought his lips to the cut on her wrist. Under the black sky and its glittering stars, they both fed. Chapter 9. McGrath hadn't intended to get drunk that night. It just happened. She had attended Donner's funeral in the afternoon. He was Presbyterian. She hadn't known that until Holstein called her with the details. She and Donner had never talked about religion much, certainly not about church. She was a lapsed Catholic, so what did that make him? The service was at the Second Presbyterian, Richmond, 3 hours from McGrath's home in Hyattsville. She'd hugged Matthew goodbye before she left home earlier in the day and kissed her wife, but Kara's lips were hard against hers. McGrath asked her what was wrong. Are you sure you want to go? Kara asked. You don't owe him anything, Sarah. Not after what he did. All the hurt he caused you. I'm going, McGrath said. He was my friend. Nothing changes that. Okay, Kara said, and kissed her again, warmer this time, but McGrath tasted salt. She couldn't see Kara's face as she turned away, ushering Matthew back inside. But as the door swung closed, she saw her palm wipe across her cheek. A multi-story parking lot stood next to the Second Presbyterian Church of Richmond, made of a similar red brick, owned by the church, and it was disconcerting to look at. The church looked every one of its almost 200 years, and next to it, a building that couldn't be the same age, but somehow felt like it was. McGrath parked her Dodge Charger there, on the top level, and made her way to the church. She had wanted to lose herself in the congregation, stay out of sight, but the place was close to empty. Only the first few rows occupied, and sparsely at that. She had only a few moments of worry before she saw the casket. The sight of it, standing on a trestle at the front of the aisle, took the strength from her legs. Donner's photograph, his graduation picture from Quantico, in a frame sitting on top, among a cluster of flowers, reds and yellows and whites. McGrath dropped into a pew halfway down the church. The phone in her back pocket knocked on the wooden seat, the sound reverberating around the building. She held her breath, waiting for someone to turn around, seeking the source of the disturbance. For a moment, no one did, but then Donner's widow turned her head. Liz saw McGrath, their eyes meeting. McGrath raised a hand in a weak wave and immediately regretted it. Her hand retreated to her lap as Liz looked away. They had eaten together many times over the years. Sometimes the Donners hosting McGrath and Kara, other times Kara cooking for Mark and Liz. McGrath had seen their girls, Jess first, then Emma, growing from babies to young women. Liz had sent a beautifully wrapped gift of baby clothes when Kara and McGrath had adopted Matthew. Their lives had been entwined for years, but Donner had been the connective tissue. Now he was gone, and McGrath felt the bond between her and Liz had been severed. The service was short. A few words from the minister, a couple of hymns, no eulogy. When it was done, a gathering of men hoisted the casket on their shoulders and carried it down the aisle. At least half of the pallbearers were employees of the funeral home, paid to be there. So few friends to carry Donner on his final journey. McGrath stayed in place as the dozen or so mourners filtered past, following the casket. As Liz and the girls passed, Liz touched her arm. Her eyes were lined with red, her face shaded with sorrow.
"Ride with us,"
she said, her voice a coarse whisper. McGrath shook her head, but Liz mouthed, "Please," so she followed her. They rode in the back of a long black limousine, Liz and McGrath next to each other, Jess and Emma facing them. The girls stared at their clasped hands in their laps. Emma, the younger, wept freely. Jess remained dry and still. After an agonizing time, Liz said, "You were a good friend to Mark." McGrath thought, was I? She almost asked the question out loud. Was she really? Should she have listened to him better? When he ranted about the monster he chased, should she have believed him? She struggled for an answer. She loved him. She hated him. He drove her crazy. She would have done anything for him, and she did. It cost her dear, and still, it wasn't enough. "We worked together a long time," McGrath said, the words crumbling and stale in her mouth. She felt Liz's body stiffen beside hers. "That's all you have to say?" Liz asked. "He loved you," McGrath said. "All of you. Those last few weeks, all he could talk about was getting back together with you." Liz turned her gaze to the window, the passing streets, her mouth shut tight. The girls said nothing, their faces blank. "That's all I've got," McGrath said. "I wish I had more." The best part of a minute passed before Liz took a breath and spoke again. "You could have saved him." The words stabbed at McGrath, punched the air from her lungs. "No," she said. "Nothing could." "You could have," Liz said, her voice coming from deep in her chest. "But you didn't." They fell into brittle silence for the rest of the short journey. Less than 10 minutes from the church to Mount Calvary Cemetery. McGrath held back as Liz and the girls followed the casket to the graveside. Unwelcome, an intruder. She seethed with rage at what Liz had said to her because she knew it was true. She could have saved him, but she hadn't. Sleet fell, driven by the wind, stinging her skin. She turned her face to it, let it lash at her because she deserved it. The minister spoke over the open grave. McGrath heard none of it from where she stood. "God damn you," she said. Donner or herself, she wasn't sure who she cursed. Liz held her girls to her, the three of them sheltering one another. She raised her head and looked at McGrath. McGrath saw the hate there, roiling, churning. The insane idea grasped her that she should cry out to Liz, to all of them, that she was innocent. She had done nothing wrong. But that would have been a lie. And then she realized Liz needed this. She was angry, hurting, and she needed something, someone, to turn her hatred upon. Maybe that was the one good thing McGrath could do now for the widow and the man she buried today. Let Liz hate her. So, McGrath met her gaze and took it, the burning weight of it. She held her ground for what seemed like an age before letting her head drop. Then she turned and walked back to the church parking lot. It took almost an hour, with one or two wrong turns. By the time McGrath reached the parking garage where she'd left her car, she was soaked, freezing, the cold biting down deep into her bones, her fingers numb. 3 hours back to Hyattsville, and it had gotten dark, the sleet turning to snow. She found shelter inside the garage's pedestrian entrance and called Kara. "Hey, how was it?" Kara asked. "Not good," McGrath said. And she recounted what had happened, the words Liz had cut her with. "She's grieving," Kara said. "She needs someone to lash out at." "I know," McGrath said. "Still hurts, though. Listen, I'm dog-tired. It's dark, and the weather's pretty bad. I think I'll find a hotel and stay here tonight. Do you mind?" The stretch of silence before Kara gave a reply suggested that she did indeed mind. "Fine," she said. She allowed McGrath to speak briefly with Matthew, but he was cranky from missing his nap and didn't have much to say for himself. They exchanged terse goodbyes before McGrath hung up and searched for accommodation on her phone. There was a Hampton right around the corner, so she grabbed her travel bag from the car. McGrath was in the habit of always carrying 3 days' worth of clothes and toiletries in the trunk. She walked the short distance to the hotel and took the cheapest room they had. That done, she left the hotel and went to the bar across the street. Wednesday night, the place was quiet. McGrath ate half a club sandwich in silence before her appetite abandoned her. Then she pushed the plate across the bar and reached for her beer. "Something wrong with it?" the bartender asked as he lifted the plate. "Not hungry," McGrath said. He nodded and walked away, experienced enough to know when a patron wanted to talk and when they wanted to be left to drink in peace. 3.5 hours, 4 beers, 2 pours of wild turkey, and a vodka and cranberry later, she called him over, seeking another drink. He placed a tall glass of water in front of her. "Maybe sit this one out, huh?" McGrath looked at the water, then at him. It crossed her mind to tell the bartender to go fuck himself, but of course, he was right. Kara would have told her the same thing. So she paid her tab, along with a good tip, and crossed the street to the hotel. Back in her room, she cried a little. For Donner, for Liz, and for her own wife, whom she knew she'd let down by staying here and getting drunk. When she had no more tears left, she unclipped her holster from her waistband and pulled her Glock from the leather. She popped the magazine and removed the round from the chamber before locking them all inside the safe on a shelf in the closet. It wouldn't do to have a loaded firearm close to hand when she was drunk. Drinking brought dark thoughts, and dark thoughts sometimes brought foolish actions. She knew that only too well. The room swayed around McGrath as she lay on top of the comforter, still wearing the black suit she'd dressed in that morning. It remained damp from the sleet and snow at the graveside, and now it chilled her skin. She considered undressing, but decided against it. Was she too tired? Or was it one more act of contrition? She hadn't arrived at an answer by the time she fell into a swampy sleep.
Diary of Emma Wilson, 22nd June 1998. I was right. It's hard work. The hours are long, whether it's making up rooms, waiting tables, or tending the bar. But the tips are good, especially in the restaurant. People go on vacation and they get drunk and generous. I only work the restaurant 1 or 2 nights a week, but I sometimes finish my shift with $200 in my back pocket. The tips aren't so good when you're cleaning rooms. Apart from one time, a kid had puked up all over the place, and the family left a 50 on the nightstand. I bloody earned that. I've been here just over 2 weeks, and I love it. From the moment we stepped off the plane, I could feel it. Like all the grey weight of home had lifted from my shoulders. There was a moment when we finally found our way out of the airport and stepped onto the pavement, when my feet touched the ground, and I felt everything fall into place. I've loved every minute of it since. So has Imelda. We share a room with 2 other girls. One's English and the other's Spanish. Catalonian, actually. She's quite firm about that. I suppose it's like some people from Northern Ireland insisting they're British, not Irish, or vice versa. Her name's Esther, and the English girl is called Charlotte. They're both good fun, especially Esther. She has a different way of seeing the world than the rest of us. I can't quite describe it, but she takes joy in things in a way we don't. She's a little older, late 20s, but you wouldn't know it from the way she gets on. Her skin is a beautiful brown colour, and her eyes are dark like chocolate. I would never say this out loud, but I might have a bit of a crush on her. Not that I swing that way, but still. Our room is at the back of the hotel, so we don't have a view of the sea. It's small, and we have to share a bathroom with another 4 girls. But it's fine. We have everything we need, and more money than we can spend. I hope to have a few $1,000 saved by the end of the summer. God, the end of the summer. It seems forever away, but I'm dreading it already. Imelda and Charlotte are both complaining of being homesick, but I'm not in the slightest. What's the opposite of homesick? Whatever it is, that's me. Today's our first proper day off, so we all went out last night and got roaring drunk. Charlotte threw up in a trash can. I don't think she's ever gone drinking before, not properly. She swore that she'll never drink again. We all said, yeah, right. The others are still sleeping, so I've come down to the beach. It's early, so there aren't many people out yet. Just a few swimmers and sailing boats. The sun is so bright on the sand that it hurts my eyes. Maybe that's the hangover. The sea is all deep blue and silver. The sky a lighter blue, with wisps of white cloud so faint I can't be sure they're really there at all. The air smells of salt and seaweed, and coffee from the little restaurants all around. I don't think I've ever been so happy in my life. Here, look at me, being in the moment. Imelda's taken a fancy to a man. She says he's a bit older, maybe 30 or 35, she's not sure. He came to the restaurant during the week and ordered a meal. Imelda says he flirted with her, and she flirted back. That's not unusual. It's how you get good tips. But Imelda says she meant it. Esther saw him too. She said he's very handsome, but there's something dark about him. Something cruel, she said. It means the same in English and Catalan, apparently. Which, of course, is exactly what Imelda likes about him. According to Tyrone, the barman, he comes to the restaurant every few weeks. He always drinks water, barely touches his food, and always takes it to go. He sounds like a weirdo to me. But again, that's exactly Imelda's type. I've told her she needn't think she's taken any strange man back to our room. She'll have to find somewhere else to ride him if that's what she's planning on. It'll be July the 4th in a couple of weeks. It falls on a Saturday this year, so it's going to be even crazier than usual. And apparently it gets pretty crazy. The hotel will be at capacity, and the restaurant has been booked out for weeks. All hands on deck, we've been told. If we're not making up beds, we're taking drinks orders. If we're not taking drinks orders, we're wiping down tables. I'm a little bit terrified and a little bit thrilled, but mostly just happy to be here. I haven't phoned home for a few days. I suppose I should do that later, before it gets too late in Ireland. Mum cried last time I spoke to her. She says she misses me. So does Dad. I miss them too, of course, but not so much that I want to come home. What I didn't tell her is the thing that's been on my mind ever since I got on the plane. I might never come home again. The sun has gone behind a cloud, and the breeze off the sea has gotten cooler. It feels like it might rain. It'll be the first I've seen since I got here. I should head back. Maybe bring some coffee and donuts for the girls. See how their hangovers are doing. But I don't want to move, even if it's gotten colder. I want to stay here forever.
Chapter 10. Rebecca exited the highway that curled up through the mountains, following the signs for the campgrounds. The news reports had said the family had been attacked when camping, that the feral child and the dogs had been spotted close to the campgrounds. The narrow road twisted and turned through the rises and falls of the scrub, no sign of life of any kind. She passed a few RV parks with sites marked out in white paint, sheltered picnic benches, barbecue pits, almost all of them empty. Eventually, the road came to an end, terminating in a large space for vehicles to turn. A single dirt track cut away from it, leading deeper into the mountain wastes. Rebecca followed it, the car juddering and rattling around her, feeling like it might shake itself apart. Soon, she had lost sight of any hint of civilization. Nothing but scrubland all around, lit by an icy moon, black sky spanning the horizons. Something pulled her this way, like magnetic north guides a bird, telling her to keep going just a little farther. Rebecca had traveled perhaps a mile along the dirt track before she slowed to a stop. The trail had become too rough, and she didn't think the car's suspension could take much more. She remained there for a time, her hands on the wheel, her foot on the brake, the engine idling. Then she turned her head, searched the hills from east to west, and saw nothing. She imagined her little girl, her moonflower, out here all on her own, alone and afraid. How could she survive? "Oh, baby," she whispered to herself, so quiet the words were lost within the car's thrum. Rebecca shut off the engine and opened the driver's door. She climbed out into the chill night air. Strange how the cold no longer bothered her. She was aware of it, could feel it on her skin, but it did not concern her. She pushed the door closed and walked several paces along the track. All was quiet save for the ticking of the cooling engine and the wind that swept over the scrub. She turned in a circle, scanning the slopes up to the horizon. Why had she driven out here into the mountains? How could she hope to find anything or anyone in this wilderness? Then she caught the whisper of a scent, so faint she almost lost it before finding it again. Perhaps it was only her imagination, a phantom odor summoned by her own hunger. She closed her eyes and became still, like Lot's wife turned to salt, except for the cold air she drew into her nose and mouth, smelling, tasting. There, lacing the breeze, scant but unmistakable, but tainted by something else, something darker. Rebecca took another inhalation, letting the air rest in the back of her mouth, in her nasal passages, letting it fill her head. It would have been maddening had she not fed the night before. That idea, the memory of the man whose body she'd left behind in the motel, soured her stomach. She opened her eyes and began walking, following the scent along the dirt track, quickening her pace as the air thickened with it. No more than 5 minutes passed before the smell took her from the track and up a steep slope. Low vegetation pulled at her feet, threatened to trip her. She picked her way through it until she reached the crest and looked down into a clearing that formed a basin below her. At its center, a form spread-eagled on the dirt, arms, legs, and torso barely visible in the moonlight. She descended into the basin, slowly, wary of the terrain and of whom might be watching. As she drew closer to the form, she saw it was a woman, and that her wrists and ankles were bound to stakes hammered into the dirt. The sweet smell wafted from her and caused Rebecca's mouth to water. But now she recognized the darker undercurrent. Death crept close to this woman as the last of her leaked onto the barren ground. Rebecca kneeled down next to her, reached out, pulled the rag from her mouth. The woman gasped, and her eyes fluttered open. The moonlight accentuated the pale skin, the blue lips. She stared at the black sky, unseeing. "Who did this to you?" Rebecca asked.
"Help,"
the woman said, the consonant blunt as she clung to consciousness.
"Help me."
Rebecca took the woman's jaw in her hand, turned her head so their eyes met. "Who did this to you?" The woman blinked, her eyes focusing.
"Boys,"
she said, the word trailing away with a weak and watery hiss. "Stay," Rebecca said, giving the woman's cheek one hard slap. The sound of it echoed around the hollow. "Boys? How many boys?" The woman's face creased with confusion, then slackened with fear.
"Please, help me,"
she said. "I can't," Rebecca said, no emotion in the reply because she felt none. "You've lost too much blood. How many boys?"
"2,"
the woman said.
"2. A little boy and an older."
Her eyelids flickered and her jaw loosened. Rebecca slapped her once more. She gasped again, coughed, and moaned. "Was there a girl?" The woman stared up at her, aware now, seeing her as if for the first time.
"A girl," she said. "They called her Moon. The moon. I can't.
Rebecca slapped her again, and again, harder, but it was no good. The woman was gone. "God damn it," Rebecca said. She touched the woman's cheek and said a silent prayer that she would stay dead, that she would not wake here hours from now, filled with a fierce and desperate hunger. Rebecca would have made sure of it if she'd had a knife. She stood upright and stepped away from the woman's lifeless body. Moonflower had been here, no question. Now the cold crept beneath Rebecca's skin and touched her heart. She studied the bonds on the woman's wrists, the precise incisions there, the rag that had silenced her, and the stakes driven into the coarse earth. Someone had gone to a great deal of trouble to bring this woman here, to secure her, to bleed her. Someone had laid a trap for her daughter. Rebecca was certain. And it had worked. She stood there, locked in place by fear, unable to see a way ahead. Panic bubbled up, threatened to topple her. Then she heard them. The dogs. Rebecca remembered a moment, not very long ago, beneath a different mountain sky. Moonflower, with a small voice saying, "There are dogs." She held her breath and listened. Through the wind's constant rumor and sigh, she heard barking, whining, yelping. Over there, beyond the far rise. She set off at a jog, gathering speed as the noise became more distinct. As she reached the top, she paused and looked down to see another dirt track, and some distance away a car, and circling around it a pack of 5 dogs, all different kinds, barking, howling. Rebecca could sense their distress from here. The car's lights ignited, and the engine coughed into life. "Moonflower!" she called. Rebecca ran down the slope, struggling for balance as the bone-dry earth shifted beneath her feet. She stumbled as the ground leveled, fell to her knees, but she pushed herself upright, her momentum carrying her forward. The car moved off, the engine note rising with its speed. The dogs scattered at first, then chased it, barking as they ran. Rebecca churned her arms and legs, faster than she could ever have imagined, closing the distance between her and the vehicle. Then it accelerated, dust billowing from its spinning wheels, swallowing up the dogs. They scattered left and right, clamoring their distress. Rebecca tried to find more power in her legs, but she couldn't, and the car sped farther away, barely visible now through the clouds of dust, its taillights glowing red. She screamed her daughter's name as she tripped and fell, sprawling on the stones and gravel of the track, feeling them bite into her palms and knees. The dogs heard her cries and came running. They gathered around her, whimpering, nuzzling her shoulders and neck. She pushed them away, but they insisted. They knew the smell of her, recognized its echoes of moonflower. They sought her comfort, but she had none to give, so she kicked at them as she hauled herself upright. Rebecca screamed her daughter's name to the lights that receded into the distance. Chapter 11. Moonflower lay in a deep, dark pit of sleep, stirring now and then, rising to the surface, but never managing to breach. There were impressions of the world above, shifts in the nature of the darkness, but they were few and indistinct. No dreams down here, apart from one. Strong hands and arms lifting and carrying her, weightless. Changes in light and temperature. Variations in the feel of the air against her skin. Smells of confinement, then release, then warmth. Settling on something soft and warm that invited her deeper into sleep, bidding her to sink down, down, until all around her was a womb. She might have stayed there for years, decades, centuries. She didn't know. But eventually she began to rise to the surface. She lingered just beneath for some time, aware of the world above, but unable to reach it. When she finally became aware, the first thing she saw was a wall. Beige wallpaper with a single dark stain shaped like a teardrop. Above it hung a framed picture that was a simple pattern of colors, varying shades of brown and rust. The kind of nothing picture that hung on the wall of every cheap motel she and her mother had ever stayed in. Her cheek rested on a pillow, a thin comforter pulled up to her chin. She felt the creases in the sheet beneath her, the seam of the pillowcase against her cheek, heard highway traffic in the near distance. How did she get here? Moonflower remembered running with the dogs, Sweeney chasing down a scent, coming to a ridge, and below, the woman staked to the ground, the boys who called her name, her mouth closing around the neat cut on the woman's wrist, drawing out the sweetness and swallowing. Then, nothing. A thought appeared, first slowly, hesitating on the edge of her mind, then rushing in, ringing with alarm. If she was here, where were the dogs? Moonflower sat upright, the comforter falling away, and startled at the sight of the younger brother sitting on the end of the bed. She scrambled back, her shoulders rattling the headboard. The boy stared back at her, then smiled.
"Hey,"
he said. It took a moment for his name to come to her. Jacob, he'd said. She looked across the room and saw his brother, Will, asleep on the other bed. "Where are the dogs?" she asked.
"We had to leave them behind."
She felt the chill of fear in her stomach. "Why? They need me."
"No, they don't."
"They do. They need me to—"
"They'll be fine. The coyotes will go back to the wild, the other dogs will find people. Maybe you needed them, but not anymore."
"Why not?"
"Because you have us now."
"No," Moonflower said. She climbed from the bed and crossed to the door.
"Where are you going?" Jacob asked. "It's light out."
As he spoke, a thin blade of sunlight that cut through the gaps around the door settled on Moonflower's hand, burning. She backed away from the door. "Where am I? How did I get here?" Jacob smiled and gave a small laugh.
"We're just outside of El Paso. You were feeding, both of us were, and you fell asleep right there. You were exhausted and starving, and you just laid your head down in the dirt and closed your eyes. You didn't wake up even when Will carried you to our car. The dogs were barking and whining and jumping up at you, but you didn't hear them."
"You just took me? You didn't ask?"
"How could we ask you anything? Besides, you wouldn't have lasted much longer out there. You would have taken one of the dogs first, then you would have gone to one of the campsites and hurt somebody."
"No," she said, not believing herself. "I wouldn't have."
"Yeah, you would have. You would have tried to feed on someone, and maybe you'd have gotten away with it, and maybe you wouldn't. Maybe you'd have been caught, or worse. Either that, or you would have starved out there, all alone."
Moonflower knew it was the truth, but she would never admit it to him. A chair stood in the far corner by the bathroom door. She went to it and sat, drawing her legs up, resting her feet on the edge of the seat. She watched Jacob over her knees. Who was that woman? He seemed confused for a moment. Then he understood.
"The one we fed on? We brought her for you. We knew you'd be hungry."
"I only feed on bad people," Moonflower said. "People who deserve it."
"Who gets to decide who deserves it and who doesn't?"
"Mom," Moonflower said. Heat came to her eyes, but she would not cry. Not now, not here.
"Your mom can't decide that for you anymore," Jacob said, kindness in his voice. "You have to choose for yourself."
"I don't know how." He got off the bed and sat cross-legged on the floor in front of her.
"First, you have to choose if you want to live or die, whether you want to starve or not. After that, it's not that hard. Deserve has nothing to do with it."
She studied him for a moment. "Just a kid, like her." "What do you want with me?"
"We told you," he said. "We want to help you."
"Why?" He gave her an open, honest smile.
"Because you're one of us," he said.
Chapter 12. McGrath knew she shouldn't have gone to El Paso. She knew it when she booked the flight, when she drove to Richmond International, when she boarded the plane. Every step of the way she knew it was wrong. She wondered if there was a name for that emotion, that feeling when you know you're making a terrible mistake, but you have no choice but to do it anyway. This morning, her mind and body churning with a hangover, McGrath woke to find 3 texts and a voicemail from Kara, asking was she up yet, when she was leaving, when she would be home. She tried calling Kara back, but it went unanswered. By the time she showered and dressed, it was almost 11. She checked out and went to the parking garage around the corner to her car, the hangover gathering strength with every passing minute. Her mistake had come 20 minutes into the drive back to Hyattsville from the funeral, along I-95 as it left the northern outskirts of Richmond. She'd had the radio turned to some middle-of-the-road music station, bland, soft rock, smooth and inoffensive, Steely Dan, Toto, Supertramp. She blotted it out, used it as a wall between her and the world beyond her car. Then, on the hour, the news bulletin cut in. It wasn't the first, second, or even the third story. The fourth was the one that described some poor woman found dead in the early hours of the morning, staked to the ground in the mountains above El Paso, her body drained of blood. "Jesus," she said aloud. McGrath took the first exit she saw and pulled into a supermarket parking lot. She opened the web browser on her phone and Googled El Paso Mountains woman found staked to ground. The first hit was from the El Paso Times. Woman discovered slain in Franklin Mountains. The lead line read, "Police sources say the victim, yet to be identified, was found with ankles and wrists bound to stakes driven into the ground. She had been drained of blood." "Drained of blood," McGrath said. The pieces aligned in her head, but it didn't make sense. These things she knew. The girl Rebecca Carter claimed to be her daughter had fled the scene of her and Donner's killing. Rebecca's daughter had died 15 years ago, and her body had disappeared. Rebecca Carter's body had disappeared also. A girl had been spotted wandering the mountains above El Paso, and now a woman was found drained of blood in those same mountains. All these lines pointed in one direction, no matter how crazy it seemed. She had to see for herself. If she hustled, she could make a flight from Richmond International to El Paso with a short layover in Dallas-Fort Worth. It would be a mistake. The right thing to do was drive home, go back to her wife and their adopted son. But McGrath needed this. She knew what Donner had believed the girl to be. She knew he was delusional. She knew none of it could be true. She knew all those things, but she booked the flight anyway. At close to 5:30 Mountain Standard Time that evening, McGrath rented a car at El Paso International Airport. Before she left the parking lot, she called the number for the El Paso Police Department headquarters. She told the operator who she was and that she needed to speak with the detective in charge of investigating the murder of the woman who had been found early that morning. The case might be related to one of her own, she said, which at least carried a sliver of truth. With a weary voice, the operator asked McGrath to hold while they transferred her to the West Side Regional Command Center. She explained herself once again to another operator, and again she was asked to please hold. She listened to a loop of information messages for what seemed like an eternity. Eventually, the hold recordings gave way to a brief ringtone, followed by the noise of wind blowing across a phone's microphone, and then a gruff voice.
"This is Detective Darius Thatcher. Who is this?"
"Thanks for taking my call, Detective, and I'm sorry for disturbing you," she said, sensing courtesy was the wisest tactic. "I'm Special Agent Sarah McGrath, FBI Cybercrime Division, based out of D.C. I have reason to suspect the murder you're investigating might overlap with a case of mine."
"Well, shit," Thatcher said. "Ain't that a coincidence?"
McGrath heard the sneer in his voice, and an alarm rang somewhere in the back of her mind. "Oh?" she said, keeping her tone smooth and calm. "How so?" He snorted out a laugh, the kind you give when you know you've made a fool of someone, that fool being McGrath. She withered inside and sunk down into the driver's seat of the rental.
"Well, it just so happens I have a colleague of yours standing right next to me. And would you believe this murder just so happens to overlap with a case of his? I mean, shit, what are the odds?"
She had no reply. That feeling of making a terrible mistake, the one that had washed over her when she boarded the flight to El Paso, came flooding back in. She heard another voice, low and insistent, then Thatcher replying, saying her name followed by hushed words. A moment later, Thatcher said,
Your colleague would like a word."
McGrath almost ended the call right then, but instead she said, "Okay." There was a rumbling and crackling as the phone was handed over.
"McGrath!"
A familiar voice barked. "Yes," she said, the word loose and watery in her mouth.
"I thought I told you to call me as soon as you got into town."
She remembered him then. That room in the bowels of the Hoover Building, the two of them facing one another, the threats he made. How she spilled everything right there in front of him. Special Agent Francis Visconti. I don't understand," McGrath said.
"Doesn't matter. You're here now," he said. "You got a car?"
"Yes," she said. Confusion rattled and hummed in her head.
"Good. Meet me at the West Side Command Center in an hour."
He hung up before she could reply. McGrath arrived at El Paso's West Side Command Center 50 minutes later. It stood on the other side of the mountains from the airport, a low brown building set amid wide, sprawling streets. She parked in the public lot in front of the building and sat there for a while, her hands on the steering wheel, trying to gather the courage to move. When she checked the clock, she realized another 15 minutes had passed, making her late. She cursed and got out of the car. She locked it and walked to the building's entrance. The inside looked like every other government building she'd ever seen, all beige paint, oak veneered wood, and stained ceiling tiles. And the same odor, Lysol and mildew fighting for supremacy. A bored-looking sergeant sat behind the screened-off reception desk. McGrath showed the sergeant her credentials and asked for Detective Thatcher. The sergeant lifted a telephone handset and spoke to someone, her hand over her mouth, then hung up and pointed to a closed door with a keypad. "Thank you," McGrath said. Before she reached the door, it opened from the inside, and a man in a cheap suit looked her up and down.
"McGrath?"
he asked. She nodded.
"I'm Detective Thatcher,"
he said, stepping aside as he held the door for her.
"This way."
He didn't speak as he led McGrath down a dimly lit corridor. When they reached a door labeled Meeting Room 2, he stopped, pushed it open with one arm, and waved her through. Inside, Special Agent Francis Visconti sat at the far side of a conference table, his pale gray suit seeming to melt into the beige cinder-block wall behind him. A collection of folders and printed pages were spread out in front of him.
"Thanks, Darius,"
he said. Thatcher nodded and said,
"Shout if you need anything."
He closed the door behind McGrath, leaving her alone with Visconti. Visconti pointed his pen at the chair opposite.
"Sit,"
he said. She remained standing.
"Suit yourself," he said. "What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same question," she said.
"Yeah, I suppose you could. And my answer would be none of your business."
He leaned back in his chair, studying her. His gaze burned.
"Come on,"
he said eventually.
"Sit down and talk to me. Why did you come here?"
McGrath pulled the chair out from the table and dropped into it, the fatigue catching up to her. "Same reason you did," she said.
"And what reason is that?"
"Quit fucking with me," she said. "You know damn well I came because of that woman who was found in the mountains. Same as you know her murder is connected to Mark Donner's death, and to the disappearance of Rebecca Carter's body, and the sightings of a child up there. That's why I'm here, and it's why you're here." McGrath braced herself for his reaction, which she assumed would be one of anger. Instead, he gave her a rueful smile and opened the folder in front of him to reveal a selection of 8x10 photographs. She knew what they were before he tossed them across the table to her. The woman, wrists and ankles staked to the ground, precise cuts in the wrists, her skin gray and blue, drained of blood. One image taken from a height, a few feet away, the photographer presumably on a stepladder, her body like a star. An offering, McGrath thought. A sacrifice. To whom? She's been identified as Emilia Santos, Visconti said. 52, separated from her husband, no children. Her car was found in the parking lot of a diner north of the city, doors unlocked and open. The assumption must be that she was snatched from there sometime last night. Detective Thatcher is awaiting CCTV footage from the diner. Time of death has been hard to determine because there's no lividity to go on, too little blood to collect in the extremities. We'll know more when the autopsy is performed tomorrow morning. The CCTV won't do you much good, McGrath said. And why is that? Visconti asked. He already knew why, but she told him anyway. Because whoever snatched her from that parking lot won't be clearly visible to the camera. They'll be overexposed, a blur of light. He watched her for a few seconds, reading her, before he spoke again. There was one set of tire tracks found about 100 yards away from the scene, and another about a quarter-mile in the other direction. They're too indistinct to tell us much, other than that the two cars arrived there separately. Also, a pack of dogs was wandering the area, agitated, aggressive to anyone who approached them. 3 domestic dogs and 2 coyotes. Animal control rounded them up. The girl was seen with dogs, McGrath said. Monica Carter. Her mother called her Moonflower. Monica Carter died 15 years ago. Yes, and her mother died 11 days ago, and her body disappeared, just like Monica's did 15 years ago. But whoever this child is, the one that got away from the cops the night Mark died, the one that's been sighted running with the dogs in the mountains, she didn't kill this woman. Something wicked and gleeful danced in Visconti's eyes. Why not? McGrath paused, got her thoughts in order. Because this isn't how she operated. Snatching someone from a diner, maybe. She and her mother did that all right. She and her mother? Unless Rebecca Carter had another child, and I believe the child is Monica Carter, dead or not, and I think Rebecca Carter is out there too, dead or not. Visconti grinned. Most people would say that was crazy talk. She didn't return his smile. I'm aware of that. Doesn't make it wrong. What else? He asked. You're an exceptional investigator, albeit from behind a desk, not in the field. You can't tell me you haven't put more of this together. Tell me what you've got. McGrath took a breath and said, It wasn't Rebecca Carter or her daughter who snatched that woman and staked her to the ground. They were too careful with the bodies. They always hid them well. Most weren't discovered for months, and I'm pretty sure there's more we'll never find. She tapped the photograph of the woman with her fingertip. This woman's body wasn't hidden. She was staked out to be found. Whoever did this wanted her to be. Pieces slotted together in McGrath's mind, the lines intersecting. What? Visconti asked. They didn't want her found dead. They wanted her found alive. Why? To draw someone in. Someone used her as bait. Who? He asked. I have no idea. Maybe someone... She couldn't finish the sentence. The idea was too insane. Someone what? She shook her head, kept her mouth shut. Say it. Someone like Monica. Someone who needs what she needs. His smile faded, then flickered back to life, like he was enjoying this game. Crazy talk, he said, his eyes fixed on hers. A question flared in McGrath's mind, and she needed the answer. What are they? Monica Carter, her mother, the people who laid that trap for her. What in God's name are they? Visconti opened his mouth to reply, but a knock on the door silenced him. The door opened, and Detective Thatcher stepped through, carrying an iPad. I thought you should see this. My counterpart at Central Regional Command sent it over. He placed the iPad in front of Visconti, an image on the screen of a man's slumped form. McGrath could see the red from her side of the table.
A body was found in the bathroom of a motel. Throat opened, massive blood loss. My counterpart figured it might be related to our victim. Body's still in situ, if you want to see it.
Visconti swiped the iPad screen with a fingertip. One bloody image after another. Then he looked up, smirking.
What do you say, Special Agent McGrath? Want to go look at a body?
Diary of Emma Wilson, 6th July 1998. Oh, God, I'm so tired. I've never worked so hard in my life as I have these past few days. So many bloody people. So many kids with too much sugar in them. So many adults with too much drink in them. Every single bit of me is sore, literally, from my head to my toes. I've got blisters on my feet. I've got blisters on my blisters. My throat hurts from shouting orders over the noise. I'm surprised I have the strength to hold my pen. And there's no let up. I'm on shift again in 30 minutes. We all are. Don't know how we'll get through it, but we'll manage somehow. Besides, I'm at just over $600 in tips for the weekend right now, and I expect to clear $1,000 before it's over. I've never held so much money in my hand at once. Imelda hasn't spoken to me since the early hours of Sunday morning. I'd be upset about it if I wasn't so fucking tired. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't flirt with him. I didn't lead him on. I didn't make any moves on him. But still, she's blaming me. Hold on. Shit. My brain's so frazzled that I'm not getting things in order. Let's go back a little. We finally got a break sometime around 1 a.m. on Sunday morning. The crowds had thinned out a little. The bar was still packed, but people were slowing down, mostly. The 4 of us went out to the parking lot at the back of the hotel and sat on the steps. The emergency exit held open with a fire extinguisher. We could hear the people inside, shouting and singing so loud they drowned out the noise of the sea. There were still a few fireworks going off here and there, occasional bangs and flashes in the sky. I had half a pack of Camels in my pocket, and we each took one. Esther had been the only one who smoked regularly when we first got here, but now it was getting to be more of a habit. I found I liked that rush as the nicotine hits your brain, and I was craving it more often. I lit everybody up and inhaled my own, relishing it. That's when he stepped out of the shadows. I knew who he was the moment he appeared, even though I'd never seen him before. He couldn't be anyone else. The one Imelda had been going all gooey over these past few weeks. "Hey," he said, from across the small parking lot. Imelda had been entirely wrong about him. He wasn't handsome. He was beautiful. Not movie star pretty, not like Tom Cruise or Brad Pitt. He was beautiful like the sky or the sea is beautiful. Like the way grass feels under your bare feet, or the sun on your skin, or snowflakes in your hair. God, I'm gushing, aren't I? Overwriting, it's called. I must learn not to do that. But it's all true. Imelda shot to her feet like she had a coiled spring under her arse. I swear, her toes left the concrete step, and she nearly fell on top of me. Esther remained seated next to me, her shoulder touching mine, but I felt her stiffen. "How are you?" Imelda asked, simpering and giggling like a schoolgirl. The man approached, his hands in his pockets. He wore a light-coloured linen suit, an open-necked shirt. As he came closer, I saw he was indeed around 30. Maybe older, maybe younger. It was hard to tell. Dark hair, eyes even darker than Esther's, but pale skin that seemed to shine in the dimness behind the hotel. He reeked of money. "I'm good," he said. "It's been a hard weekend, huh?" "God, yeah," Imelda said, bright and bold as a robin. "Flat out. This is the first proper break we've had since this morning." He placed a foot on the bottom step, 2 below where my own feet rested. Without meaning to, I drew my ankles and knees together. He moved his gaze between each of us. "Imelda and Esther, I know. And you're Charlotte, right?" Charlotte nodded, giggled, and coughed out a billow of cigarette smoke. He looked at me, eye level. "You, I don't know." "Emma," I said. It came out a whisper, so I said my name again, filling the shape of it on my tongue. "Emma Wilson." He smiled and said, "You have almost the same accent as Imelda, but not quite. Could I please have one of those?" I blinked back at him, not knowing what he meant until he pointed to the pack of Camels in my hand. I whispered, "Sure," and held the open end towards him. He plucked one, brought the filter to his lips, then looked at me as if he expected something. Eventually he asked, "May I please have a light?" "Oh, of course," I stammered. I held up the cheap disposable lighter and flicked the wheel a few times before it caught. He leaned in, his skin glowing in the flame. As the tip of the cigarette sparked and embered, his fingertips grazed the back of my hand. I felt the touch right down into my belly, and further, lower. My face grew hot, spreading down my neck and chest. I'm sure he must have seen my cheeks turn red in the flickering light of the flame. I released my thumb from the lighter's button, and the flame died. He straightened and inhaled, his chest expanding, and then breathed out the smoke. It seemed to linger about him, unbothered by the night breeze. I cleared my throat and said, "You didn't tell us your name?" "Michael," he said. "Michael Adams." He had that strange kind of American accent, the one that rich New England people have, the one that arches over the vowels and lands lightly on the consonants, like the Kennedys have. No wonder Imelda was so besotted with him. "Thank you for the smoke," he said, and took another drag. "I'll see you around." He looked at me when he said it, and I felt my skin flush anew. Then he walked away, around the side of the building, disappearing into the pool of darkness there. We all remained quiet for what seemed a long time, but couldn't have been more than a few seconds. It was Imelda who broke the silence. "You fucking bitch," she said, pushing past me down the steps. "What?" I said, as she turned to face me. I let out a laugh, thinking it was some kind of joke. When I saw her face, I knew it wasn't. "You knew I liked him," she said. "Yeah, I know. What did I do?" "What did you do?" She pointed 2 fingers at me, her cigarette gripped between them. "You were giving him the come on, that's what." I laughed again, shaking my head. "No, I wasn't." "Yes, you were. And he was giving you the glad eye too. Fuck's sake, we're supposed to be friends, and you go and do that on me." I got to my feet, my anger rising with me. "I didn't do anything. You need to wind your neck in." She took 2 steps towards me. "Don't you tell me." Stop, Esther said, her voice sharp enough to cut both of us. There's no point fighting over that man. You should leave him alone. He's, what you call it, bad news. You both forget about him. We go back to work now. Imelda stood glaring at me for a moment before she threw her cigarette at my feet. She pushed past me, climbed the steps, and marched back into the building. I went to chase after her, but Esther took hold of my arm. Charlotte glanced at us both before following Imelda inside. Listen to me, Esther said. She'll be okay. But you leave that man alone, yes? I couldn't look her in the eye. I've no intention of... I'm serious. Esther's grip tightened on my upper arm. I know men like him. They use girls like you. I've no interest in him, I said, at all. I believed it when I said it. But hours later, as dawn crept into our cramped room, as I lay in bed listening to the other's gentle breathing, it was him I thought of as I reached down beneath the sheets.
Chapter 13. When Rebecca had entered the reception area of the women's homeless shelter early that morning, her exposed skin had already started to redden and sting, an ache pulsing behind her eyes. The dawn had chased her down the mountainside as she drove, sunlight reaching for her through the glass. She had no idea what she would have done had she not spotted the shelter's discreet signage as she passed. Rebecca had found a parking spot several blocks down the street. As she walked back to the shelter, she became conscious of her appearance in the oversized t-shirt and shorts, as well as the blood-soaked sneakers on her feet. The clothes she could explain, but not the shoes. She kicked them off, tossed them into a dumpster, and walked the rest of the way barefoot. An inscription on the door read, "A Place of Peace." A legal-sized page was housed in a frame by the door that said the shelter was for single women in need of emergency accommodation. It gave the address of another shelter for women with children. She pressed a button, heard an electronic chime, and waited.
"Can I help you?" a voice crackled.
Rebecca couldn't think of what to say, what to ask for. "I need a place to be," she said. "Just for today."
"Could you look right at the camera, please, and the doorbell? I can't quite make you out."
Rebecca saw a lens above the button she had just pressed, and a memory came to her. She had been in a convenience store with Moonflower, and she had caught a glimpse of her in the security monitor behind the register. Moonflower's skin had appeared as an indistinct glow. Even her coal-black hair seemed to burn like a flare. Rebecca supposed whoever watched her now saw something similar. "Please," she said, "can you let me in?" A long pause. Then a buzzer sounded, and the door shifted in its frame. Rebecca opened it and stepped inside. The vinyl tiles chilled the soles of her feet as the door closed behind her. A woman whom Rebecca judged to be in her 50s stood behind the reception desk, watching her. A small silver cross hung from a fine chain around her neck. She beckoned. Rebecca took slow steps toward her. The woman leaned her elbows on the desk and smiled.
"Are you looking for a bed?"
"Yes," Rebecca said.
"Is this your first time?"
"Yes." It was the truth. In all the years she and Moonflower had wandered, they had never once needed a place like this.
"Well," the woman said, "the dorm is only open 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. We have classes and counseling sessions throughout the day if they could be of any help to you."
"Please, I just need somewhere to be. Inside. I won't cause you any trouble." A set of double doors opened on the other side of the reception area, and a group of women emerged, talking among themselves. All ages, all races, carrying backpacks and rolled-up sleeping bags. The woman behind the desk tilted her head as she regarded Rebecca.
I can offer shelter to a woman suffering a mental health crisis. We have a couple of private rooms in back. It'll mean talking to a counselor, though. Are you prepared to do that?
I guess, Rebecca said, knowing she wasn't.
All right, the woman said. I just need you to fill out this form. Don't worry if you can't remember all your details. It's just for our records.
She placed a sheet of printed paper and a pen on the desk. Rebecca filled it out as best she could, giving her mother's maiden name, Denise Mathers, in place of her own, and a made-up street name and number from Madison, Wisconsin, for her address. She left the space for her Social Security number blank. As she wrote, she noticed the woman's attention on her hands and the bloodied creases she'd been unable to clean, no matter how hard she scrubbed. When she was done, she placed the pen on the page. The woman turned the page and skimmed the details.
Is any of this accurate? She asked.
Rebecca didn't answer.
Listen, women come here for all sorts of reasons. A lot of times it's to hide. Just remember, no one's here to judge you. We're here to help, that's all. Come on.
The woman led Rebecca through the double doors into a dormitory furnished with rows of bunk beds. Women moved around the room, packing their things, some of them speaking in hushed tones, most of them silent. At the back, the woman showed Rebecca into a short corridor with smaller rooms branching off. She opened one of the doors and guided Rebecca into what felt like a cell. A bed against one wall, a clothing rail against the other, a small desk with a lamp. Rebecca went straight to the window and closed the blind, the room falling dark. The woman stood, holding the door open.
You can sleep if you want. Sister Hannah's the counselor on duty today. She'll stop by sometime this afternoon, okay? Bathroom's down the hall. Come back to reception if you need anything.
Thank you, Rebecca said. The woman left, pulling the door closed behind her. Rebecca sat on the edge of the bed with its thin mattress and creaking springs. She had so seldom seen kindness that it felt strange to her. Over the years she had become wary of it, always seeking the motive that it masked. Here, she found none. Rebecca pulled the coarse blanket and thin sheets aside and lay down, pulling them back over her head. They were clean, even if they had a stale odor. Sealed in a dark cave of her own making, she closed her eyes and drifted to the edge of sleep. Hours had passed by the time a knock on the door woke Rebecca. She startled from her shallow rest and sat upright, the blanket spilling away, the bed springs creaking beneath her weight. The door opened, and a small and slender woman appeared as a silhouette in the doorway. "You mind if I turn on the light?" she asked. Rebecca didn't answer. Instead, she reached for the lamp on the desk beside her and pressed the switch on its base. It allowed enough light to show the small woman's gray pants and cardigan, the lines on her tanned face, the silver threads in her black hair. The woman entered, closed the door, and said, "I'm Sister Hannah Cicero. May I sit down?" Rebecca shrugged and said, "Okay." Sister Hannah walked to the desk and pulled out the chair. She placed it beside the bed and sat down. "Denise Mathers," she said. "Is that your real name?" Rebecca shook her head and chewed on her thumbnail. "Do you want to tell me your real name?" Rebecca shook her head once more, feeling like a child in a principal's office. She noticed the crucifix Sister Hannah wore. "You're a nun?" she asked. "That's right," Sister Hannah said. "But I'm also a counselor. I specialize in helping women who've had to run away from things. Have you had to run, Denise? Is that why you're here?" Rebecca nodded. This woman's accent wasn't Texas. To Rebecca, it sounded more like New York, Brooklyn, the kind of accent that's not often heard anymore outside of old movies or TV shows. "Who did you have to run from?" Sister Hannah asked. Was it your partner? No, Rebecca said. No one. Then why did you have to run? Rebecca knew it was madness to say any more, but she spoke anyway. I did some bad things, she said, and I can't take them back. Do you want to tell me about them? Sister Hannah asked. No, Rebecca said. I don't think you'd believe me anyway. You'll never know unless you try. Rebecca turned her head to the window, obscured by the blinds she'd closed earlier. Is it dark out yet? It's getting there, Sister Hannah said. Rebecca pushed the blanket and sheets back, swung her legs out of the bed. I need to go. Sister Hannah reached out a hand. Maybe you should stay, rest a little longer. And I'd like to know more about you. Do you have any family? A daughter. I don't know where she is. What's her name? What age? Would you like me to see if I can contact her? Moonflower. She looks 12, but she's older. There's no way to reach her. That's a pretty name. Is she in care? Rebecca stood, her balance wavering. No, I need to go look for her. Wait, please, sit down, Sister Hannah said. Do you have any other family? Are your parents still around? My father died, but Rebecca slumped back down on the bed. My mother's alive. When did you last speak with her? Sister Hannah asked. 15 years ago. Long time. Would you like to speak to her now? There's a phone in the front office you can use. An incandescent light ignited in Rebecca's chest, and her eyes welled. Yes, please, she said. Chapter 14. The day dragged on into evening, slouching like a child to punishment. Moonflower's sense of time had diminished in the years since she'd changed, and now she struggled to tell the difference between a minute and an hour. But she knew this day was long and grinding. She'd spent most of it pretending to sleep. The others knew she was pretending, but she did it anyway. As stupid as it felt, it was better than having to face them. The brothers said little to each other, and when they did, it was in a soft whisper, as if exchanging secrets, as if Moonflower couldn't hear every word of it. They talked about routes, mostly, which roads they should take and which they should avoid. Those were the only whispers she heard. The voice in her ear had been silent all day. The thing inside had eaten its fill and retreated to the depths of her. It would be back before too long, she knew. For now, she let the silence fill her head. Time, such as she understood it, passed that way. When boredom had finally gotten the better of her, Moonflower sat up in the bed and pointed at the small flat-screen TV on the dresser. "Can we switch it on?" she asked. The brothers exchanged a glance. "It doesn't work," Jacob said. A remote control rested on top of the dresser beneath the screen. Moonflower climbed off the bed and crossed the room. Jacob lifted the remote as she reached for it. "I tried already," he said. "Didn't I, Will?" Will lay stretched out on the other bed, his forearm across his eyes. "Didn't I?" he said again. Will hauled himself upright, dropping his bare feet to the floor, and rubbed at his eyes. "It's dark out," he said. "We should hit the road soon." "Where to?" Moonflower asked. Jacob's face brightened. "The Bay Area. That's where we live. We have a big house in the hills outside San Francisco. We have friends there." "Friends," Moonflower echoed. "Are they like us?" "A couple of them, yeah. We all live together. You'll like it there, I promise. There's lots of rooms. You can have a bedroom all to yourself. It's a safe place. You won't have to run anymore." Moonflower's mind lingered on that idea. No more running. It had been years and years since she'd been able to stay in one place for more than a few days. Imagine, a room of her own, a bed of her own. But if Mom had taught her one thing, it was caution, not to trust anyone. "What if I don't want to go with you?" she asked. Jacob shrugged. "I guess we can't make you." Will remained quiet, staring at the floor as he flexed his toes against the thin carpet. "How far is it?" Moonflower asked. Now Will spoke, sliding one palm against the other, skin hissing. 2 nights' drive. 3, maybe, seeing as we've already wasted some time. "Maybe you should go clean up," Jacob said. "You can borrow one of my shirts." Moonflower looked down at the ragged top she wore, already caked with dust. Now the front was spattered with red. "Here," he said, digging into a backpack. He tossed a scrunched-up t-shirt to her. It smelled of stale sweat, but it was better than the tattered top she wore. She went to the bathroom and closed the door behind her. A towel had been hung over the mirror above the basin. She turned both handles on the faucet until the water was warm, splashed some on her face, then turned it off again. Beyond the door, she heard the brothers' voices, hushed and urgent. She pressed her ear against the wood and listened. "You need to eat soon," Jacob said. "I'll figure something out," Will said. Footsteps as they moved around the room, gathering their belongings. "You're mad at me," Jacob said. "I can feel it." "I'm not mad at you." "Yes, you are. I'm not mad at you. I mean, no more than usual. You're a pain in the ass, but what else is new?" A stretch of silence before Jacob broke in. "We did the right thing, didn't we? She couldn't have survived out there all on her own. We made her safe. That's a good thing, right?" "Whatever happens next," Will said, "this is what you wanted. Just remember that." Moonflower looked to the window over the bath, wondering if it opened. And what was on the other side? Nothing. She went to the bathtub and pulled the curtain across before turning the faucets until the water from the showerhead was as hot as she could stand it. Leaving her filthy clothes in a pile on the floor, she stepped into the tub and beneath the cascading water. She let it flow over her, washing away days of sweat and grime, the dry mountain dirt that had collected in the folds of her body. She lathered and rinsed her hair 3 times, washed it until it squeaked against her fingers. Moonflower thought about the brothers, and whether or not she could trust them. They said they wanted to help, and maybe they did. She couldn't be sure. But there was someone else who would help her if she asked. She had hurt him last time she saw him. Hurt him bad. But even so, she knew in her heart that if she went to his door, he would shelter her. A hard knock on the bathroom door stirred her from her thoughts. "We need to go," Jacob called. "Okay," Moonflower said. She shut off the water and stepped out of the tub, dripping wet. One dry towel remained hanging from a metal loop on the wall. She scrubbed hard with it until her skin glowed hot pink. Then she dressed in Jacob's sweaty t-shirt and her own grimy clothes before opening the bathroom door. The brothers stood waiting, each with a backpack, looking back at her. "Do you really want to help me?" she asked. "Of course," Jacob said. "Then take me to Tucson," she said. Chapter 15. McGrath had never gotten used to the smell. The way it reached way down deep into her stomach and squeezed it like a fist. She knew there was no dignity in death, no matter how you go. We all shit our pants in the end, each and every one of us. Edward Larrickson was no exception. McGrath and Special Agent Francis Visconti stood at the doorway to the bathroom. The uniformed cop in charge of the scene, a Sergeant Craig, had told them to go no further. He had been flustered when they arrived and flashed their badges and credentials, hadn't wanted to let them in. Visconti had spoken to him in that manner he had, the one that tells you what you do next will have potentially life-changing consequences. Craig surrendered and handed each of them a pair of blue plastic overshoes.
You want us to put on overalls? Visconti asked.
Not much point, Craig said. Forensics have done everything they need to do. It's a cleanup operation now. He let out a big barrel chest full of air and raised his hands. Listen, I'm sorry if I was curt. The motel manager's on my ass to get our people out of here. We're disturbing the other guests. That, and my people have been here long past the end of their shift. I want to get things shut down, get the body the hell out of here, and 2 feds showing up for a looky-loo ain't what I need right now. But Detective Thatcher says you have a serious interest in this case. Just don't go walking through the blood in the bathroom, all right? Not that you can contaminate the scene much more than it has been already. It's just, I'd rather no more blood got tracked back through the bedroom, you know?
We understand, Visconti said with a man-to-man, cop-to-cop smile. We'll be in and out in no time. So they slipped on the overshoes and entered the motel room. McGrath noted the bloodstains everywhere. Handprints, footprints, splashes, a pool of it on the unmade bed, as if someone had vomited it up right there. Thumb-sized smears on the light switches.
Plenty of prints, Visconti said to Craig, who hovered at the motel room's door, lighting a cigarette. Yeah, Craig said. They're being processed right now. If there's a match, we'll have it soon.
The stench hit McGrath halfway across the room. Her hand went to her mouth and nose. Visconti cleared his throat. He paused, took a packet of tissues from one pocket, a small bottle of cheap cologne from the other. As he gave one tissue to McGrath and took one for himself, he looked back to Craig for permission. Craig waved, "Go ahead," and Visconti sprayed once, twice, 3 times into McGrath's tissue, then the same into his own. The pungent scent made her eyes water, but she was glad of it all the same. As they stood in the bathroom doorway, she pressed the tissue to her nose and inhaled until she felt dizzy. The victim lay on his side, his legs bent at the hip. On the tiled floor, the remains of a print left by his ass in the blood.
What do you see? Visconti asked.
McGrath scanned the room, taking it all in. It had been so long since she'd seen a real crime scene. She'd gotten used to her desk, her chair, her notebook, her computer keyboard. Had she ever really had an appetite for this? Did she ever really crave the hunt? He was leaning against the tub when he died, McGrath said. She imagined him slumped there. Someone rolled him onto his side.
Why? Visconti asked.
To search his back pockets. Look, there. She pointed to the floor, where the ghosts of several shapes lay in the congealed blood. Visconti called to Craig.
What was found on the floor here?
Craig replied from the outer doorway, careful not to breathe cigarette smoke inside.
Business cards, a pack of tissues, a wallet. Any cash in the wallet? No. No cards either. We'll be alerted if anyone tries to use them, of course.
Drifts of hair lay in the sink beneath a shard of mirrored glass with a towel wrapped around one end to form a handle. McGrath knew the hair would be of no real use without the roots for DNA analysis. Look, she said, pointing to the tub, and the red streaks on the wall above it. Someone took a shower. They washed the blood off. The floor was a mess, scattered with more fragments of mirror. It looked like someone had clumsily mopped up about a gallon of blood, but the mopped area came to a halt a few inches before the tub, leaving the space where the shadows of the wallet and business cards remained. McGrath looked back into the room, saw that the comforter had been stripped from one of the beds. Speaking to Craig, she said, "Did forensics take a comforter away from here?"
"That's right,"
he replied. Then he said to Visconti,
"She's sharp, this one."
They needed to take a shower, McGrath said, but they didn't want to walk through the blood, so they stripped a comforter from the bed and laid it on the floor. She heard Craig laugh behind her.
Yeah, she's sharp, he said. But she ain't telling you nothing the local crew didn't figure out already. You're not bringing anything new to this deal, so why are you here? What are you looking for? Maybe nothing, Visconti said. But we sure do appreciate your help. Craig flicked his cigarette butt over the railing, down to the parking lot below. Don't patronize me, you fed motherfucker, he sneered. He might have said more, but his cell phone chimed. He fished it from his pocket and went to lean against the rail as he took his call. Visconti nudged McGrath's elbow and pointed back into the bathroom, toward Edward Larrickson's corpse. You notice anything else? She stared and studied, but saw nothing. Look at the hands, Visconti said. The fingers. Mr. Larrickson was found more than 12 hours ago. He'd probably been lying here for 24 hours before that, seeing as housekeeping hadn't been inside for 2 days. What would you have expected to see in his fingers? We can assume he sat upright for some time after he died, but even on his side like that, his hands are the lowest point. What does gravity do to the blood of a dead person? There's no lividity, McGrath said, trying to suppress the glee in her voice. I mean, no, there's a little purple coloring to his fingertips, but nothing like you would expect. So he was drained of blood. Even with his throat cut, even with how much has been spilled out onto the floor, there should still be a good amount left inside of him. Visconti leaned into the bathroom, keeping his feet on the right side of the threshold. Looks like some of it wound up in the toilet bowl. Like someone maybe puked it into there. And on the bed, McGrath said. Yeah, I saw that too. She turned and looked up at Special Agent Francis Visconti. Who the fuck are you? She asked. You want to see my B's and C's? Which division do you work for? She asked. You're not CID, you're not intelligence. Who the fuck are you? Before he could answer, Sergeant Craig uttered a curse on the balcony outside. McGrath and Visconti looked toward him as he entered the motel room. God damn, he said, staring at his phone's glowing display. What? Visconti asked. Huh? Craig looked up as if he'd forgotten the agents were there. Oh, I got the preliminary results back from forensics. They got a match right away on those fingerprints. Said the matches lit up like a goddamn Vegas jackpot. But they can't be right. I mean, I got them right here. They sent it all through to my email, but it's all wrong. McGrath and Visconti both moved away from the bathroom doorway, back into the bedroom. What did they come back with? Visconti asked. Craig shrugged and said, It doesn't make any sense. It has to be a mistake. Come on, Visconti said. Tell us. Like I said, they got a match right away. An arrest made in Arizona just a couple weeks ago, at Christmas. Prints were taken at the Flagstaff FBI field office. McGrath knew then. So did Visconti, she realized, but he did a better job of hiding it. But this doesn't make any sense. It has to be a mistake. They're going back and redoing everything. Visconti kept his mouth shut. McGrath knew he wanted to say something, to complete the puzzle that Sergeant Craig was laying out before them. He was one answer ahead, like always. In the vacuum, McGrath spoke. Tell us, she said. What's the mistake? The person the prints match, Craig said. A woman. She died right here in El Paso, 11 days ago. What was her name? Visconti asked. McGrath wanted to answer, to say her name, but he put his hand on her forearm, squeezed tight with his fingers. Rebecca Carter, Sergeant Craig said.
Diary of Emma Wilson, 20th July, 1998. Imelda has been missing for 4 days now. We're desperately worried. I spoke with the local police this morning. They don't seem so concerned. It was 2 male cops. We sat around a table in the dining room. while the staff cleared up after breakfast. I told them the truth about everything, that we'd been best friends for nearly 2 years, but we'd had a falling out a couple of weeks ago, that we'd made up after a couple of days, and everything was fine between us. They asked personal questions about her, things that should be secrets between friends. Did she drink much? Now and then. Did she sleep around? Not really. Did she ever have one-night stands? Not often. I wanted to shout and swear at them, tell them to go and look for her, not to judge her with their questions, as if she deserved whatever had happened to her because she didn't try hard enough to keep her legs together. But I didn't. Instead, I bit my tongue and answered everything as honestly as I could. I told them about that man, Michael Adams, that she liked him, and how he stopped to ask for a cigarette one night, that he was the cause of our argument. One of them wrote down the name, along with a question mark. I could see from my side of the table, just one note among dozens. They told me someone from the Immigration and Naturalisation Service would be in touch. I asked why. They said they suspected she'd made herself disappear and planned to outstay her J1 visa, to lose herself in the immigrant workforce. Not unusual, they said. The INS would look into it. They asked, what did I plan to do at the end of the summer? Go home, I said. Go back to university and finish my degree. That was a lie, and they knew it. Come September, I too would lose myself, become one of the millions who slipped through the cracks. Like so many before me, I planned to stitch myself into the fabric of the country, never to be unpicked. But I knew in my heart they were wrong about Imelda. She hadn't simply melted away of her own choice. And I knew in my gut, wherever she had gone, she was gone for good. I would never see her again. Mr. Guzman, the hotel manager, gave me the afternoon off so I could make some phone calls. International calls. I offered Mr. Guzman a fistful of cash, but he refused. Told me to make my calls, take as long as I needed. He is a good man. I called my mother first. She was annoyed and impatient when she answered, telling me she was already running late for the evening shift at the hospital where she works as a cleaner. I hadn't called for 2 weeks, and now I lift the phone while she's trying to get out the door. She heard the tears in my voice and became quiet as she listened. I told her that Imelda was missing, that the police didn't seem to care much, but I was so afraid for her. Mum asked me if I wanted to come home. She would go to the credit union and borrow the money from a ticket if needs be. I told her no, I'd see out the summer here. Besides, I wanted to be here in case Imelda turned up. She asked if I was going to call Imelda's parents next. Yes, I said. Oh, sweetheart, Mum said. Before I hung up, I told her I loved her, and she said the same. I don't know if we've ever done that. I've searched my memory, but I can't find anything. But today it felt like it needed saying, even if it hurt a little. It was Imelda's father who answered the phone. He knew right away something was wrong. There was no other reason I would call him. His name is George, but everyone calls him Geordie. What's wrong, love? He asked, his voice wet and quivering. Tell me. I imagined him standing in the hall of their small terraced house. It's on an estate on the outskirts of Newry, one of hundreds of houses just like it. Murals on the gable walls, flags on the lampposts. He would be standing at the telephone table by the front door, probably in his overalls, not long home from work. He's a tyre fitter. His hands are coarse-skinned and thick-fingered, black oily dirt under his nails. "Tell me," he said again. I explained as well as I could that Imelda had gone out for a smoke after our shift 4 nights ago and hadn't come back. I'd gone out to look for her at 3 a.m, out to the steps at the back of the hotel, but there was no sign. Nothing left behind. I walked a circle around the parking lot, called her name a few times, but I felt stupid, like I was looking for a lost dog. I went back to our room and managed to sleep a little. It wasn't till around midday, when she hadn't turned up for work, that I really started to worry. Esther said not to be concerned. Imelda had probably bumped into a friend, headed off to a party somewhere, and was right then asleep on someone's couch, soon to wake up with a monstrous hangover. I told her she was almost certainly right, but I didn't believe it. I felt in my stomach that something was wrong. Imelda, my best friend in the world, was gone, and I would never see her again. I didn't say any of that to her father, of course. I told him the police had been notified, and they weren't overly concerned. He didn't sound reassured. I'm not a good liar. Before I hung up, I promised I would stay in touch, and I'd call as soon as I heard anything, day or night. Oh, God. I'm so scared for Imelda. God, please let her be all right. Please let her walk back into our room, wondering what all the fuss is about. God, please let her be alive.
Chapter 16. Rebecca followed Sister Hannah through the dorm, out to the reception area, and into a small office filled with shabby furniture. Worn chairs sat on either side of a cheap desk, and upon that an aging computer. One wall was lined with filing cabinets, another displayed a large yearly planner with dozens of scribbled notes. In the corners stood 3 laundry baskets, one filled with clothes, one with new plastic-wrapped underwear and card-mounted socks, and the third with shoes. A handwritten sign above them read, "Donated clothing. Please ask before taking." A telephone sat on the desk, beige in color, the keypad grubby from decades of use. "It's not much," Sister Hannah said, "but it's functional." She went to the desk, lifted the phone's base, and moved it to the front of the desk, turning it to face Rebecca. "Dial 9 for an outside line. I'll give you some privacy." Sister Hannah left the office, closing the door behind her, but Rebecca sensed she lingered on the other side. She sat on the chair facing the desk and placed her fingers on the handset. She didn't lift it. It seemed like it would be too heavy, even for her newfound strength. Madness, she thought. It would be insane to do it. But in that moment, she wanted nothing more in the whole wide world. Rebecca lifted the handset and pressed 9. A dial tone hummed in her ear. She closed her eyes and dragged the number from her memory. Would it still work after all these years? Only one way to know for sure. She dialed and listened for long seconds that stretched out like a guitar string tuned too high. "Hello?" Rebecca's heart seemed to freeze in her chest, the blood in her veins ceasing to flow, her ears filled with the cacophonous roar of the earth's turning. "Hello? Who is, Mom?" Quiet now. Like all creation had ceased to be. Then it exploded into life again when her mother said her name. "Rebecca?" "Mom. Rebecca, is that you?" "Uh-huh." The words came in a stream, then falling from her mother like pennies from a purse. Rebecca, oh my God, I thought you were dead. All these years, I thought you'd died. I thought I'd lost you. Then at Christmas, the police came. The FBI. They told me you were alive, and I couldn't believe it. I thought they were lying. They were crazy. And then, Mom, Rebecca said, please. It was on the news about Flagstaff that you'd hurt those people, and they showed your photograph on the TV, and I knew it was my girl, and I cried. Oh God, I cried. And then they said you died again. Someone had shot you dead, and Mom, please stop. Thought it can't be true. I can't lose my baby girl twice, but they said no, it was true. They were sure you died, and then your body went missing, and now you're here on the phone, and I don't know if I can take it, sweetheart. Please come home to me, honey. Please come. Mom, stop. The quiet returned, and Rebecca felt a sting of regret for raising her voice. Mom, please, just listen. I can't talk for long. They might be monitoring your line, and they'll trace it back to where I am, and I can't let them catch me. I have so many things I want to tell you, but I can't. There just isn't time. Come home, her mother said. Just come home to me, and we can fix it. Mom, listen, Moonflower's alive. What? She's alive, Mom. She's been with me all these years, and she misses you so much, and so do I. No, honey, she died. We saw her body, remember, in the park. We saw. No, Mom, I promise she's alive, but I've lost her, and I need to get her back. I'm going to look for her, and I'm going to get her back. Oh, sweetheart, you need help. You need to come home. I can't, Mom. I can never come home. Oh, you can. Just, I love you, Mom. I wanted you to know that. And I love you, too. Please come. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all the things I've done. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I swear I didn't. I never wanted to hurt you. I just wanted you to know that, and to hear your voice. I love you, Mom. Please, sweetheart, come home. Whatever you've done, whatever's happened, we can fix it. I promise we can fix it. Just please come home to me, sweetheart. Come home, come. I'm sorry, Rebecca said, and she returned the handset to its cradle. She folded on herself and wept. Not for long, no more than a few seconds. There was no time to waste on such indulgence. When she opened her eyes and lifted her head, Sister Hannah stood in the doorway watching her. Rebecca stood and said, I have to go. Sister Hannah stepped into the office and closed the door. You're in a lot of trouble, aren't you? Police will come here, Rebecca said, sniffing hard and wiping her eyes with the heels of her hands. They'll ask questions about me. Sister Hannah pointed to the baskets in the corner. Take a pair of shoes. Should be a pair that fits. And whatever clothes you'll need for the next few days. Be quick. I'll wait outside. Less than 3 minutes later, Rebecca wore a denim shirt, a hoodie, a pair of cargo pants, and walking boots that were a size too big. She had put on 3 pairs of socks, and the boots fit well enough. She bundled up the dead man's T-shirt and stuffed it in the trash basket. Before the drawstring shorts followed, she took the car key from one pocket and the roll of cash from the other. She counted out $100 and placed the bills on the desk before slipping the remaining cash into the cargo pants. Sister Hannah waited on the other side of the door. She walked with Rebecca through the reception area and out onto the street. Full dark out, and a chill in the air. The nun took Rebecca's hands in hers. You know, you remind me of a woman I counseled back in New York. Her husband controlled her with alcohol and prescription drugs until she took an overdose and wound up in the hospital. I'm going to tell you the same thing I told her. Whatever trouble you're in, you can't run from it forever. At some point, you have to stop running and face it head on. It's not that simple, Rebecca said. I wish it was. Sister Hannah let go of her wrists and brought a hand to her cheek. Her fingertips were warm and smooth on Rebecca's skin. You want my advice? Go home to your mother. Rebecca didn't reply as she stepped away. As she reached the corner, she glanced back. Sister Hannah raised her hand in a small wave. Rebecca waved back, turned the corner, and kept walking until she reached the dead man's rental car. Inside, she slipped the key into the ignition and started the engine. Go home to your mother, the nun had said. I wish, Rebecca said aloud to the empty car. I wish. There was only one place she could go, only one man who might help her. She put the car in drive and pulled away into the night. Chapter 17. The lights of El Paso fell away behind them as Will drove. Moonflower peered out of the car's rear window, then the passenger side. Nothing but dry wilderness all around. A strange heaviness dragged on her heart then, and it took her some time to identify the emotion. It was loneliness. Even with the brothers who had taken her in, she was alone. In the days and nights since Mom had died, since Moonflower had fled into the mountains, she had tried so hard to grieve. But she couldn't, and she didn't know why. You okay? Jacob asked. He sat beside her on the back seat. She didn't know what kind of car it was, but it only had front doors, and she'd had to climb over the passenger seat to get to the rear. The engine had made a low cough and rumble when Will started it. She thought it might be an expensive car, the kind driven by men with too much money. Moonflower didn't answer his question. She asked one of her own instead. How long since you changed? Will glanced back over his shoulder at his brother. Something passed between them. Permission, maybe. 25 years, Jacob said. What about you? 15, I think. Long time, Jacob said. Yeah, she said. Long time. You can't last that long without someone to watch out for you. Will and me, we look out for each other. I guess your mom looked out for you. She didn't want to answer. It was too painful. Instead, she returned her gaze to the window. The world outside had become utterly black. You're angry, he said. It wasn't a question, or even a suggestion, simply a statement of fact. And he was right. Her breath misted the glass. Why? She wanted to curse at him, to tell him to leave her alone. Her fingertip traced a line through the mist her breath had left on the glass. Mom died in my arms, she said. A man shot her. I think he was some sort of cop or FBI or something. I think he was maybe a little crazy. But it wasn't his fault, not really. He was mad at me, and mad at Mom, for what we did. So I should be angry at him, but I don't think I am. He's dead now anyway. I'm angry at Mom. It hurt her to say it out loud, to admit it to anyone, let alone herself, never mind this boy she didn't know at all. Why? He asked. For leaving me, she said. She didn't have to. I tried to save her, to make her like me so she wouldn't die, but she wouldn't do it. I bit my wrist and gave her my blood, but she spat it out. She chose to die. I'm sorry, Jacob said. He sounded like he meant it. Where are your parents? Moonflower asked. They're dead too. It was a car accident. Before you changed? Or after? After, Jacob said. But not long. Sometimes I think it was our fault. We both ran away from home when we changed. Our parents were out looking for us. No one knew why Dad lost control of the car, but I think they were fighting. They'd been fighting a lot. Jacob, Will said with a warning tone, glancing back over his shoulder. Don't. Will doesn't like to talk about it, Jacob said, his voice hushed. He leaned close. How did you change? What happened? I don't remember much, Moonflower said. I'd been at my friend's house, and I was late, so Mom went out to look for me in the park that I always walked through. She heard noises from some bushes and went to see. She found someone there attacking me. They ran off. Her hand went unconsciously to her throat. They hurt me real bad. I bled to death while Mom held me. I don't remember any of that. I only remember waking up alone in the hospital, in the place where they keep the dead bodies. It was cold. I remember that. Then I went home. What about you? Did you both change at the same time? Jacob and Will shared another look.
Like I said, he doesn't like to talk about it,
Jacob said. A low, gurgling growl resonated in the car. Moonflower knew it well, the sound of deep and needful hunger. Will suppressed a groan as he seemed to shrink into the driver's seat. Jacob leaned into the space between the two front seats.
You need to eat, he said.
Soon, Will said.
You've been saying that for 3 days. You can't wait any longer.
Moonflower said, We could catch a cottontail. Mom taught me how. It's not the same, but...
I'm not eating a goddamn rabbit,
Will said, his voice rasping. Moonflower made herself small.
Don't talk to her like that,
Jacob said. Will didn't reply. Jacob punched the back of his seat hard. Will remained silent, staring at the road ahead. Jacob reached around and punched his upper arm, not playful, not brothers goofing around, but with intent to hurt, and it did, going by how the car swerved a little. After a moment, Will glanced back at Moonflower and said, Sorry. It's okay, she whispered in reply. But she knew it wasn't. The darkness at the far horizon had given way to a deep blue when Will pulled off the highway, following signs for a gas station. A chevron lit up like a star in the midst of the night. Will sidled up to one of the gas pumps and shut off the engine. Jacob climbed from the rear of the car to the front and out through the passenger door, leaving Moonflower behind in the back seat. A chilled breeze drifted in from the open door. It was a self-service station, and she watched as Will swiped a card and entered a PIN on the keypad. He opened the fuel cap and inserted the hose, the muted clunk resonating through the car. He noticed Jacob's attention on him, and Moonflower heard their words, dulled by the closed windows.
What?
Will asked. Jacob stepped around the car to his brother's side.
You need to eat. Christ, Jacob, can't you just leave it alone?
No, I can't. You get careless when you're hungry. You make mistakes. You get angry.
Yeah? Right now you're making me angry. Back off.
Moonflower heard another engine, and she lifted her head to see. A long car pulled up at the opposite pump, shining black in the artificial lights, its engine growling before it died. A middle-aged man in a blue suit climbed out, paid them no attention as he walked across the pavement.
Look, Jacob said. He's going to the restroom. If you're quick, you could...
No, Will said. Too public. Too many cameras here. Even if they can't see us properly, it's too risky.
So, when? You can't last another day.
I will if I have to. I'll phone ahead, make sure Jen has something waiting for me. If something comes up between here and there, then it's all good. In the meantime, quit nagging me about it. Moonflower climbed out of the car, stood on the doorsill, and spoke to them over the roof. How far to Tucson? She asked. Another couple hours, Will said. We won't get there before dawn, so we'll need to find a motel. My friend might be able to feed you. He's a nurse. He steals donated blood that's expired. He'll give you some if I ask him. Will took too long to answer. Maybe. We'll see. A hot wash of embarrassment covered her for daring to make the suggestion. She retreated into the car. Jacob walked back around to the passenger side, was ducking his head down to climb inside, but Will said, Hey, guess what? Jacob paused. What? It was my birthday yesterday, Will said as he returned the hose to the pump. I'm sorry, Jacob said. "You know I can't keep track of time. Maybe we could have a party when we get back home." "I would have been 43. You'd have been 38. I'd have gotten married, maybe, had kids. You too, probably. Would that have been so bad?" Jacob didn't answer. He climbed inside the car and into the back seat, where Moonflower waited. Will returned to the driver's seat and started the engine. Before he could set off, Moonflower said, "Happy birthday." "Yeah," Will said, and he put the car in drive. Chapter 18. Special Agent Francis Visconti took McGrath to an all-night diner, the same one Amelia Santos had been abducted from the night before. An area of the parking lot remained cordoned off. McGrath could see the tape from their booth by the window. It bothered her that she knew nothing about the victim, an innocent woman murdered for no good reason. It bothered her more that she didn't seem to care a great deal about Amelia Santos. She was just another piece of this puzzle McGrath had been trying to put together. Before they'd arrived at the diner, she had thought she'd have no appetite for food, but as soon as they entered, the smell of hot grease and coffee, maple syrup and sugar, all those scents reached her stomach and reminded her she hadn't eaten in almost 24 hours. Visconti ordered a stack of pancakes, and McGrath asked for scrambled eggs, white toast, and a side of bacon. Kara would have scolded her, but that didn't matter. It occurred to McGrath that she should call her wife. She counted the hours in her head, allowed for the 2-hour difference between here and there. Kara and Matthew probably wouldn't be up yet. She would do it later. As the server walked away, scribbling their orders on a notepad, Visconti spoke. "They sat in this booth," he said. "Who did?" "The people who took Amelia Santos and bled her dry in the mountains." "You've seen the CCTV from here?" "That's right." "Let me guess. Their images were indistinct, a blur of light." "That's correct," he said with a joyless smile. "But we got a description from the server who brought them a slice of pie. 2 boys, one aged 12 or 13, another aged 17 or 18. There was a resemblance, apparently, so we'll assume they're brothers." "Kids," McGrath thought. "Boys did this murder." "I spilled my guts to you the other day," she said. "I told you everything I knew. Now I think you owe me the same courtesy." "A courtesy," he echoed. "I'm not sure I'd call it that." "I don't give a shit what you—" McGrath's mouth shut, her teeth clicking together, when the server appeared with a smile and a coffee pot. She turned over each of their cups and poured. "Cream and sugar's right there if you want it, along with cutlery and napkins. Anything else I can get for you while you wait?" Visconti smiled back up at her, oily and smooth. "No, thank you, ma'am." "Well, just holler if you need anything." "Thank you." "Mm-hmm." The server walked away, humming a tune that was far too bright for this unholy hour. Visconti looked back to McGrath. "You were saying?" God, he was irritating. So damn sure of himself. He reminded her of Donner a little. "You can call it a courtesy, you can call it an obligation, doesn't matter. The fact is you owe me an explanation. I told you everything and you've told me nothing. Now what the hell is going on here? Which division do you work for? Who are these people we're chasing? What are they?" He leaned forward, elbows on the table. "Let's be clear about one thing, Agent McGrath. I owe you nothing. If I tell you anything, it'll be for one reason only, that it is expedient to my interests. This is not an exchange of information, no quid pro quo, no mutual scratching of backs. You are sitting here right now about to enjoy a delicious breakfast because it is to my advantage to keep you in sight. Otherwise, I'd have had you hauled back to D.C. to face a disciplinary hearing. There is no courtesy, no obligation. You will know exactly what I need you to know. You don't like that? There's the door. Are we clear?
McGrath wanted to get up from the table and walk out. She wanted to wash her hands of this whole mess and get on with her life. But instead, she stayed put, because she wanted to know what he knew.
Good, Visconti said. Now, to answer your questions, although I officially work within the Criminal Investigations Division, I'm kind of a division to myself. My remit is broad, and I answer directly to the Deputy Director. As to who we're chasing, well, you know two of them already. Rebecca Carter and, in theory, her daughter, Monica.
But how is that possible? McGrath asked. Both of them are dead. They died 15 years apart.
That kind of leads into your third question, doesn't it? What are they? Truth is, I don't know. I've been trying to find out for quite some time. The Bureau has been investigating these kinds of killings, these kinds of killers, for decades. The investigations come and go. They wax and wane depending on who's doing the digging. Right now, that happens to be me. And I have to confess to you, Agent McGrath, I don't know much more than the first investigators to look into this some 60 years ago.
The server returned with a selection of plates arranged on her hands and forearms. With impressive grace, she arranged them on the table. She exchanged another string of pleasantries with Visconti before leaving. As he poured syrup onto his pancakes, he continued,
Here's what I do know. There are more of these people around than just Rebecca Carter and her daughter. I estimate somewhere around 24 are active in the United States at any given time. Most of them don't last long. They starve, or they commit suicide, or they get killed because this hunger, if you want to call it that, it makes them careless. But a few of them last longer, usually because they have someone to look out for them, like Monica Carter. 15 years. That's a long time for someone like her.
Even though her stomach growled, McGrath didn't touch her food. Someone like her. Like what?
Someone who feeds on the blood of others. Someone who hunts by night. Someone who doesn't age like we do. Someone who was, at least for a little while, dead and now is not.
She had to suppress a laugh. So, what? You're telling me these people are...
Nuh-uh,
he said, raising a finger in warning.
Don't say it. Don't use that word. These people are not creatures from a book or a movie. They're human, that much I do know. Most of them don't want to be what they are. They hate what they've become. Most of them.
McGrath lifted her fork, put it down again. I don't think I believe you. I can't.
You've seen it. Agent Donner must have shared his findings with you. You saw the security footage from Flagstaff, the gas station, and the field office. And you know beyond doubt that both Rebecca and Monica Carter are dead. Except they're not. And I think you do believe it. Otherwise, why would you be here?
McGrath scooped a forkful of eggs, but before she could bring them to her mouth, Visconti said,
Excuse me a moment.
He brought his hands together on the table, closed his eyes, dipped his head, and whispered a string of words that brought McGrath back to the convent school she'd attended back in Colorado. He whispered so softly she could barely make them out, but she knew them by heart. Bless us, O Lord, in these thy gifts, which we are about to receive from thy bounty, through Christ our Lord. Amen. He inhaled and opened his eyes, as if waking from slumber, then lifted his knife and fork. McGrath finally took a mouthful of scrambled eggs. Her stomach rumbled in appreciation as she chewed and swallowed.
All right, she said. Let's say I believe you. How do we catch them? I don't have the first clue, Visconti said around a mouthful of pancakes and syrup. You got any ideas? I'm listening. He put down his fork. Look, they've been captured before. Rebecca Carter, example. You saw how that worked out. But even those that didn't escape, none have ever made it to trial. Why not? He snorted, covered his mouth. Can you imagine taking this in front of a judge? Even having seen what you've seen, you can't quite believe it, can you? Neither can I. So how would you convince a jury? No, really, this is about containment, trying to limit the damage they can do. Take Rebecca Carter. She targeted men who were a danger to children. I bet she took down more of those animals in a year than you and Donner did throughout your entire careers, am I right? That lit a spark of anger in McGrath, and she knew he'd ignited it deliberately. We had an excellent record, she said. The best in our department. Not as good as hers, though, right? The people we arrested got due process, a fair trial. And she ripped the throats out of the people she caught. A lot of folks would take her side in that argument. If it were up to me, I'd have let Rebecca Carter carry on her merry way. She never hurt anybody that didn't deserve it. All she did was try to protect her daughter. But now the balance has shifted, thanks to the intervention of your late partner. McGrath went to speak, to defend Donner, but Visconti pointed a finger at her. Don't. You keep your mouth shut and listen. Thanks to Special Agent Mark Donner, we no longer have one of these special people to contend with, but two. And they're both in the wild, each of them without the other to guide them, to keep them safe, to keep them from harming others or themselves. You want to know why I'm feeding you breakfast in this crappy diner at this ridiculous hour? This is why. I'm giving you an opportunity to fix what your partner broke. I don't care whether you kill them both or you reunite them as a loving, if somewhat murderous family, just so long as you get them reined in. Do you think you can do that for me? McGrath pushed her plate away, still half full. I'll try, she said. Not good enough, he said. I'll rein them in. Where do I start? He smiled. Took a sip of coffee, set the cup back on its saucer. Some spilled to form a translucent brown pool on the porcelain. How well do you know Tucson, Arizona?
Diary of Emma Wilson, 16th August, 1998. I'm in our room, alone, because Mr. Guzman gave me the day off. I've been in tears since the news came through. Yesterday, a bomb exploded in the town of Oma, County Tyrone, at just after 3 p.m. The number of reported dead rose by the hour all day. They're saying 29 now, including a woman carrying unborn twins. I saw the pictures on the news. The town's heart ripped out. So much destruction, so many dead, and for what? I thought it was all over, that peace had come to my home for the first time in my life. But these men, these small, petty, angry men couldn't stand it. They couldn't stand to be left behind, to be made irrelevant, so they had to kill some more. Fucking bastards. I hope they burn in hell for what they've done. I wish Imelda was here. She would understand how much it hurts. We would hold and comfort each other. We would curse the men who did this together. But she's not here, and I will never see her again. It's been 4 weeks now. I know Imelda is dead. I haven't said that out loud to anyone, not even Esther. Charlotte went home to England a fortnight ago. She was supposed to stay until September, but Imelda's disappearance has frightened her. Her father's a banker, so the ticket home was no problem. So it's just me and Esther in the room now. I thought we might have gotten closer, just the two of us here together, but we haven't. I've been difficult to live with, I suppose. It's like I've been in suspended animation for the last month. Even though I'm certain Imelda, my best friend, is dead, I can't grieve for her. until I see her body, until I stand over her grave, until I see her name carved in stone, I can't mourn her. Instead, I'm left hanging here, trapped between loss and hope. Imelda's parents flew over a few days after I spoke to her father on the phone. There was some fuss on the news back home about her disappearance, how the police in Cape Cod didn't seem to be taking it seriously. The local GAA club held a fundraiser to pay for their flights, and my boss, Mr. Guzman, gave them a room at the hotel for the length of their stay. The chief of police met with Imelda's parents, told them everything possible was being done to locate their daughter, but they believed she was no longer in the area. They were still working under the assumption that she had moved elsewhere, with the intention of outstaying her J1 visa. I can't reject the idea because that's exactly what I intend to do. Mr. Guzman paid for a car service to take Imelda's parents back to Logan Airport. I hugged them both as the driver put their bags in the trunk of the big black car. Her father wept as he told me to look after myself, to make sure I got home safe to my own parents. My heart broke for him. Michael Adams came by the restaurant last week. It was my night off. I'd been making up rooms all day, and I was dog-tired. My plan for an early night was scuppered when Esther let herself into our room and told me that man was downstairs, asking for me. I pretended I didn't know who she meant, even though I knew full well. Somehow I'd been expecting him to call by. "The one who took your cigarette," Esther said. "You lit it for him." "Oh, him," I said, as wearily as I could manage. I found him at a table to the rear of the restaurant, in one of the darker corners. He stood and smiled as I approached. "Please," Michael said, indicating the seat opposite. I hesitated, and he said once more, "Please." I sat down, folded my arms across my chest. "The police came to my home," he said. "They asked me about your friend." "Oh," I said, honestly surprised. I had assumed they wouldn't bother. "What did you tell them?" "That I didn't know anything about it. I know her name is Imelda, that she's from Ireland, that she was here making money to help her through college. We'd spoken on a few occasions, here, at the restaurant. She hadn't said anything to me about wanting to stay on after the summer. I think that's about it." His face remained open, his eyes on mine. I know almost nothing about body language, but he didn't seem a liar to me. A little sad, maybe even afraid. I can't imagine what of, but he seemed truthful. "Have you eaten?" Michael asked. "I haven't ordered yet." "I'm not hungry," I said. "Neither am I," he said. "I'll order something to go." "You always do?" He smiled, looked away, bashful like a schoolboy. "Do you want to know why?" he asked. I didn't answer, but he told me anyway. "I have this weird phobia," he said. "I don't like to eat in front of strangers." "Then why come to a restaurant?" "Because I'm a terrible cook. I mean, really awful. So I ordered to go and reheated at home." I noticed his accent again. I remembered thinking how it must have enchanted Imelda. "Where's home?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Rochester," he said, "near New Bedford. Do you know Massachusetts?" "Only this place," I said. Imelda and I had planned to explore a little when things quieted down at the end of the summer. I felt heat in my eyes and looked away. "Maybe she'll come back," he said. No, I said. I don't think she will. I think... What? I think she's dead. A tear traced a warm path down each of my cheeks. I wiped them away with the heel of my hand. Why do you think that? He asked. Because I can feel it, I said, pointing to my heart. Here. I believe you're wrong, he said. I get the sense you're very perceptive, very intuitive. You have a knack for reading people. Am I right? I shrugged. Well, I think your intuition is wrong on this one. I think Imelda is out there somewhere, maybe with some guy she hooked up with, or maybe working a job someone offered. But she's alive. Can I tell you a secret? I looked back to Michael, curious now. Go on. I know Imelda didn't plan on going home at the end of the summer. How do you know that? Because she was going to come and work for me. What? Michael smiled. An easy, warm smile. Like I said, I'm a terrible cook. I live alone in a drafty old house. I'm not very rich, not by Hyannis standards, but I get by on the investments my father made. Enough to keep the house, to feed and clothe myself, and maybe enough to pay a housekeeper. Someone who can stop the place from falling to ruin and fix a decent meal now and then. That's what Imelda was going to do for me. So I think someone made her a better offer, and away she went. She would have told me, I said. Possibly, he said. Or maybe she didn't want you to feel like she was abandoning you here. That's why I think she... Esther appeared by the table, notebook and pencil in hand, her features like stone. She asked, Are you ready to order? Michael said to me, Are you sure you won't eat something? I'm certain, I said, getting up from the table. I'll leave you to it. He reached for my hand. His skin was dry and smooth. His grip firm but kind, like his voice. She's alive, he said. You'll see. I said nothing more as I left him there, the ghosts of his fingers still tingling on mine. Later, in the early hours of the morning, I was still awake when Esther crept into our room. She tiptoed around, gathering her wash things, until I turned on the lamp by my bed. She startled and placed an open hand over her heart. Aye, you scared me, she said. Sorry, I couldn't sleep. She came and sat on the edge of the bed. You okay? Yeah, I said, just thinking about that man. Mr. Adams, she said. He ordered to go again. He left a good tip. He told me Imelda was going to work for him after the summer. Did she say this to you? No. Do you believe him? Why would he lie? I don't know, Esther said, shaking her head. I don't trust him. You don't trust any man? So? Men are malparits. You know what this means? No. Her fingertips danced in the air as she searched for the word. How to say, yes. Bastard, asshole, son of a bitch. All men. And this man, Michael Adams, he is handsome, yes, and he is charming. But he is a malparit, just like the rest. Now, go to sleep. We work tomorrow. Esther turned out my lights and left the room with her wash things. I turned on my side and hugged the pillow to my cheek. I decided then I would not tell her what I was thinking. That I intended to ask Michael Adams for the job he had promised to Imelda. She would only try and talk me out of it.
Chapter 19. Rebecca hid among the detritus. A jet roared overhead as it ascended from Tucson International Airport, its lights throwing wild shadows around the yard like animals chasing prey. The sky threatened dawn, sunrise not far off. She had abandoned the rental car a mile away. Edward Larrickson's body would surely have been found by now, and the authorities would be looking for the car. Best to be rid of it. As she walked the rest of the way to this poor excuse for a home, the air chilled her skin, and she smelled the earthy, smoky scent of creosote. She'd noticed it when she'd been here before, but now it seemed stronger, deeper, just as the stars in the sky seemed brighter. If he didn't get here soon, she'd have to rethink, find somewhere else to take shelter from the rising sun. "Come on," she whispered. As if summoned by her will, a new set of lights illuminated the yard, a car, nosing up to the chain-link gate, halting with its engine running. "Come on," she whispered again, urgency giving way to pleading. She heard a driver's door open, keys rattling, and a chain, then a padlock undone. The squeal and grind of the gates swinging open, then the driver returning to the wheel. The car came into view, an aged Volkswagen Jetta. The engine died, and the driver climbed out. Guthrie Chambers, the nurse. His left arm in a sling, the other throwing the door shut. Rebecca imagined it was a struggle to drive, but his hospital greens suggested that he needed to get to work. Moonflower had broken the arm 2 weeks ago. Or was it 3? Rebecca couldn't be sure. She had scaled the wall an hour ago, thinking Guthrie would be home, but there had been no sign of life, no feel of it, as she'd walked the perimeter of the house. House seemed an odd word for it, an old industrial unit, a single-story office building of some kind that had been converted into a living space in the shadow of the airport. She and Moonflower had taken sanctuary there several times over the years. The last time had gone bad, and she knew she would not be welcome here. Perhaps it was best that the nurse wasn't home. She could intercept him in the yard before he had a chance to barricade himself inside. So she had found a dark place to hide and hoped the sun wouldn't get there before him. The nurse walked back toward the gate, out of sight, and Rebecca heard the screech of hinges, the rattling of chains, the snap of the padlock. Guthrie returned to her view, walking alongside his car, heading toward the concrete steps that led to his door. She stood upright, took 3 steps forward, out to the lesser darkness. Guthrie's head turned in her direction, then his entire body jerked as if he'd been hit by 100 volts. Eyes wide, he fell back against the side of his car, right hand up in front of him as if to deflect a blow.
Goddamn fuck!
Rebecca took 1 step closer. He flinched, bent at the knees, made himself smaller. "I need your help," Rebecca said.
No!
He shouted, his voice cracking with the force of it. "I'm not asking." He remained there for a moment, mouth open, right hand still up, still waiting for a blow that would not come. Not if he did as she asked.
"Please go,"
he whimpered, his lower lip trembling.
"I've got nothing for you. I can't help you. Please, just get out of here."
"How's your arm?" Rebecca asked, stepping closer.
"Oh, Jesus,"
he said, screwing his eyes shut, his right palm raised to her as if it could ever stop her. "Want me to break the other one?" She saw his knees tremble, his legs struggling to keep him upright. The fear hummed in him. She sensed the thin, taut dread that kept him on his feet, that kept his mind from coming loose. Guilt washed in, stinging and bitter, and pity for him. They had known each other for perhaps a decade, and they had each issued threats against the other many times. Those threats had always been more about bravado and posturing than any real intent to do violence. But now she looked at his hunched cowering, and she knew they were play-acting no more. Last time they'd met, Moonflower had come close to tearing his throat out. He had felt her breath on his throat, seen her glinting teeth. He had changed in that moment. Moonflower had driven the heart from him like a demon from the possessed. "No," Rebecca said. "I'm not going to hurt you, but you are going to help me." The nurse hunkered down, his back against his car's door. He buried his face in the crook of his right elbow, his left arm suspended, useless, by his side. The tears came, racking his torso. Rebecca felt an urge to kneel down next to him, to comfort him, tell him everything was all right. But she had no wish to lie. She crouched down, her heels against the backs of her thighs, her forearms on her knees. "I won't hurt you," she said. "I don't want to. Not if I don't have to."
"You died,"
he said between sobs.
"I saw it on the news. In El Paso. That cop, that agent, whatever he was, he shot you and the cops shot him. You're dead."
"That's right," Rebecca said. "And I changed. So now I'm here. And I need your help, like you helped me before." He shook his head, his eyes still hidden behind his elbow. Again and again, like a child refusing its bedtime. As if none of it was real if he couldn't see it. Rebecca reached for his forearm, pulled it away, toward her, exposing his face. He opened his welling eyes and stared back at her. "I won't hurt you," she said once more. "I need your help. So does Moonflower." Something shifted behind Guthrie's eyes. She recognized it as compassion, the thing that made him human, the reason she had let him live. "I know you don't care about me," Rebecca said, "but you care about her. She's in trouble, and I need your help." The tremors that coursed through his body began to relax, his breath easing. But he remained there, pressed against the car. Rebecca stood upright, extended her hand. He stared at it. "I won't hurt you," she said again. "I mean, Christ, I need you." Guthrie reached out his right hand, let her take it in hers. She hauled him upright, his weight nothing to her. He gave a quiet grunt as his broken arm shifted in its sling. Now on his feet, he wiped at his eyes and cheeks with his forearm.
"Shit," he said. "Didn't have to scare me like that."
"I'm sorry. It's not like I could write you a letter in advance, is it?" He shook his head and walked toward the house.
"You can't stay,"
he said, looking back over his shoulder.
"I want you out of here by sundown this evening. No bullshit, not like last time. Yeah, I'm scared of you, but I ain't that scared."
Guthrie climbed the short flight of concrete steps and unlocked the door. He swung it wide open and stepped inside, made a show of disabling the alarm at the box just inside. Rebecca lingered on the threshold, sensing something. Not a trap, more a point to be made.
"Come on," he said. "Let me lock up."
Rebecca stepped inside, moved along the corridor, her nerves crackling. Guthrie pushed the door closed, locked it, then went back to the alarm panel on the wall. He smiled and said,
"You know what?"
Rebecca yawned and said, "What?" He flipped a switch beside the alarm panel and said,
"This."
The world ignited in blinding light, burning light, like the sun full risen. It came from above, from the ceiling, hammering Rebecca down to the floor, on her back, her hands up, trying to push it away, to deflect this flood of fire that charged over her. It stopped, killed by the sound of a switch. Rebecca lay there, her hands up in front of her face, gasping. Her skin tingled and burned. The glare danced behind her eyelids, green and purple and red, the throes of madness in remembered light. "God damn you," she said, the words ground out between her teeth.
"UV lights," Guthrie said. "A little precaution I added since you were last here. I got them fitted in every room. There's no hiding from them. Master switch here."
He flicked it on one more time. Rebecca screamed and cursed. He flicked it off again.
"It's wired so that if this switch is broken, or any other switch in the house, the UV lights come on full blast, non-stop, until the power gets cut way down the block. There's a switch in every room. Any single one of them is fucked with, the system trips, the UV light comes on. You heard of this smart home shit? It's so rich folks can turn their heating on by just saying so, like voice recognition shit. Turns out, I can shout a particular word out and these lights will come on. If I take a fall, the lights will come on. If this watch leaves my wrist, the lights will come on."
He held up his right hand, waved it, showing the dark rubber wristband.
"Any kind of untoward shit happens, these lights will come on. Do you understand, Rebecca? You think you call the shots here? On balance, yeah, you probably do. But I want you to know it's not without cost. You can probably kill me at any moment, but I want you to know it'll cause you pain."
"I don't want to hurt you," Rebecca said, pressing her back against the wall. "I don't give a shit about you. All I care about is Moonflower." Guthrie cradled his left arm with his right and dropped his head.
"At least we can agree on that. Tell you what, you look like shit. Why don't you go have a shower, get some of that stink off you? Might be I have something in my fridge for you."
Rebecca's stomach twitched in response.
"Yeah? Go have a shower. I'll see what I can find."
Chapter 20. They found a motel as night retreated to morning, and Will pulled the car up to the reception. As he went to book a room, Moonflower studied the world around her. Everything shades of blue and gray, except for the burning horizon which hurt her eyes. Flat country here, barren, the buildings seeming to hunker down into the dry dirt. A hard place for hard people. "I don't like it here," she said. Jacob stirred from his almost slumber.
"Oh, you'll like our place. It's north of San Francisco, across the bridge in Sausalito. You can see the bay from our deck. And the city. And Oakland, too, all lit up at night."
Moonflower turned her head and watched Will as he spoke with a young man. He reached in his back pocket, dug out a roll of bills, and peeled off a bundle before handing them over. The receptionist grinned and happily accepted another bill, Will pressing it into his open hand. "Where do you get the money?" Moonflower asked.
"Huh?"
Jacob seemed puzzled by the question. "Mom and me, we almost never stayed in motels unless we found a lot of money on someone we, And even then it never lasted long. Did that woman you took to the mountains have lots of money?"
"I guess," Jacob said.
He seemed unsure of his answer. Moonflower glanced back at him. He held her gaze for a moment, then looked away. A lie, and a feeble one at that. It crossed her mind to open the car door and run, but the brightening sky warned against it. "You promise you'll take me to my friend's place when it gets dark, right?"
"Sure," Jacob said. "But maybe you should get some new clothes first."
She looked down at herself. The baggy t-shirt, the ripped and filthy jeans, the tattered sneakers. "Maybe," she said. "As long as you take me to him. He lives near the airport."
"I know, you said already. We'll take you. Don't you believe me?"
Door hinges creaked before she could answer, and she turned her head to see Will exit reception. He opened the driver's door and dropped inside. Starting the engine, he looked back over his shoulder at Moonflower and Jacob.
"You okay?" he asked.
They both nodded, said, in unison. Will stared at them a moment before moving off, driving to the end of the building and swinging the car into one of the many empty spaces. He shut off the engine, climbed out, and went to the trunk. Moonflower and Jacob did likewise. "We're in 110, Will said, shouldering one bag. He pulled the other out and handed it to Jacob. "How much for the room?" Moonflower asked. Will looked at her, then at Jacob, and back again. "What?" "How much did it cost for the room?" $99, Will said. "It would have been cheaper to book in advance, but that's what it costs for drive-ups. Why?" "I just wondered," Moonflower said. Will and Jacob exchanged another glance, then they both walked across the small parking lot to the ground floor room. Its brown-painted door was the last on this side of the building, just about as far from reception as it was possible to get. Will unlocked the door and stepped into the room's dimness. Jacob followed. Moonflower hesitated on the threshold. She peered inside, studied the decor, the furniture, all of it strange, all of it familiar. "What's wrong?" Jacob asked. Moonflower didn't reply. "She doesn't trust us," Will said, dropping his bag on the furthest bed. "I don't blame her." Jacob dropped his own bag to the floor beside him. He took a step toward her. "Why don't you trust us?" he asked, a keening edge to his voice. Will came up behind him. "Why should she?" Moonflower saw the dark hollows of his face, the shadows cast by the burgeoning light. She felt the light on her own skin, weak now but strengthening by the minute, prickling heat that would soon burn. "Tell you what," Will said, stepping around his little brother. "If you don't trust us, just take off. Go ahead. Fend for yourself. See how that goes." He caught the door's edge with his outstretched fingertips and swung it closed. Moonflower felt the movement of displaced air and staggered back as the wood slammed into its frame. She stood still for a moment, breathing hard. A cold wind swept across the parking lot, but it did not cool the prickling heat on her exposed skin. She looked once more to the eastern horizon, the sliver of fiery light that crept above it. Voices rose behind the closed door, the brothers arguing. Moonflower turned in a circle, seeking shelter. There was none. Maybe she could crawl beneath the car, but even then the light would sneak in there with her, stinging, causing a pulsing headache that would feel like her brain was going to split and burst. She hammered her fist on the motel room's door. The voices on the other side grew louder, the words indistinct, but she heard the anger well enough. She hammered on the door once more. "Let me in!" Tears began to form. Frightened tears, baby tears, lost little girl tears. They shamed her, and she wiped them away with her forearm and slammed both fists against the painted wood. "Please let me in!" The voices rose to a crescendo, then a grunt, and the sound of someone falling, hard. Then the door opened wide, Jacob on the other side. He reached out, took Moonflower's wrist, and pulled her inside to the welcome dimness. As her eyes adjusted, she saw Will on the floor, his back against the far wall, simmering fury in his eyes. It occurred to her to ask if he was okay, but her better mind told her to keep her mouth shut. "Do you trust us now?" Will asked, smirking. Chapter 21. Visconti gave McGrath the use of his hotel room to grab a few hours' sleep. She managed only 4. Light out when she woke, the sun slicing through the gap in the curtains, causing a deep pain behind her eyes. She rolled over to face the wall and saw 2 items on the nightstand that she'd noticed when she'd entered the room but had been too tired to pay attention to. One was a rosary, its 59 wooden beads worn from counting. Next to the rosary lay what appeared at first glance to be a small book bound in gold. McGrath knew it was a diptych, 2 pieces of wood hinged together, containing an image of a favored saint and perhaps a prayer. With a sense of trespass, she reached for the diptych and opened it. Inside, a small and brightly colored painting of St. Michael the Archangel, wings lifting over his back, a spear in his hand, a serpent trampled beneath his feet. On the other half was printed the prayer to St. Michael, beseeching his aid in the battle against wickedness. The patron saint of cops. McGrath knew the prayer by heart. She closed the diptych and returned it to the nightstand, then lay still for a time while her mind tried to catch up with where she was and how she'd gotten here. The text messages she'd sent to Kara the night before had been greeted with terse, curt replies. McGrath couldn't blame her. She'd be pissed off at herself, too. Hell, she was pissed off at herself. She lifted her cell phone, unplugged it from the charger, and checked for messages. One text from Kara. "If you happen to remember you have a wife and son, maybe give us a call." "Shit," McGrath said out loud. Kara answered after a few rings. They had agreed before the adoption had gone through that Kara would leave her job to take care of Matthew while McGrath stayed on at the bureau. She had the better salary, so it made sense. Just until he was old enough to start kindergarten. McGrath knew Kara regretted that choice, even if she'd never say it. "Hey," Kara said, her tone flat, like a bored receptionist. "Hey," McGrath said. "How's it going?" "Okay, considering." "I'm sorry," McGrath said. She heard a breathy, tired laugh. "Do you even know what you're saying sorry for?" "For coming to El Paso without talking to you about it first. For leaving you on your own with Maddie. For everything. How about for putting yourself in danger when you have a family at home waiting for you?" "I'm not in danger." "How can you say that after what happened to Mark?" "It's not like that." "Yes, it is. You have a good career at the bureau, at a desk, away from the front line. I can live with that if I know you're going to come home to us every night. But you have no business chasing after whatever insanity this is." "It is my business," McGrath said, keeping her anger in check. "It has to be. No one else is going to find out what really happened to Mark." "Baby, you can't bring him back. No one can. Nothing you do now can help." "It can help. It has to. I can't carry this the rest of my life, knowing I could have saved him. Then I did nothing to find the person who caused all this." "God damn it, Sarah. You're starting to sound like him. This obsession ate him up, and it's going to do the same to you." "It won't. I promise. This time, it's different. I have help." "What do you mean?" "I can't say much, but I'm not the only one in the bureau who's been following this." "That doesn't make me feel any better." McGrath knew there was no point in trying to reassure Kara, so she changed course. "I have to go to Tucson. There's a lead I need to follow up on. I'll be another day, 2 at most." Kara mumbled a curse and asked, "Why don't I believe you?" "I promise," McGrath said, meaning it. "Uh-huh." McGrath let the silence stretch out across the miles between them before she spoke again. "Can I talk to Maddie?" A pause, then. "I guess." She listened to footsteps and thin voices until she heard Matthew's huffing breath against the microphone. "Hey, baby," McGrath said. "What you doing?"
"Watching TV," he said.
"Oh, did Mama Kara let you? What are you watching?"
"Bluey."
The vague image of a cartoon dog came to her mind. "Okay. You being a good boy?"
"Yeah."
"So, what else are you going to do today?"
"Dunno."
He was distracted, his attention more on the television than on the conversation. As if in confirmation, McGrath heard him try to hand the phone to Kara and her pushing it back into his hands. "Say goodbye to Mama Sarah."
"Bye-bye, Mama Sarah."
More rustling as the phone was handed back. "I'm sorry. You know what he's like when the TV's on. Are you going to let him watch it all day?" She regretted the words even as she spoke them. Hard seconds passed before Kara replied. "Don't you dare." "Sorry, I didn't mean—" "You up and leave town at a moment's notice. You leave me here to take care of our son, and you dare call and tell me how to pass the day with him? Are you fucking serious?" "I'm sorry," McGrath said again. I misspoke. Really, I didn't mean anything by it. She could feel Kara's fury from 2,000 miles away. They had hoped the adoption would reinforce their marriage, but instead it seemed to be widening the cracks. Neither would admit it to the other, but the fact remained, festering there between them. "Look, I don't want to fight," McGrath said. "Me either," Kara said. "But Christ, you don't make it easy, do you?" "I guess not. But that's why you married me, isn't it? For the excitement." Kara gave an exasperated, delicious laugh. "Just come home safe, okay?" "I will," McGrath said. "I promise." It didn't feel like a lie when she said it.
Diary of Emma Wilson, 15th September 1998. I got the bus from Hyannis to New Bedford today. Michael Adams sent a cab to pick me up from the station and bring me to the address he'd given me. Rochester is such a small place, barely even a village, let alone a town. All whitewashed wood and green lawns. The driver didn't say much until we were nearly at Michael's home. "You know this guy?" he asked. "A little," I said. "He came to the hotel where I worked over the summer." "He lives all alone out here," the driver said. "I never seen anybody coming or going. Except for him, sometimes." "I'm going to help him look after the house," I said. "That's why he hired me." "Mm-hmm," the driver said, glancing at me in the rearview mirror. "People talk. The folks around town, I mean." "What did they say?" "That he's strange. That he's been living out here as long as anyone can remember. I'm 47 years old, and I remember him being out there when I was a kid." Now I looked at the driver in the mirror. "That can't be," I said. "And yet it is. Doesn't have to make sense to be true." "Maybe it's his father you remember." The driver shrugged. "You're probably right. What do I know?" He steered the cab through an open set of gates and onto a weed-choked gravel driveway. The driveway curved through a small wood, don't know what kinds of trees, before it brought us to a large house. A cold weight settled in my stomach when I saw it. It must have been a grand place at one time, built from dark granite. Now it seemed to slump in its landscape, weighed down by neglect. I came close then to telling the driver to take me back to the station, that I didn't want to be here. But I remembered why I asked Michael Adams for the job that should have been Imelda's, and I kept my mouth shut. The driver halted in front of the dark-stained wooden doors, but kept the engine running. He turned in his seat and spoke to me, his voice gentle. "You sure you want to get out? I can take you back to the bus station in New Bedford right now. No charge." I hesitated for a moment, made my decision, and said, "I'm sure." He reached into the cup holder and pulled out a bundle of business cards, all bound together with a rubber band, and slipped one free. "You change your mind or need any help, you call me. Day or night." He reached the card out to me, and I thanked him as I took it from his fingers. I took one more breath, then opened the door and climbed out, dragging my bag behind me. I closed the door and looked down at the driver. He raised one finger in farewell, then turned the car around and drove away. I listened to the rumble of its engine until I could hear it no more. Birds called and chattered all around. Somewhere above me, perhaps on the roof of the house, pigeons cooed. It seemed strange in that moment. The world should have been entirely silent, but instead it was a clamour of bird song and breeze. That breeze carried a chill with it as the sun edged behind the treetops. I turned towards the house, and a small curse escaped me when I saw that one of the double doors stood open. An age seemed to pass as I stood there, unable to take a step closer. Eventually, the shadows inside shifted, and the shape of a man formed on the edge of the darkness within. "Emma," Michael Adams said, "come in." Something in his voice compelled me to move, even though fear wanted to pin my feet to the ground. I approached the 3 blue-grey stone steps that climbed to the door, mounted them, and paused on his threshold. "Come in," he said once more, and I did so. It was cold inside the house, the air damp with age. Odours mingled, carried on draughts, sweet decay the strongest of them. I knew then that no one but Michael had breathed this air, not for many years. Once again, the urge to turn and flee came upon me, but I swallowed it. Michael closed the door, sealing us both in the dimness of the hall. "I wasn't sure if you'd come," he said, "but I'm glad you did." I had no reply for him. "You're tired, I guess. Would you like me to show you around? Or would you rather go to your room?" I swallowed and said, "Yes, I'd like to see my room, please. Maybe freshen up." He smiled as he stepped closer and said, "That's fine." I saw then that he had lost weight since I'd last seen him in Hyannis. His clothes hung loose on him, his shoulders were narrower, and his eyes had darkened. And I caught an odour from him, low and mean, an animal smell. He had applied cologne, but it did not entirely disguise the darker scent that clouded the air around him. "Have you eaten?" I asked. "I can make you something before I turn in." "Thank you, no," he said. "I don't have any food in the house. There's a delivery coming in the morning, though." Had I the nerve, I would have pointed out that I was hungry, but I didn't. "Shall I take you to your room?" he asked. "Please," I said. The stairs creaked as I followed him up. He spoke as we climbed. "My great-grandfather built this house. The granite of the walls was quarried locally, and there's Goshen stone in the downstairs floors, and the steps outside. In the bathrooms and the kitchen, you'll see white marble. That's from the Lee Quarry in western Massachusetts. The same marble they used for the Capitol building in D.C. He seemed so proud of the place, as if it was his own creation, instead of something that fell to him as an accident of birth. "Here," he said, as we reached a door at the end of a corridor. He opened it to reveal a narrow staircase. "These were the servants' quarters at one time. There were 4 smaller rooms, but I had them converted into one larger room with an ensuite. Please." He indicated that I should go ahead of him. I paused for a moment, unsure of myself and of him. Then I climbed the stairs. At the top, another door opened into a large bedroom, one like I'd never set foot in before, let alone slept in. A 4-poster bed, a huge dressing table, a couch, a television, and through another door I could see a generous bathroom. I've known people with whole apartments that weren't as big. "Will it do?" Michael asked from behind me. "Yes," I said, unable to hide my delight. "Yes, it will." Good. Why don't you get settled in? I have to go into town tonight. I tend to sleep late, so I'll see you sometime around noon. That was 3 hours ago. After he left me in this room, I heard a car engine bark into life, then tires on gravel until it faded away. I've heard nothing since, so I took my notebook from inside the lining of my suitcase. There's no reason to think he'd search my things, but even so, he mustn't see what I've written. He mustn't know what I suspect of him. Part of me wants to go and explore the house. Perhaps he expects me to. But something tells me I shouldn't. Something tells me I might find something I don't want to find. But I'm here now, and my work begins. Cooking and cleaning for him, yes. But there's more. My real work here is more urgent. My job is to find out what Michael Adams did to my friend Imelda. And then I'm going to kill him for her.
Chapter 22. The nurse left Rebecca alone to feed in his kitchen. 3 pints, each in a clear plastic packet, cold from the fridge, but good nonetheless. She dropped the empty packets into a garbage can marked incinerator and washed her face and hands at the sink. The blood rolled in her stomach, a sickly, cold wave, and she fought the urge to vomit it up again. She heard movement behind her, and she wiped the stinging tears from her eyes before she turned to face him. Guthrie Chambers, the nurse, watched her from the threshold, his shoulder against the doorframe as he cradled his broken arm. "You okay?" Rebecca nodded. "Was it Moonflower who changed you?" She took a seat at the table. "Yeah. I was dying. I don't remember exactly how, but I remember I didn't want it. But here I am." "What's it like?" he asked, joining her at the table. She studied his face, looking for cruelty or pleasure. Instead, she saw open curiosity. "I mean, what's it feel like?" he asked. "Is it different than before?" "Yeah," she said. "It's different. Everything's brighter, louder. The smells are stronger. It's like everything's been turned up to 11. And there's more. Senses I didn't have before. Like, I know what people are feeling, what they mean but they're not saying. Sometimes it feels like it's too much, all this noise." Guthrie nodded, satisfied at her answer. "I checked up on the news. Did you kill that woman in the mountains over El Paso?" "No," Rebecca said. "I think whoever has Moonflower did it. I think they laid her out as bait." "Someone has her?" he said, his brow creased with concern. "That's right. I wasn't sure you'd care after everything that happened." His good hand went to the arm wrapped in its cast, suspended in the sling. Once again, Rebecca remembered the wet, white glint of bone piercing through his skin. "She wasn't herself," Guthrie said. "The other thing, the hunger, was in control of her. She would have torn my throat out if you hadn't taken her down. That's the only reason I let you back in here." "Like you could have stopped me," Rebecca said, unable to keep the sneer from her voice. She regretted it when she saw the flash of fear on his face. "Sorry," she said. He shook his head and waved his good hand in dismissal of the apology. "Doesn't matter now. You know anything about whoever took her?" "I didn't kill that woman, but I was there when she died."
Let and apos. Pause the words for a moment and give your mind a gentle rest. Coming up is a soothing melody for your relaxation. Take a deep breath, relax your body, and enjoy this peaceful interlude before we continue with our story.
She didn't say much. She was barely hanging on, but she told me this. 2 boys, one younger, one older. Brothers, maybe. They came looking for Moonflower. They called her by her name.
Shit,
the nurse said, his shoulders sagging. He looked away to some painful distance. Rebecca's skin prickled. What?
Brothers,
he echoed. That's what she said. She was confused, not making much sense.
You said one was younger, like a kid?
Rebecca searched her memory, picturing the woman staked to the ground, hearing the words she uttered in her final moments. Little boy, she said. Yeah, she said a little boy and an older boy. Guthrie became still, his gaze fixed on the table between them. What? Rebecca asked. Tell me.
Shit,
he said again, rubbing his fingertips across his lips. Tell me.
Oh, shit, Rebecca.
She shot to her feet, her fists on the table, leaning over him. He shrunk down into his chair, his right hand up.
All right. I think I might know who she's with.
Rebecca reached out and grabbed his wrist hard enough to make him wince. Tell me, goddammit!
Okay,
he said, his voice thin. She let his wrist go.
2 brothers, Willard and Jacob Henry. They're from money, old money, like Kennedy money, Hearst money, Henry Ford money. Connecticut or Massachusetts, I think. I'd have to read up on them again, but New England, Northeast, that direction. They changed sometime in the late 90s. It was a big deal at the time. Do you remember it in the news? The parents died a week after the boys disappeared.
Rebecca thought back. Late 90s. Around the time Moonflower had been born. She had been in her late teens, at once terrified and thrilled at the idea of being such a young single mother. Her world had shrunk to the size of her parents' house, nothing outside mattering one iota. But something tugged at her memory. 2 brothers reported missing, assumed kidnapped. Then, a week later, their wealthy parents found dead, their bodies discovered in a car on a country lane. A mystery that played out for weeks on the television news. I remember something about it, she said. The parents were found with their throats. Rebecca didn't need to finish the sentence. She dropped back down into her chair.
That's right, Guthrie said. Throats cut, drained of blood.
You mean those boys? Those children? They killed their own parents?
Yeah. About a week after they disappeared. I don't know a whole lot about them. They only came here a couple times. But as far as I know, a chunk of their father's money got moved all of a sudden, offshore. I'm talking millions of dollars. That happened a few days before the brothers disappeared. Then there was the kidnapping. The brothers taken right out of their house without anyone seeing. There was a ransom demand, apparently, that came out later, but about a week after that, the mother and father were found in a car by the roadside.
Jesus, Rebecca said. You think they took the money, then killed their parents?
I don't think anything, and I know a whole lot less. But I do know one thing. They chose to be what they are. People like you, like your daughter, you never chose this. My mother never chose this. That's why I help you. But Willard and Jacob Henry, they sought this thing out, and they changed because they wanted to. I don't know the whole story, and I don't want to. But what I heard through the years is they made the choice your daughter wasn't allowed to. And now if Moonflower is with them, Rebecca, I fear for her.
Rebecca brought her hand to her mouth and said, My God.
It's funny, Guthrie said. Last time I talked to Moonflower, she asked me about people like her, if they were good or bad. I told her it's the same as everywhere. Most people are good, some are bad. Most people like her, like you, I guess, never wanted to be what they are. They hate what they have to do to stay alive. But there's some, not many, but some, that enjoy what they do. They like it. Those brothers, that's who they are. They're the kind who like it. Jesus, Rebecca, you have to get her away from them.
How? Rebecca asked. How do I find them? They have a place on the West Coast. San Francisco or Oakland, maybe, but somewhere in the Bay Area. A commune, a bunch of them living together. Rebecca stood. Do you really want to help me? She asked. No, the nurse said. I couldn't give one slippery shit if you live or die. But your daughter? I do care about her. And I will help her if I can. All right, Rebecca said. Good enough. I need a car. I need clothes. I need to know everything you can tell me about those boys. And whatever you don't know, I need you to tell me who does. Understood? The nurse reached out and took her hand. Rebecca almost withdrew it in shock. He squeezed, then released it. I'll do what I can, he said. She saw kindness in his eyes, and she cursed herself for every time she'd done him wrong, and there were many. A harsh electronic buzz sounded. They both startled. Guthrie looked back over his shoulder toward the corridor that led to the front door. The buzz sounded again, 2 bursts, then one sustained rasp. You expecting someone? Rebecca asked. Guthrie shook his head. No, he said. Chapter 23. Moonflower walked along the aisles, browsing the clothes. So many colors, so many styles. Jacob had told her 2 or 3 tops, 2 or 3 bottoms, jeans, sweats, whatever, and a few packs of underwear and socks. It seemed simple enough when you said it like that, but here, amongst all this choice, she was paralyzed. Red, blue, green, yellow, pink, white, gray. Things hanging on racks, things laid out on tables. She didn't know where to look first. Mom had always bought all her clothes, or stole them, from Goodwill stores mostly. A t-shirt for $2, a pair of sweatpants for $5, a pack of underpants shoplifted from a Kmart. But here, in this massive Walmart, it was $17 for a hoodie, almost $20 for a pair of jeans. So much money, just for clothes. Jacob walked down the next aisle, peeking at her between the displays. Choose what you want, he said. I can't, Moonflower said. It's too expensive. Maybe we could find a Goodwill? It's not expensive, Jacob said, chuckling as he emerged between 2 displays of spring clothes. You ought to see what some people spend on this stuff. You know, there's people will spend $100, maybe $200, just on a pair of pants. That's stupid, Moonflower said, sorting through the rack one item at a time. How much can I spend? Jacob stepped out between 2 racks of party dresses labeled 50% off marked price. I don't know, he said. $100 maybe? $150? Will gave me $200. He pulled a roll of bills from his pocket. Moonflower's mouth dropped open. Jacob giggled. You look like you saw a unicorn, he said. It's so much money, Moonflower said. It's too much. It's fine. Come on, choose some stuff. Will's waiting. Moonflower picked out a fleece jacket, gray with a pale leopard print, for age 10 to 12. She held it up against herself to see if it would fit. Satisfied, she looked for a top to wear under it. Is Will okay? She asked. He's hungry, Jacob said. I know, but is he okay? She found a 4-pack of long-sleeve t-shirts and a 2-pack of leggings. Jacob offered to carry them for her. Yeah, like I said, he gets mean when he gets hungry, but he'll be fine. Don't worry about it. He needs to eat soon. Things could go bad if he doesn't. He'll be fine, honest. When she reached the underwear display, Jacob's cheeks flushed red, and he turned away, looking across the store. Moonflower couldn't fathom why. She chose a 10-pack of underpants and 2 bundles of socks. Less than $80 altogether by her calculation. I'm done, she said. The lady at the checkout gave them an odd look when they went to pay. First at Moonflower's dirty, dusty clothes, then at the pair of them. Jacob smiled at the cashier as he handed over the cash. You kids out shopping on your own? The cashier asked, her eyes and voice bright like a car's headlights. Our parents are out in the parking lot, Jacob said. The cashier's gaze crawled from Moonflower's feet to her face, a shadow of suspicion behind her forced smile. Is that right, honey? Your parents are here? Yeah, they're waiting outside, Moonflower said. She looked down at herself, the dirt on the t-shirt Jacob had given her, the holes in her jeans. I fell down. We were out walking and I tripped and fell down this bank. The cashier nodded and smiled as she handed over the change. Well, you be more careful, sweetheart. Moonflower smiled back at her, and they walked to the exit. It opened out onto a parking lot, only a dozen or so cars here and there, an RV at the far edge, lights within. Will had parked in the smaller lot at the far side of the building, between it and another huge store. The Walmart was only one of various stores that clustered around parking lots intersected by roadways with chain restaurants scattered here and there. Jacob carried the bag of clothes, their shoulders brushing now and then. He seemed tense, like a clockwork toy that had been overwound until the spring might break. Moonflower felt it pulsing from him, like her presence bothered him, but still, he didn't want her to go away. This puzzled her. Moonflower heard a freight train rumble and clatter along the tracks that lay to the rear of the store. Audible over that, the rush of a jet engine. She looked up at the sky. Flashing lights descended, the plane approaching the airport. In the distance, more lights as a plane took off. She tried to guess how many miles away. Not very far, she guessed. The Walmart stood on the southeastern edge of Tucson. They had seen its lights from the highway, and Jacob suggested that they stop and get her some new clothes. She had argued, said she wanted to go straight to the nurse's home near the airport, but Jacob pointed out how poor a state her shoes and jeans were in, so she agreed. She would be at the nurse's door soon enough. She had so many things to tell him. And after that, she wasn't sure. Maybe she would go with the brothers to San Francisco, or maybe she'd stay with the nurse a while. She was certain he would give her shelter, even though she had hurt him badly only a few weeks ago. He would understand. It hadn't been her who broke his arm, but the other thing. The one that had whispered in her ear as she roved over the mountains, urging her to do unspeakable things. As they passed the store's outdoor section with its bags of compost and lawn feed and rounded the corner, the dark snake of freight cars came into view, rolling along the raised tracks, a moving silhouette against the dimly clouded sky. It seemed to stretch out into forever as it hulked past the turning circle at the far end of the smaller parking lot where they had left the car. As they neared it, they saw it empty. "Where's your brother?" Moonflower asked. Jacob opened his mouth to answer, but a voice cried out, barely rising above the din of the passing train. Moonflower stopped walking and peered into the darkness. There, by the line of scrawny trees and the patch of desert scrub that separated them from the railway track, 2 men, wrestling. No, a man and a boy. Will and an older man, struggling. Will's hand over the taller man's mouth, dragging him back toward the trees and the scrub beyond. If the man cried out again, she didn't hear it. What's he doing?" she asked, even though she knew the answer. Jacob grasped her elbow. "Come on, let's get in the car." The older man swung his arms, trying to strike Will. He threw his weight from one side to the other, attempting to loosen Will's grasp. But Jacob's brother was too strong. Moonflower could see it from here, how useless the man's struggles were, how Will was like the train behind him, an immutable force that would only stop when it chose to. Jacob opened the car's passenger door and tossed the bag of clothes inside before reaching his hand out to her. "Come on," he said. As Will dragged the man into the darkness between the trees, he looked back at Moonflower. But she did not see Will. She saw the thing that lived inside him, the same thing that lived inside her and Jacob, the fierce, angry, hungry thing. Then he was gone. One high, agonized howl rang out from the darkness. "Come on," Jacob said again, his hand outstretched, beckoning. "Who was that man?" Moonflower asked. "I don't know," Jacob said. "Let's just get in the car." "No. Who was he? Did he deserve it?" "I don't know. Get in the car." She felt Jacob's frustration with her, and his fear. Not safe, she thought. I am not safe. "You won't take me to my friend's place, will you?" Jacob stepped away from the car, toward her, reaching for her. "What are you talking about? Of course we will. Let's go." "No," she said. "That was just a lie to get me to come along, wasn't it?" His anger simmered beneath his skin, crying out its hatred to her. "Moonflower! Monica! Let's just get in the car and wait. Come on." Not safe, she thought. They're liars, and I'm not safe. Moonflower ran. Her arms and legs pumped as she fled, her worn sneakers pounding on the asphalt. For a few moments she thought Jacob would not pursue her, that he would let her go. Then his footsteps rang out behind her, fast, gaining. She bared her teeth, and the thing inside of her showed itself. All fours now, galloping, her hands slapping at the asphalt, her legs pushing her forward. A wild giggle came from behind her, Jacob laughing as if this were a game, as if his fingertips would brush her heel and he would cry, "Tag, you're it!" Moonflower was fast, but he was faster. By the time she reached the main parking lot, his hard breathing was right behind her. He snagged at her ankle, took her balance for a moment, but she recovered and kept running. It was enough. Jacob's arms looped around her midsection. His weight on her, she lost her footing and hit the ground hard. Her lungs emptied, a hard, painful wheeze pushed out of her. She struggled, trying to shake him off, but he pressed his knees against the back of her thighs, his hands pinning her arms to the ground. She craned her neck this way and that, teeth snapping, trying to get a hold of his wrists. "Stop," Jacob said, breathless. Moonflower growled and snarled, writhing, fighting his weight, trying to dislodge him. "I'm stronger than you," he said. "Will's stronger than both of us." The growl in her chest climbed to her throat and turned to a furious shriek. "Stop," he said once more. "Please, I don't want to hurt you." Moonflower turned her head from one side to the other, still trying to find a piece of him she could reach with her teeth. Then something over by the store's entrance caught her attention. Jacob followed her gaze, seeking what she saw. That woman, the cashier who had asked so many questions, standing at the Walmart's entrance, frozen, perhaps 100 yards away, watching them. "Don't hurt her," Moonflower said. Jacob said nothing, as the woman took one unsure step forward, leaning, peering at them. "Please," Moonflower said, "leave her alone." The cashier walked toward them, slow steps, frightened steps. "Will you be good?" Jacob asked. "Yes," Moonflower said, her voice small, crouched in her throat like a mouse. "Will you come back to the car with me?" "Yes." "I'm going to get up now. I'm going to take a hold of your wrist and help you to your feet. You won't try to run, right?" "I won't." Jacob took her left wrist in his right hand and got to his feet. He pulled her upright. They both watched the cashier come closer, one step at a time. The cashier called something to them. Moonflower couldn't be sure what. She might have asked if everything was all right. She didn't know. Didn't matter. Jacob moved back toward the smaller parking lot at the side of the building, gripping Moonflower's wrist, taking her with him. She did not resist. He quickened his pace until the cashier was gone from view. Moonflower began to drag her feet. He pulled harder. "Come on," he said. She did as she was told. Jacob peered into the tree line beyond the car. That train kept rumbling past, endless, clattering and rattling. He took a breath and shouted, "Will!" Jacob did not stop to listen for an answer. He tightened his grip on Moonflower's wrist, his fingers digging into her flesh.
"Will, we need to go!"
As they neared the car, there was movement in the tree line, branches parting, a form emerging. Will, staggering out into the open, one hand wiping at his mouth. The blood on his shirt glistened under the lights of the parking lot.
"Will, we have to go now!"
Will paused, peering back at Jacob as if he didn't recognize him. Then he straightened and began to walk, the purposeful, deliberate stride of a drunk man pretending he isn't. Jacob tried to drag Moonflower toward the car's open passenger door. She resisted, pulling her wrist away from his grasp. "You won't hurt that woman," she said. It was a command, not a question.
"No," Jacob said. "Not if you get in the car. We need to go, right now."
She climbed inside and through to the back. He pushed the passenger seat back into place, then ran around the front of the car, looking toward the railway track. Will came, shuffling, wiping at his lips. Moonflower looked the other way, toward the main parking lot. The woman's shadow stretched across the asphalt as she neared the corner.
"Will, come on! Hurry!"
Jacob called. Will paused, blinking at Jacob.
"We need to go! Come on!"
Now Will got moving, his lopsided shuffle turning to a jog. Jacob stayed where he was, beckoning his brother. "Come on! Come on! Come on!"
"We need to go," Jacob said.
Will wiped his lips with the back of his hand and let go a rattling burp.
"Why? What's wrong?"
Jacob pointed back toward the front of the store.
"That woman! She saw us! We have to go!"
"Shit," Will said. He moved with renewed energy, as if someone had replaced a battery deep inside of him. Jacob opened the driver's door and slid into the seat. He turned the key that had been left in the ignition, and the engine made the car tremble. His feet barely reached the pedals, and he had to lean forward to peer over the steering wheel. "Don't hurt her," Moonflower said. "We won't," Jacob said. Will opened the passenger door and dropped inside, his weight rocking the suspension. Jacob's hand went to the gearshift and put the car into drive. It took off with a lurch, the rear end fishtailing until he got it under control. He pulled the wheel to the right and aimed the nose for the main parking lot and the exit beyond. The cashier stepped out from the side of the building. She raised a hand, waving at them, then the other, her hands crossing in the air above her head, telling them to stop. Jacob stamped on the accelerator, and the engine bellowed. "Don't hurt her," Moonflower said. The woman stepped out into their path. Jacob accelerated. Moonflower screamed, "No!" The force of the impact shook the car to its chassis. The woman's legs were taken from under her, her torso whipped back, her head smacking against the hood. Then she somersaulted over the roof, her arms glancing off the windshield. Moonflower looked to the rear window as the woman tumbled through the air before landing shoulder first on the asphalt. Even though it could not be possible, Moonflower was sure she heard the wet thud of her head against the hard ground. She stared as the body crumpled, the life knocked clean out of it. Fury burned in her. She let it build before turning it on Jacob, reaching around the driver's seat to slap and scratch at him. "You promised!" Moonflower struck him again and again, palms and nails, shrieking and spitting, and the car weaved from side to side. "You fucking promised, you bastard!" Will clambered back between the seats and seized her wrists in his hands, stilled her flailing arms. Moonflower dipped her head toward his forearm and grabbed hold with her teeth, yielding flesh beneath the denim of his jacket, biting. "Stop," he said. She would not, her teeth tightening and tightening, her jaw muscles aching with the effort. Will released her left wrist, balled his right hand into a fist, and punched her hard across the jaw. Moonflower went slack and folded into the corner of the seat. As the conscious world came and went, she heard their breathless voices. "No more pretending, I guess," Will said. "I guess," Jacob said. Chapter 24. A buzzer sounded somewhere inside the building beyond the chain-link gate. Visconti had described it as a house, but it wasn't. Not really. To McGrath, it looked like it had once been some kind of small office building or an industrial unit, an open-walled area serving as a yard, junk scattered all around. Maybe it had been an auto repair place. A constant rumble and whine came from the airport not half a mile away. McGrath wondered how anyone could stand to live here as she pressed the button once more, holding her finger there far longer than necessary. "Can I help you?" a thin, distorted voice asked. McGrath could barely hear it above the noise of idling aircraft. She looked around for a speaker or a camera and saw neither. "Guthrie Chambers?" she asked. A few moments passed before the voice asked, "Who is this?" "Special Agent Sarah McGrath, FBI. I need to speak with Guthrie Chambers. I'm guessing that's you?" "What do you want?" "Just to talk. Why don't you come on out?" "I don't think so." "Look, I just have a few questions. This doesn't have to turn into a whole big thing. Come out and talk to me, then I'll be on my way. The alternative is I get a warrant. I get backup from the local field office, Tucson PD, and so on. There's no need for all that, is there? I promise I won't take up any more of your time than I need to." Across the yard, a door opened, releasing light to stream across the scattered junk. A broad man appeared, silhouetted. His wary eyes became visible as he approached the gate. He wore nurse's scrubs and had one arm in a sling. "I'll need to see your identification," he said. McGrath opened her credentials case and showed him. He barely glanced at it. "All right," he said. "What do you need to know?" "Maybe you could open the gate," she said. "With all this noise from the airport, it's a little hard to hear you." He stared at her for a moment, then fished some keys from his pocket. With his good hand, he undid the padlock that bound the chain. She pushed the gate open and stepped through before he had a chance to pull the chain away. "Hey, I didn't consent to. You live here alone?" McGrath stepped past him as he struggled to manage the chain, the padlock, and his keys all with one hand. "Yes, I live alone. I didn't give you, so no one else is here." She walked toward the building and its open door, her stride brisk. He came shuffling after, dropping the chain and the lock to the ground. Concrete steps rose up to the steel door. There was a security camera above it, trained on the steps. She stepped through the door and into a dimly lit hallway. "You can't do that," Guthrie called, following her inside. "You can't just—" "Thank you for inviting me inside," McGrath said. "It's quieter in here. Easier to talk. Is there somewhere we could sit down?" She walked deeper into the hall, peered into one open room, a living space, an upturned crate for a coffee table, a drift of empty beer cans upon it, a cheap flat-screen TV in the corner. Newspaper covered the windows. "I guess you like your privacy," she said. "Something like that." McGrath pointed to the open door at the end of the hall and what looked like a kitchen beyond. "May I?" She didn't wait for an answer. "You can't do this," Guthrie said, following. "You can't just walk in here without permission. It's not right." A table stood at the center of the room, plastic, the type you might take camping. 3 folding chairs around it. She pulled one out and told him to sit. He shook his head. "I'm not asking," she said. He cursed under his breath and lowered himself into the chair. "All right, let's get this over with." McGrath rested against the sink, folded her arms across her chest. "When did you last see Rebecca Carter?" she asked. "Who?" he replied, too quickly. "Rebecca Carter. Mid-40s, dark hair, slender build, average height, travels with a young girl around the age of 12 she claims is her daughter." "Don't know her," he said, his gaze averted. "Yeah, you do," she said. "And her daughter, Monica. She calls her Moonflower. You know them both. And people like them." He looked at her now, as if seeing her for the first time, and she sensed the fear in him. Then he looked away. "I don't know what you mean." I mean, you provide sanctuary for people like Rebecca Carter and her daughter. You do it out of... kindness isn't the right word. Pity, maybe? Guthrie leaned forward, his elbows on his knees, his free hand wrapped around his cast, his gaze fixed on the grubby floor. One heel bounced on the linoleum, a stuttering, nervous rhythm. "What else do you do for them?" McGrath asked. "Aside from a place to hide. Do you feed them? You work in an emergency room, right? Do you have access to donated blood?" He said nothing, his heel tapping on the floor. "What happened to your arm?" He shook his head. "Come on, you can tell me that much." "An accident," he said. "I fell." McGrath approached the table, pulled out a chair, and sat down. "We know Rebecca Carter passed through Tucson on her way to El Paso about 2 weeks ago. Did she do that to you? Or was it her daughter?" "Like I said, I don't know any Rebecca Carter. Why are you doing this to me?" "I'm not here for you," she said. "It's Rebecca I want." "Can I tell you why?" He shrugged, like it was too much effort to tell her he didn't care. "She got my partner killed. My friend. I guess it was as much his fault as hers, but still, he wouldn't have been there if it weren't for her." His glance flickered at her, barely settling on her face before retreating. "Look, I'm sorry about your friend, but I don't know this Rebecca person." "Don't." McGrath felt something harden inside her. "I've had too much shit kicked out of me lately to let myself be lied to. Don't tell me you don't know her. Don't take me for an idiot. I know who you are. I know what you do here. I know the kind of people you help. Don't lie to me, or I promise you will suffer for it." Guthrie sat upright, turned his head to look right at her. "You have nothing to threaten me with," he said. "You pushed your way in here without a warrant. Nothing I say to you is admissible in any court. You can pistol whip me if you want, but nothing I do or say is any goddamn use to you. So why are you still here?" McGrath smiled. "You think I care about court? The law? You think someone like Rebecca Carter is going to wind up in front of a jury of her peers? I just need to find her, that's all. Last time she was in trouble, after she escaped from custody in Flagstaff, she came here. I reckon it's a good bet she'll come here again, if she hasn't already." She saw something in his face then. A shadow, maybe. She felt static across the skin of her back. "Did she come here?" He took too long to answer. "No," he said. "I don't know her." "Is she here now?" McGrath asked, her voice low. He pursed his lips tight. She whispered so soft only Guthrie could have heard. "If she's here, raise the index finger of your right hand." He pulled his right hand into a fist. It wasn't his intention, but that told McGrath all she needed to know. She stood, her hand going to the holster at her waist. "Where is she?" she asked, her voice low in her chest. Guthrie said nothing, staring straight ahead. His breath quickened. "Don't say anything. Just nod your head in her direction." He closed his eyes, his mouth tight shut. "God damn it," she said. She drew her Glock, kept it aimed at the floor, and walked to the doorway. The hall beyond remained as she had left it a few minutes before, dim and quiet. To her right, the living room she'd glanced into before, and one other closed door. 2 doors to her left, one closed, the other open by an inch or so. She paused on the kitchen's threshold and steadied her breath. No good panicking now, and she would if she thought about it too much. Don't think, she told herself, just act. "Rebecca Carter," she called. "FBI, step out into the hallway, slowly, hands up." McGrath listened. Heard nothing. "Shit," she whispered. Too long at a desk. It had been years since she'd been out here, on the sharp edge of it. She couldn't recall the last time she'd drawn her weapon outside of a firing range. She'd never once in her career aimed it at a human being, let alone pulled the trigger. Was Rebecca Carter a human being? The question flitted across McGrath's mind, and she swatted it away like it was a fly as she took her first step into the hall. Then her second. Her heart rattled as her lungs reached for air, her breath drying her mouth and hitching in her throat. "Rebecca Carter! Step out into the hallway now!" McGrath's mind scrabbled at memories, desperate to recall the proper method for entering a room. Corners. She remembered the instructor back at Quantico barking that word at her. The right thing to do was call for backup, hold the nurse secure until a local SWAT team could clear the place. But she couldn't do that. Visconti had been clear. This was strictly off the books, unsanctioned by anyone, even him. The first door on the right was closest. McGrath reached for the handle, turned it, let the door open a crack, then stepped away. Waited for a reaction. None came. She took one breath, then kicked the door wide, let it slam against the near wall, swept across the opening, the Glock's muzzle searching the opposite corners. She slid inside, her back against the door, pressing it hard into the wall, her aim on the corner at the far end. Nothing. The room was empty. "Clear," she said aloud to no one at all. Heat flooded her neck and cheeks at the foolishness of it. McGrath went to the living room door next, even though she'd already looked in there. The same procedure. Sweep the opposite corners to the door, then the near and far. Nothing. As empty as it had been minutes ago. 2 doors left, both on the other side of the hall. One closed, one cracked open. McGrath thought about it for a moment. If I was her, if I was hiding in this house, I'd want to hear. I'd want the door open, just a crack. "Shit," McGrath whispered, adding another pound of pressure to the Glock's trigger. Her throat felt as if it was filled with leaves and twigs, dry and scratching. She rolled her tongue around her mouth, tried to find enough spit to swallow. "Rebecca Carter, this is your last warning. Show yourself." She couldn't keep the quiver from her voice. It carried no threat. "God damn it," she said to herself. "Just do it. Do it." McGrath kicked the door open, aimed, opposite corner on her left, then her right, then she slid in, muzzle to the far corner. Something moved. She didn't know what. A shadow, maybe. All she knew was her finger tightened on the Glock's trigger, and it jumped in her hand, the pop of the discharge hammering at her ears. "Fuck," she said. From the kitchen, McGrath heard the nurse's heavy body drop to the floor, his cursing matching her own. A waft of smoke floated in front of her. Beyond it, she saw plaster dust fall from the hole in the wall where she had shot at nothing in particular. "Fuck," McGrath said again, lowering her weapon. One more room, her ears still ringing from the shot. She turned back to the door. Rebecca Carter came at her, screaming, teeth bared.
Diary of Emma Wilson, 9th September 1998. Somehow, I managed to sleep last night. I didn't have the nerve to lie alone in the dark, so I left a small lamp on, listening to the creaks and moans of the old house, the trees bustling outside, the night creatures that moved among them. I was sure I'd stare at the ornate mouldings on the ceiling until dawn, but at some point I drifted away. I dreamed of Imelda, of the time we spent a winter weekend in Port Stewart, sitting up on the grassy dunes above the beach, freezing cold, drinking lukewarm beer, watching the North Atlantic hurl itself at the rocks. She said something to me, but I couldn't hear her over the wind and waves. I leaned in close to her, took her in my arms. I felt her lips against my ear as she shouted, but still I couldn't hear. Now she screamed, her voice tearing from her throat. One word, over and over. Run. I woke around 8 this morning, light pouring in, soaking the room in gold and silver. I lay still for a while, listening. Birds and branches, same as before. No sound from inside the house, save for my own heartbeat. Eventually, I pushed the bedclothes back and climbed out. I went to the window and looked at the gardens below. They had once been beautiful, but now they were overgrown. Not quite running wild. Someone had tended to them not very long ago, but they were long past their best. As far as I could tell, this was the eastern side of the house. A car was parked on a patch of grass-stubbled gravel in front of what might have once been a stable house. A Jaguar, I thought. An old one, but stylish. Like everything else here, it needed some care. A hose and a soapy sponge would work wonders on it. Maybe I'll do that later. Maybe, when I've done what I plan to do here, I'll take it for my own. I went to the bathroom and used the toilet, then took a long shower. There's a vast claw-footed bathtub with a shower head above it and a curtain to pull around. It's the grandest bathroom I've ever used. There was plenty of hot water, so I took my time. Once I was dried and dressed, I made my way down from the servants' quarters to the corridor below. This morning, I paid more attention as I walked through the house. I noticed the paintings on the walls, suspended by chains from picture rails. Landscapes, mostly. A few horses and dogs. No portraits of people. No parents, no grandparents, no ancestors. No one who might have walked these halls before Michael Adams. Downstairs, I made my way to the rear of the house, looking for the kitchen. I couldn't find it at first, wandering from drawing room to library to dining room, all with curtains and shutters closed, wrapping the place in a heavy blanket of darkness. I opened them as I went, finding the windows coated in dust and grime. At one end of the dining room, I found a small kitchen. So small that it could never have served a house of this size. It contained a sink, a small cooker, a fridge, all of them far older than me, and drawers and cupboards full of cutlery and crockery. In one corner there was a dumbwaiter, and I realised there must be a larger kitchen in the basement. That this room had been a kind of staging post where the final meal preparations were done, like the pass in the restaurant back at the hotel in Hyannis. But I guessed this is where I would cook. It was more than big enough to prepare meals for Michael and me. As I explored further, I found myself wandering in circles, the rooms becoming familiar as I moved from one to the next. A thin layer of dust coated every surface, and I resisted the urge to write my name on one of the tabletops. The third time I passed through the library, I paused there, scanning the spines of the books that occupied the shelves. Most of them old. I lifted some down, checking the dates. A few printed more than a century ago. The pages yellowed, giving off a scent of decay. I found a 1947 edition of The Private Memoirs and Confessions of a Justified Sinner by James Hogg, and brought it to the chair by the cold and empty fireplace. I had been reading for perhaps an hour when I heard a bell ring somewhere in the house. I set the book down and went in search of the noise. I found it in the entrance hall, a bell suspended above and to the side of the double doors that jangled once again. I went to the doors and opened one. On the other side, a middle-aged man retreated, hurrying towards a van gravel crunching under his shoes. He glanced back over his shoulder and seemed shocked to see me looking back from the doorway. He paused and pointed at my feet. "Your delivery," he said. I looked down and saw a box of groceries on the step. I would have thanked him, but by the time I bent down and picked up the box, he had closed himself in the van and started the engine. He sped away, the tires spitting gravel. I kicked the door closed and carried the box to the small kitchen I'd found earlier and set about unpacking it. Bread, milk, apples and oranges, assorted greens, potatoes, a whole chicken, a couple of steaks, a dozen eggs, flour, sugar and more. Enough to feed the both of us for a week. I began planning the evening's meal as I stowed the items in the empty fridge and cupboards. A question occurred to me. What had Michael been eating up to now? I know he goes to restaurants most nights, but surely not for every meal. When I was done, I went back out to the hall. Michael's voice startled me, saying my name. I turned in a circle, looking for him. Eventually, I found him, standing in the shadow of the staircase. "Good morning," I said. "Afternoon," he replied. I looked at my watch and realised he was right. "Would you like some lunch?" I asked. A delivery just came." "No, thank you," he said, remaining in the shadow. "You go ahead and fix yourself something." "Do you need anything else?" I asked. "I'll do some cleaning after." "You opened the drapes." I saw his eyes glisten in the dimness. "Yes, just to let some light in. It was very dark with them all closed." "I'm sorry," he said. "I should have explained. I have photosensitivity, an allergy to light, basically. I burn easily. I get headaches." "Oh, I see. I'll close them again." "Please. And by all means, keep the drapes in your own quarters open and in the upstairs kitchen. I'll see you this evening." He stepped back into the shadows, and I lost sight of him. I stepped closer to the staircase, the darkness behind it, and I saw a door there. On the other side, a bolt slid home, locking me out. I've never felt so alone.
Chapter 25. Rebecca had felt it before. The loss of her higher mind, the animal part of her taking over. No, not a part of her. The other thing, the creature that hungered inside of her, its rising and pushing her consciousness aside while she could only watch. She had wanted to stay hidden from the woman who had called at the nurse's door, to remain quiet and secret in a dark corner. When she realized that would not be possible, she had left her hiding place and walked to the hallway, to reason with the woman, Rebecca had thought, to explain that she only wanted to get her little girl back, that was all. But then the thing inside heard the gunshot, felt the threat, and that was all it took. The hunger took control and attacked. Rebecca saw the fear and shock in the woman's eyes as she lunged at her, hands outstretched, reaching for her throat. The woman tried to raise her weapon, but she wasn't quick enough. Rebecca was on her, clawing at her, teeth snapping, both of them tumbling to the floor. The woman on her back, Rebecca astride her chest. Hands circling the woman's neck. Rebecca felt the pulsing blood there, calling, calling, calling. How sweet it would be on her tongue, how warm in her throat. The woman raised the pistol, pressed the muzzle to Rebecca's ribs. Rebecca released one hand from the woman's neck, swiped back, slapping the gun from the woman's hand. It tumbled away from her reach. A shot discharged as it bounced away, the bullet passing somewhere over Rebecca's head. The woman screamed and bucked and writhed, but it was no good. There wasn't enough strength in the world to throw Rebecca off. not now that she had the scent of it, her mouth already watering. Rebecca wedged the heel of her right hand under the woman's chin and forced her head back. The woman cried in pain. Rebecca barely heard it above the thumping